Let's see, AM1 is back here. So relax for a minute. AM1, I'm gonna warm the crowd a little bit. Everybody's doing well and swell, right? Let's see. All right, so let me bam up some people before I get started. So we got I'm listening. Bam. We got Black Trunks in the building. Black. I was gonna say blam, but right. We got Asada Muhammad. Bam. Assalamu alaikum, sister. We got Old Faithful up in here. Sir Abadayu. Bam. Juan G's. Bam. Oh, alaikum salam, sister. We got Necessary Evil. Bam. We got Miss Jack A. Z Fire. Bam. We got AM1 right here in the chat too. Bam. That's the Leo brother right there. Zev1. Bam. All right. So let me do a few things here first, so we can get into the festivities. You know how you guys are, man. You guys always come like after we get all the good stuff out. So let me feel like this a little church thing here, huh? A little delegation. All right. Let's see. So what's on the list? I made sure the list was short. So while you're here, please subscribe to AM1. He has very valuable content on his channel. And just remind people too, this is Black Artists on the Spot, and AM1 is an artist. He does it all. Photography. Actually, he's gonna tell you everything. So I'm gonna start off with this one here. You know, just to get you guys revved up, get some of the anti-black people pissed off too, but that's what we do. Oh man. While you guys coming in, while you BSing, hit the like button. It's free. Hit the dislike one too. It doesn't matter. It's all good. So we're gonna ask again. I don't have as many as I did before because we want to honor AM1's time. So I had to cut it in half. All right. So you guys ready? So have y'all asked? Have y'all came up with certain things like, you know, what is black culture? Right? Because there's too many images out there, man. So let's go with this. Let's go with this. What is black culture? What is black culture? Let's go ahead and share the screen, shall we? Could it be Cab Calloway in the Zoot Suits? How about Malcolm? Is that black culture? Billy Preston. Is that black culture? Armstrong Williams. Is that black culture? Janet Jackson. Is that black culture? Millie Jackson. Y'all too young to know about her, huh? Is that black culture? Marvin Gaye. Is that black culture? How about Isaac Hayes? I'm still waiting. We don't have a culture. All right. How about some more? H. Rap Brown. Cynthia McKinley. Is that black culture? Angie Stone. Is that black culture? Erykah Badu with her famous candles. Is that black culture? B.B. King and the Blues. Is that black culture? I got one for you. Smothered Chicken. How about another one? I know. Sagging. That black culture? Dr. Dre from yesterday, right? We got Puffy. Is that black culture? Dick Gregory. Is that black culture? Ella Baker. Is that black culture? Robin Gold Digging Givens. Black culture. Right? Joe Louis, that black culture. See how it's mixed up? You got some that's like, and you got some like, oh, right? Joe Louis, black culture. Jesse Owens, that black culture. How about this one? The Easter outfits, that black culture. Minnie Riperton, black culture. Wesley Snipes, black culture. The Iotas, y'all thought I forgot about y'all, huh? Black culture. Prince Hall, black culture. Benjamin Banneker, the White House, Washington, D.C. Black culture, right? Lewis Latimer, the filament, right? Black culture. So I'll show some more. Got Dollar Wash in the building. Bam. And Sexy Red up in the building. Bam. Let's see. Oh, we got AB Media. Bam. Right. So got one more. I'm not gonna talk about the Super Bowl because we're gonna get started. But I got one more that we're gonna get into right here. And this may sound a little controversial, but it has to be said. Now, Whoopi is back. And she black. No, I'm joking. Whoopi is back. And people are complaining. I'm like, let me get this straight. If she was on some rah-rah stuff, and don't get me wrong, you can be for your people without being broke. So if she was on the rah-rah stuff, are you gonna pay for her expenses and her bills and all that? Are you gonna help her fight? See, that's the thing. That's one of the criticisms I have with certain people. You know, they want you to go hard in the paint, but they ain't trying to support you when you need them. Look at Bill Cosby. So no, I'm not mad at her for making that decision. You know, she doing. I mean, at least her cooning is like low key cooning and feminine stuff. Sometimes every now and then she try to see how far she can go as far as helping some of the brothers that she's cool with. But they slap her hand down. But hey, she getting paid, so it's a job. So whether you a cop, teacher, or whatever, any of those things. Oh, he wanted me to show that. Okay. And I gotta get your photo, AM1. So that's my stance on Sister Whoopi, because man, and she's black culture. Even though she's trying to be Jewish or whatever, and even though she got slapped in the hand and been belittled or whatever, it's still black culture. Even though she played some of the roles that made us look bad as black men or whatever, it's still black culture. You know what I'm saying? But no, man, if you got an opportunity to make that paper, especially in show business, it's not really a game changer that much unless people start believing it. But come on, man. Let's get that straight. So I'm gonna bring the guest of honor up. All right. We don't have any like Soul Train dances for him, so it can come down the Soul Train line. But anyhow, we got the famous AM1 in the building.
Big salute, Artist Now TV. What's good, my brother?
Man, fellow Leos in the building, fam.
Leo's in the building.
I don't think they can handle that.
Still, it's a little too ferocious, but I'll be chill. I'll be real chill. You always be chill, but I'll be chill. I'll be chill.
Yeah, gotta let brothers be who they are. Gotta let them be who they are. You know.
Can't get too ferocious. Can't be. You always set the tone in a real smooth, laid back kind of way. I got my laid back side, but I got my ferocious side too.
I'm
But
gonna try. I'm gonna get a mic because the mic will probably do better for me. But I'm waiting on people to give me more than $20 a live stream. So when they start coming out, then I put that money towards a mic.
oh, y'all always sounds cool though. Because how are you doing it?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm right just in front of my computer talking. I don't have any kind of special effects or anything.
No, that's interesting because you said you get a mic, and literally right when you said that, it's never dawned on me that you don't have some kind of mic. Because wait a minute, because actually years ago you did use the cam up because I have seen you before.
Yeah, that's on my other channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no, but I was just referring to the mic thing. Like, yeah, the audio has always sounded cool. So I guess it never dawned on me that you didn't have a mic, or I just never thought of it. That means that's a good thing, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man.
Well, I
So
guess the room you're in isn't like super echoey, so it's not all reverb. So it sounds cool.
yeah, this is my. I wouldn't say the boom boom room, but it's where I do all of my, reading and all, office stuff.
I can dig
But
it.
but yeah, that's how it goes, man. And those people that are in the chat, please hit the like button, and then also feel free to for those people out there, please share AM1's channel.
Oh yeah, I need to go do
Please.
that my damn self. I was just on a stream, and then I was telling everybody, like some of the people in here right now were on my stream, but now I'm about to go grab this link and drop it on my community tab post as a proper guest should. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me do that.
Yeah, because I had to let people know that you are an artist too. So you're supposed to be here on Black Artists on the Spot.
I'm definitely an artist. I'm a visual media consultant. I mean, I started drawing, like illustration drawing, like when I was a kid, right? I always wanted to be an artist when I growed up. And then being a big hip hop dude, music guy, I got into like streetwear type stuff, graffiti type stuff before even streetwear. So, graffiti like tagger, sketchbook type stuff. And even, little actual graffiti on the street. But, that comes with trying to steal paint and spray paint and illegal, and you lose your freedom, and that can get real tricky. But I decided to go more along the lines of putting art on clothing. So, school, screen printing, whatnot, and then get into more like streetwear type stuff myself. And then at one point, even got into rapping myself and then making beats. And then that tied into like throwing events, and like it became more of a multimedia thing, right? So the whole time I'm still doing art, illustration. I was drawing tattoos for people, and then got my hands on, because of doing the streetwear stuff, got my hands on Adobe, well, Illustrator, Photoshop. That was before it was even Adobe. So this is like late 90s. And
Hmm.
then started getting into the graphic design type stuff. So between the music and the art and rapping and events, then I really just took it up to this whole like multimedia kind of thing. And then here I am now doing video, motion graphic work, illustration when needed. So sometimes I'm building people's whole brand setup up from nothing, and then being able to animate it and put it together in a presentation, digital style, to where it's going all over the social medias and the intranets out there in the world. So that is what I do. Oakland born, Bay Area based visual media consultant and producer. AM1 creates. That's my whole get down. AM1.
Man, so and this okay, this in the Bay Area, like what part of the Bay? Like all over Berkeley, Oakland, Frisco.
Yeah, and I mean I'm from Oakland, but yeah, I mean, man, I used to tear it up all around the Bay. I mean, still do technically, but I mean, really pick and choose where I want to be and where I need to be, and plus we got a lot of weird stuff going on in the world, so it's making me less inclined to go out unless I need to actually go out relative to some money. You understand?
So
I
let
mean,
me
you're in California, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, man, I went to school out. You already know I went to school out there my first year. Saw some crazy stuff too.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, you went to school in the Bay Area?
Yeah, on Broadway and Clifton, right there at CCAC, right across the street from Wendy's, right next to Safeway.
Okay, that's what's up. Okay, yeah, you like that was like close by where I'm at right now.
And shout out to Dollar Washer. Bam. We got Good Mother here. Bam. Right? Oh, she got a wolf? Okay. Okay. But yeah, man, I had, my first year, dude, that's when I saw two men kissing in the Bay Area live. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's a thing. That's a thing.
bruh. I just turned 17. I'm sheltered out here.
Wow.
And this is right on my campus. The other dude looked like George Michael, and the other one had some green hair. And they were doing, I thought they were faking. I'm gonna have my luggage. I didn't even get in the dorms yet. So, bro, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, I was a little jumpy. Then later on, I was like, yeah, that's dead, whatever. But
Yeah, whatever makes people happy, but still, yeah.
I got family out there in Fruitvale,
Oh,
on MacArthur. Got family
Yeah.
there in East Oakland. So yeah,
Yep.
man, I'm no stranger.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know that. I don't think we ever talked about that. Cause you're
Yeah,
in SoCal, right?
yeah,
In
I'm in
Southern
Southern
California.
Cal.
Yeah,
Uh,
I did not know your story of some Oakland of ventures. I did not know that, or I forgot. I don't. I'm sure I would have remembered that.
we got the man in here. Bam, right? She said, "Oh yeah, drop your Cash App too, if you can.
Oh,
AM, feel free. This your home, man. Just don't put the mud on the couch, you know."
fuck yo, no. Yeah, no, no, I appreciate that. I mean, I'll drop a cash up in there. I ain't too proud. I ain't too proud.
Yeah, man. Because we got 19 in here, so I guess it'll start crescendoing up a little bit. So I'll just go ahead with the questions and then just start the drawing or what have you.
I don't know,
So,
bro. It's kind of hot for me right now, so you maybe did yourself a disservice bringing me here. But
oh
we'll
no, man, because yeah, you one of the pillars of you were here like close to the beginning when
whoa,
this stuff was being assembled. So
whoa! Don't put that on me.
I
Don't
think
put
that's
that.
very important.
You
Um,
know, yeah, obviously but I've been here for a while, off and on. So some of the newer folks don't even know about me. Not that I'm somebody to know about, but I've been around. I've been in some places here. Some people know me here is what I'm trying to say.
hmm I hear you, fam. Because I think that's. I mean, you came. You made some good points as far as the surveys. We're gonna go over a little bit later. But I think in the very beginning, when people start coming up, we're gonna reserve it for the people that's been there in the beginning too. So I know people that just got here and want to, throw their 10 cents in or whatever, or 2 cents. But I'm like, you know, let's get the people that were here so they can put more context to the topic, um, out of fairness. So I'm gonna send them the links too. I don't know if they'll come or not. So you already broke down the occupation or whatever and how you got started. So how do how do you like stuff that you just described? How do you make this work in the space?
Well, I mean, it's interesting, right? Doing video work, motion graphic work to the level I do it now. A lot
Mm,
of it was at a certain point after working punk ass day jobs for most of my adult life. It dawned on me that I'm just not built for that. I always knew it, but it really dawned on me like, hold on, I got enough things, I got enough networks. Can I really leverage these skills? Because at one point, I remember I told you I was doing like a lot of events. So at a certain point, I was getting pretty popping with events, and with those events, because I sort of came from that art design multimedia headspace, we were crushing it with doing the event itself, the promotion before the event, recap videos, photos, and this is like when Facebook, where people could like share the events and you could really like tag people in photos. So it became this experience at the ramp up, the event itself, and then like 2 weeks later, we'd drop the recap, drop the photo album, and then next month, bam, we was packing the day parties again, and it was crazy. This is 2014. So then I started tapping in with all these other promotion companies that way bigger than me, like that was doing way big stuff. And just all the venue owners was knowing me, you know what I mean, from doing this stuff. So at a certain point, I realized, wait, if I really just ditch this day job stuff and really run it up, because I'm just mentioning the events and all these other things because the network that I built. So I was able to really fast track a situation where it's like, hey, I really got into video editing, and I knew I was already handy with shooting video stuff from just janky rap video stuff I did back when I was, doing my janky rap career or whatever, backpacker rap type ish.
hmm
And it fast tracked the situation because people already knew how I got down and just my overall presentations with the events, right?
hmm
So when I was able to serve up like, hey, I'm doing video, I'm doing motion graphics, it really fast tracked my situation. But the point of where I was going with that as well is the networking element,
hmm
in which is big on my thought process within this space to this very day. Like I just did a stream talking about like the networking element. When I walk in a room, I have skills that are valuable to myself and theoretically to other people. I know for a fact they are, whether it's me or someone else, but I'm good at what I do. So I'm looking at who has some type of thing going on that I can network with. So when I walked into this space, this room, this virtual room, I applied that same strategy. And years out, I'm seeing that there's, from my perception, a lack of people with other things that are like usable, networkable. So I'm fast forwarding on that, but that's
Mhm.
kind of my thought process, right? So it's like, okay, video editing, motion graphic, a lot of stuff that I learned on YouTube. So again, it ties back to this space, right? Because I'm seeing brothers and have seen brothers over years talking about certain topics, certain things, certain frustrations, critiques about dealing with the world, dealing with women. And I'm like, wow, brothers I've literally seen, some of these brothers I've talked to offline about their dealings with women. And I'm like, okay, so what would happen if you spent some of that time soaking up tutorials about some kind of thing that you could actually go apply in real life that could really carve out some more freedom, some more options in your life and could, take you around the country, around the world. You know what I mean? And I'm saying it because I've done it myself. And everything I'm saying is not from a space of, oh, I'm better than anybody. In fact, quite the opposite, meaning because I did it by sitting on YouTube for hours, soaking up tutorials. But yet I see brothers sitting on YouTube, listening to panels and whatnot, talking about women.
Mm.
And I'm like, wow, are you hustling backwards? Are you wasting that ultimate non replenishable asset of time worrying about women, hormones out of control? Meanwhile, money situation, economic situation, political situation is getting crazy. You think you got all the time in the world because you're in your 20s, but you don't understand that the situation is pretty precarious. So I come in this space and I'm like, wow, there's young lost men, right? Can we get these brothers like in the game, heads out of the ass in the game? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's always been kind of my critique. Like just with that network strategy that I described, and the fact that I built my career by and large soaking up content and watching tutorials right here on YouTube. Meaning, I really want to drive that point home. I'm not special. Anybody can do it because it's literally people aggregated here on YouTube in this one little section of a section of YouTube. Meanwhile, there's this whole other vast database, an archive of millions of videos and all this free content out there that you could use and really apply and change your life.
Right.
So at a certain point, it becomes like, shut up, go do something. Stop talking about the same stuff over and over. Put yourself in a position to where if I step to you or somebody like me is accessible, that we could do some work together and I can help you run up some money. We can make money together. We can really attack this world together. We can better the image of black men doing real work together and really like run up a bag. You know what I mean? Like, let's do that
Mhm.
versus have circular arguments about women for days and days and days and years and years and years and years and years. Go ahead, brother.
So the to the best of your knowledge, what was the purpose of the assembly of this whole Black Manosphere? I guess with O'Shea, Angry Man, Obsidian. Um, I mean, I can throw LAR in there, BGS. But what was the purpose of the assembly?
Well, I was on a stream with Edward Anderson when I just started sort of my recent wave where I really decided I'm gonna lock in. Like, so just closing out the end of last year, I was like, I'm about to really run this up. Cause I've been here for years. I've been off and on, coming in waves. Some people know me, some people don't. But I was like, you know what, I'm about to really run this up. So I was like, let me dial in my image stuff and whatnot. Cause I do this for a living. I need my presentation to look halfway decent. Or if I'm a cam up, I need my setup to look decent. So, cool lighting, camera, whatnot. So, I've done that and I kind of threw together a setup just to get it going. I did a stream with Edward Anderson. Everybody knows Edward Anderson. He's been a hub in this space, a real pillar. That's my guy. I got a lot of love for Edward because he's helped me down in a lot of situations where people kind of came for me and whatnot. And he understood like my angles on a lot of stuff, even though it was kind of extreme from some people's standpoints. Because I'm pretty like blunt about things, right? To the point where people take me maybe the wrong way. I'm kind of misunderstood, but frustration to the point where it's like I kind of illustrated to you my critiques and where I'm like, okay, shut up. Like at a certain point, the Leo in me comes out where I'm like, look, I'm gotta roar on y'all goofies because shut up. What are we doing? Right. So I did the stream with Edward and Don Calypso was in there. I know Don Calypso's been around the space for a while too.
Mm-hmm.
Edward Anderson said the ultimate goal of this space is to counter anti-black male propaganda. And Don Calypso co-signed that.
Well, I heard Obsidian say that quite a bit too.
Right, 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 right,
MBGs.
right. So yeah, obviously, if we want to talk to three, I've been talked to Angry Man about it. I've talked to O'Shea about a lot of things, but I don't know if we ever gave specifics about that. Now, my interaction with O'Shea was kind of my entrance into this space, and within the thing with O'Shea and how I told you I'm about networking. O'Shea tapped me in specifically because he knew the media type stuff that I was doing in the Bay. So my entrance into this space by way of O'Shea was right there in line with how I walk into rooms in the real world. Business first, not chasing vagina first. You understand?
Okay.
So if it is a matter of countering anti-black male propaganda, well, okay, I'm all for it. I'm all for that. But is that actually representative of what we're doing here? I beg to differ if people are claiming that's the case.
Now, the other question, and people that are coming in, please hit the like button. Because we're two Leos, man. So we're gonna make the whole thing just light up around here. So be have just grab something to eat or something to drink, and again, subscribe to brother AM1. I'd appreciate. I'm listening for the Cash App. Yeah, I'm Rick James. Let's see. Um, so I guess you already covered how long. Well, actually, not quite much. Well, not quite, but how long have you been involved with this whole Black Manosphere that we all assembly around?
Probably since 17, I want to say
Hmm.
2017. So that's pulling up 4 or 5 years. 17 would be like five, right?
Yeah, I'm a year
Some,
after you.
somewhere ish.
Yeah, I came
Yeah.
up here in 2018, but I wasn't that involved. I was just more, a supporter.
hmm Yeah,
Uh,
no, I remember I've been watching O'Shea for years and a lot of, sort of the black creators on YouTube. Like YouTube was always a big thing for me, just in the sense of like when it was dope, you could watch like all of the quote unquote conspiracy theory stuff, the out there kind of content where they kind of just let it be free reign before they started censoring everything to death. And then, I had my playlist or sort of my subscriptions where it's like black oriented stuff. So we're talking Umar's, even Cynthia G went back before she was like, you know, going rogue against black men. All of that, yeah, boys, all everything black centered on YouTube. I kind of, peep it to whatever degree. But yeah, even sort of this whole thing, I'll see O'Shea and be like, this dude with a beanie on, always wilding. And watched him more and more and more, and then went streaming super chats and all that. And then I was rocking with him, and then he was like, saying some interesting things, and I was like, okay. So I was dropping more super chats, and he'd be like, AM1, AM1. And then I dropped a video response video to Cynthia G when that whole barbecue Becky thing happened, because I was like right there at Lake Merritt, like kind of like right in the mix with that, because I met the guys who directly were encountered by that, Karen Becky chick when
mhm.
that whole situation kind of blew up and went national. And I like interviewed those dudes and did like a whole sort of media piece. And I kind of did that under like a multimedia kind of brand I was doing at the time. And I did a piece about that, and I kind of like did a whole video talking about how she got it wrong, because she made it be this race thing, and about, well, one of the dudes had a girlfriend who was white. She focused on that part, and just, it was just stupid. But I guess O'Shea saw like, oh, so this dude does video stuff. He covered that, and he's aware of Cynthia G and is willing to come at her. So, O'Shea being O'Shea saw that as an opportunity, I guess, to be like, huh, let me get him up here. And, it's a little conflict, it's a little drama, it's a little something, something. Him being the Don King showman that he is.
Right. You took the words out of my mouth, but okay.
Right. Right. So then, even beyond that, though, he did like one-on-ones where he was talking about, okay, so you're doing video stuff, events in the Bay, to where he literally was just like, shouting that out and just, creating a situation to shout that out.
Yeah, I mean, when he did all that, man, I had a huge admiration about what he was trying to do. But it's hard to put so many people in the room with these different types of personalities. But he had a good run.
Well, he even took advantage of that, because then he started doing the Sunday Rumbles where, any kind of conflicting issues, obviously one of the big ultimate back and forth that went down for years. And we just, kind of went into, maybe we're coming out of the 2022 remix, the Pookie Ray Ray versus Educated Lame thing was always a big thing over the years. And, he would facilitate this Sunday Rumble thing and bring people up and just let people go at it. And it was wild. And it was fun. It was just high level nigga shit.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Super Slide coming in. You had Nick Taylor.
Right.
Uh,
ABL was coming in. It was wild.
yeah.
Taz,
He
Cynthia
even had
G would
Ashley
come
Brown
in.
Logan.
Right.
Oh,
ABL was in the building. Me and ABL used to go at it, but now ABL is actually one of my favorite YouTubers now because, yeah,
yeah.
this
I'm
guy,
trying to get used to him. But you had Gab Talk Media and
of course, Gab.
Information
Gab
Man.
just pulled up in my chat. I just did a stream just right before this, and Gab pulled up after not pulling up on me for years. But yeah, Info Man. Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, so
Those were the days. Those were some glory days. You understand? I know you know.
that's the most disappointing thing for me is that they put the lid on it. I'm like, what? Or maybe it withered away, or maybe some other events happened, or whatever. There's always context to things. Um, and of course, throwing Edward in there too because he shake things up.
Oh, of course, of course, of course.
You know.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, ultimately, that's how I met Erica. Like, met Erica on those panels, and then end up meeting her in person, and then end up working with her, and she flying me around the country doing video work. So yeah, that's dope. That's a perfect example again of me saying, "Hey, the real world interactions. Let's make this online room, this virtual room, mirror or be like what we do in real life, as opposed to it just being this online thing and gripes and critiques and whatnot about the opposite sex over and over and over and over and over and over."
and tell us about Erica Williams as far as her presence. That she brought around here, even though she's a female. What made her somewhat of an asset?
Well, that's
So
the thing because her whole get down was always about just different, like, business tactics and business modalities. You know what I mean? So from real estate to trucking to, tax liens to credit repaired, all these different things she was coming across. She was just meeting different people and just soaking up different things and getting in the weeds with it, learning her own techniques about it, and then basically being able to serve that up as offerings and different products. So kind of just multi-level business tycoon action. And then from doing that, you ultimately, similar to myself, you become a hub and a resource for all these people. Like I know so many videographers and so many business owners from doing what I do. She did the exact same thing because she's networking, leveraging YouTube and meeting all these people. So then she became a hub for information. So to the point where she could go do like a little pop-up tour thing in different cities and people come see her in person. I was there at one of them in Atlanta. She like said, "I'm gonna be in Atlanta," booked a meet and greet, and there was hella people there who drove like hundreds of miles to come see her. Yeah. In the space, she was known for that. And this is even years ago. So obviously you can imagine what it is now. I mean, just hit 60K subs. And her people really rock with her tough. And she got all kind of different investment groups. She was doing the trucking thing. I soaked that trucking game up and ended up getting into trucking business myself.
okay,
Um, so yeah, she was known for that in the space, and she kind of, got a pass in the sense that, some people want to be Black Manosphere, just men, 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 but she would get love and kind of, oh shit, I guess, well, he did one-on-ones with her. So she got kind of like a cosign and sort of a pass in the space to where people rocked with her. Nobody really came for her like that. And when they did, people be like, "Nah, fall back, fall back. She's the sis." So let her
okay.
rock.
So she was the Sheila E of the revolution. Okay,
Right, right, right.
people don't know about that. They not old enough to know. So just going, because I'm still going to go to the survey because we got 37 in the building. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe to Brother AM1.
Get the likes to the max. Stop
Hit
playing.
him up because he's gonna go in. Y'all see, we're kind of cool right now. He gonna go in, y'all. Y'all just okay. Well, I'll just because I'm giving it away. Sorry about that. So looking at the survey, and it's on my community chat for those people that are here. It's on my community chat, and it is what it is. But looking at the survey, what do you value the most in this space out of all those choices?
Hold on, because I'm gonna pull it up because I have the video still right
I'm
on
not
my
gonna show
desktop.
it yet. I'm
Oh
gonna show it
well,
a little later. But just
yeah. No, I'm
basically,
just pulling it up so I can. Whoa,
because I'm gonna do the whole curtain
I'm
thing.
just so I can reference it myself.
And Sister
Wait, say that
Shotty
again.
in the building, American Negro in the building. She we here. That's Mr. Reliable. So we had 39 here. That's about right. That's usually like that. So right now he's looking to see what does he value the most in this space.
All right, so yeah, as you know, I did a whole video referencing that poll you did. So I don't have the date on it, but it was a while, a month or so ago, 2 months ago. Our New Style TV does a poll asking this is on his community tab. So this is like your subs. What do you value most in this space? And he gave 5 options. The options are men's rights, dating and mating and relationship talk, expressing frustration with women, making power moves, or panel fighting and beefing. So it's those 5 options. Now, super interesting. You guys can't see it, but I'll run down the percentages based
We're
on
gonna
art.
show them that later. I just want to get that from you because we're gonna
Oh, okay.
go over the
Okay.
other
Okay.
stuff later.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Okay. Based on this, for me, like I
Yes.
told you, my whole like life leading up to my career and how I rock and how I live my lifestyle to this very day and how I did it and how I could easily show people how I did it. Like by and large, like the main thing I value from any space and would like to get from any space, including this space, is making power moves.
Okay. Well, I knew that, but I wanted you to say
Yeah.
it.
And I'm just saying it that way just to tie it into how I've told people kind of like my quick little bio situation, right? And how you ask me about what I do and how it all ties together and
Hmm.
how I got where I am. And the idea of it's not about me being special. In fact, quite the opposite. Anybody can essentially do it or something similar relative to just using YouTube University, right?
Right.
So, in a sense, it's no excuses. And no, don't try to come from me and act like I'm trying to say I'm better than somebody or whatever, whatever. It's not that. It's literally the opposite. Like, no, bruh, anybody can do it. I'm not that special. So, no,
Excuse
making power moves, getting some kind of skills to where you can skills and resources. That's a phrase that I've been saying in this space for a
me. Yeah.
while.
Be a
And
resource. What was it? Be a resource to your community. That's what she. Like, I remember you.
I would always say skills and resources. I'll say be a resource to yourself and to the people around you. Bam. Because if
Yeah.
you do that, and if everybody does that, then how are you losing? How's anybody struggling?
'Cause that's what what's his name? Mr. Research was highlighting when when you were talking. I think we were all on his panel on his channel one time, and he kept having you to repeat that.
Right. Yeah,
So
yeah. Because he knew exactly what it is. Like, and yeah, and he come from being a street dude and networking himself up into some positions of power and influence where he could actually hire people and whatnot. So he understood that because that's a position of value. Like some people act like they don't understand what that means. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, yes, make yourself of a resource, be of value and resource to yourself and to everyone around you for the most part. But to do that, you're going to have some kind of skills that can garner some kind of resource. And then you keep repeating that. And so you have a surplus. And then that's when you go try to go do the family thing and clone yourself out and have generational wealth. Anything not that is your breeding struggle. And I talked about that coming to the space, and people came for me saying, hey, well, we want to talk black community and moving into the future, but people want to breed struggle and put the cart before the horse and hustle backwards. So we want to keep doing the same thing, but expecting different results. Make it make sense.
yeah, that's where I saw where O'Shea was trying to bring that balance.
Yeah,
So
obviously, he knew what it is. He wanted to be on the nigga shit and turnip shit, but at the same time, he was, yeah, he was very smart and very strategic with what he was doing. So that's why you gotta. He's one of the goats. I mean, obviously one of the 3 guys in this, but a goat relative to the level of intelligence and strategy. Like we're gonna do the nigga shit, but then we can also bring in guys like Andre Hatchett or Eric or whoever, or even myself, people real world value and skill who can tell you a story. At the very least, to inspire you, and at the most, maybe say, "Hey, get in a career of doing this thing." Like Andre Hatchett, real estate, Erica, and all the different stuff she's into. You know what I mean? Like he's interviewed everybody. So yeah, no, we need more of that. And I'd say we need to make that be the higher tilt, like level of content coming out of this space. But when I say that, I get pushback, but whatever.
I hear you. So looking at the survey too, because that's where because we're building up to it. And shout out to black men being brutally honest. Long live the habitual line steppers, right? Then we got keep it techie in the building. Keep it techie. Appreciate y'all coming through. Hit the like button, you guys. I'm gonna keep saying it a lot because I don't want to have to keep, I don't want people to have to keep going to the playback for the good stuff. All right. So the other part is um, What do you think? What do you think people value? I think you kind of said it, but you might want to go a little deeper into it. But what do you think people value the most in this space?
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, no, no. I can tell you what I value in any space and in this space, what I would try to, come seek in any environment, which I just highlighted that. Now, the flip side of that is what do I honestly think? And I won't even say think, what have I observed are the most high level talking points or source things of value or perceived value or things that people find the most interesting and pay the most attention to and pay the literal actual most money towards. We're gonna go with the dating and mating relationship talk for number two, art stall for door number one, and we're gonna go with panel fighting and beefing because we know Black folks love entertainment and conflict, conflict, entertainment, interchangeable, and then of course dating, mating, relationship talk because Black people love sex and attention. Bam, those two things right there basically encompass psyche and zeitgeist of most Black folks, but yet we wonder why we're stuck in mud and on a hamster wheel. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, if you want to answer, if you want to, can you name some people that fit in some of those categories that's in the survey questions?
I
Because you remember,
mean,
just
I
like ballpark, it's a handful of people.
I'm not really trying to get into no specific names, man. I'm not because I'm trying to. I really want to keep this super objective, and I'm trying to be a bit PC here. I'm in your house, you understand? Plus, I don't really like addressing people specifically because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me say it this way. It's not really even about the people. And this is something I just talked about. And I'm gonna talk about this more. Stop worrying about people and just focus on what's being talked about. Because when you do that, it makes it real hard for people to shuck and jive and tap dance around what it is, right? What is the content? What is the core message? What is the content you're delivering? And you know what I mean? Like track record, right? If we pulled your videos and put them all in a spreadsheet, what is the topics and what are and let's aggregate those topics and see what you're really all about. We don't even have to talk about who's saying it. Let's just talk about the message. And now let's correlate that to some kind of real world value and impact relative to the time spent people consuming your information. You understand what I mean? Let's take the people out of it. I was just telling people on my own stream, take me out of what I'm saying. Is there any value or at the very least inspiration? Let's do that. Let that be the modality for this space and for life in general, right? Let's take the people out of it and let's go for what's being said in the actual value. Let's make that be the high bar. People gonna come for me for saying that because that puts people in a tricky situation. Right?
Right. Well, the whole thing, or the reason why that question was being asked, like for example, you have making power moves. That would be black brain trust, right? Dating and mating. That's probably obsidian, you know. But but the whole thing too is that
Okay, well, yeah, yeah, yeah. So obviously, we could say it that way. Somebody like, yeah, obviously Obsidian. We could even say Kevin Samuels. I
Kevin,
mean,
there you go,
obviously
Kevin
he
Samuels.
talks a yeah, yeah, he talks a lot of specifically. So yeah, it's no shade or anything or nothing weird. I mean, I'd say nothing weird because there's the whole thing, right? You say somebody's name and somebody gets in their feels in some sort of way, or some other person that's on wants to say, stick up for them. And, oh, you hating on them. And it's like, well, no, look, observably, they say this objectively, clearly, these people are about that. But black folks are so traumatized and whatnot, and people find some kind of way to get triggered and flip flop something and misconstrue what you say. That's why I wanted to avoid saying specific names, but I guess, if we're gonna get into the overtly people's names who are doing these things, then yeah, dating and mating, yeah, Obsidian openly has talked about that a lot. And obviously Kevin Samuels having women night in, night out. And, shout out to him. I agree with a lot of what he has said, not because he's saying it, but because a lot of what he's saying is just objectively true. And you
Hmm.
can't really deny it unless you're just dishonest. So
And
yeah, I mean, sure,
mhm.
dating and mating, relationship talk. I mean, it just goes back to the fact that a lot of black folks, that's all a lot of black folks care about. Notice how I'm not saying all, but a lot of black folks, that's all they care about. But yet we wondering why we're not progressing and moving forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I heard BGS and sometimes myself, we're like, everybody. I mean, does everybody have to have the same message? That's why I was asking, like, is it hell? I mean, is it possible to even make a TV guide or something for for YouTube and look at categories like drama, comedy, horror films? You know,
Hmm.
because I'm just wondering, it's like, okay, well, I mean, the Black Manosphere has something here, but are you able to put it to where, okay, well, I'm feeling comedy one day, I'm feeling nigga shit the other day, I'm feeling power moves the other day. Um, are we able to create some space within the space?
Sure. There's definitely something to be said about, diversification of content, agility in thought, right? Like I'm all for that. Like, some days I just want to zone out and watch some corny fake space bullshit or whatever. Like, I like that. Whatever. Or just, admire the CGI or just, zone out. For the most part though, I'm high level, 80, 90% like the content that I consume, even that's I find educational is that I find entertaining is always education. Like I'm basically a sponge for info. You know what I mean? Like that's I've trained my mind to be like that to where it's like if it's not any kind of real return on the time investment, it's hard for me to check out and just do that. It's hard for me to just check out and watch a sports game. It's like I'm not getting no ROI on this. I can't get that time back. I need to be learning something. So that's part of my one of my critiques here. Like high percentage based on this poll. That's why I found this poll so interesting.
Yeah,
It's an inversion of what I've seen. So yeah, I mean the TV guy concept, something like that. Kibuteki did something like that for on O'Shea's website, negromanosphere.com, where it's kind of aggregating who's in the space, who's doing what. But the TV guide concept is more interesting, right? Because it's like an entertainment guide. But then even with that, I would say, okay, so cool. The idea of like the one of the recent talks right now, things going mainstream, and I'm like, that's a horrible idea. Whatever, we can talk about that. Not, I can talk about that all day. But at what point do Black folks say we want to start caring more about something that's giving us a return on our time investment as opposed to just checking out and being entertained? Niggas love being entertained to a permanent underclass. What are we doing?
hmm yeah, yeah. Because I kind of take things like I do in the classroom because I can't be like the clear-eyed dry dude. I gotta have some chuckles. I gotta have some seriousness. I gotta have a variety of different things to keep you from falling asleep on me when I'm trying to teach. So I kind of have that. I mean, I don't know how good of a job I'm doing here because I'm limited to my hand doing stuff or behind a computer screen. But I think us as a people, and I'm glad you mentioned that, is that I think that's our Leo nature because I'm quite sure Complex is back there shaking his head too. We can't sit still. We got to do something productive. I don't care if I'm taking a dump. I'm doing something with my hands. I got to do something, instead of just sitting there laughing.
Right,
So I get it.
right.
um, but let me
Yeah.
move.
So yeah,
Go ahead.
it's that creator mindset. Go ahead, bro.
And so this is right before we're going to hit the survey. Said, do you think the average person could determine who's in the Black Manosphere? Because I noticed that a lot of people say, "Well, this is the Black Manosphere doing this, whatever," and more than half the time, it's people that are against the Manosphere, but they put them in the same category. Have you
Well, no,
is it easy or hard to determine who's in the Black Manosphere?
is not easy because there is no definitive like sort of demarcation point really. Because part of it is if you're black and you aggregate towards black folks, like
Mm-hmm.
theoretically you would do just in the real world. You come in this space, you find this space. Obviously, there's some simulation, there's some similarity, correlation, relationship to these people and some of these discussions and topics, for better or for worse. So then you start getting in the mix with more and more of these channels, and this becomes like your same as dysfunctional family with you and your brothers and sisters and cousins and aunties and uncles and all this shit. But different people have differing opinions and whatnot, similar to how you said about the TV guide thing. So no, I mean, there's people who are on the sort of outskirts, outliers. There's some people that's right up in the mix. There's so many variations in strata, like relative to even like the black folks in the real world, except it's even more diversified in the sense that this is where you could come and have the sort of quote unquote Pookie Ray Rays and educated lambs in the same building or same room all at the same time every day. You know what I mean? It's almost more complex in a sense. And the lines in the strata are more blurred. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I forgot to mention, dang, should have mentioned Prophet of Thought, known as Xavier.
Oh, of
He's
course.
been there in the beginning too, hands down.
Correct. Absolutely.
Uh, Man, and the Golden 11, hands
Oh
down.
yeah, Nicole. Oh yeah.
Mike V, shit,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
So these guys, Complex. So all these guys, they've been around in the beginning. So hopefully, if all those the ones that are in the beginning listening, after break down your spiel on this survey, hopefully they'll be able to come up because I want them because they would know what they're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Because everybody has an opinion, but you want to get the people that were there that saw it with their own eyes. They were part of the whole process. Because I mean that's out of respect, in my opinion. You don't just just jump in. I mean, that kind of make me feel a certain way when people act like they were there but they weren't. So
Yeah, some people have no idea. Like, yeah, they're like new in the game. Even if you only been here for a year or 2 years, you still don't really know what it was. Like 4 years out, it was way, a whole different situation. We built something totally new and different. And, certain levels of even my critiques on it, are rooted in the fact that I've been here for a while and I've seen the progression or maybe lack thereof.
hmm so anyhow, we got the survey up here now, right? So
Sí, sí,
what
muy
so what
interesante.
comes to mind when you see this survey?
As the kids
Me
say
being
these
like
days,
Obsidian said, I'm a small YouTuber, so I'll take that with honor. So with my little 150 participants,
right. That all has to be considered. Plus, it's you, and then there is this whole thing where there's like people, associations, factions. Some might say. So if you attract a certain kind of people that are of a certain nature, may I would say use a phrase like higher minded, more highbrow kind of interest in more chill, more whatever. Right. So this is going to be through that lens.
hmm
So obviously I take all that into account when when I came across this, and as I come across it now, 150 votes, and you just left it going, so it's not like you closed it out. It just rocks on forever, right?
right.
Until you, I don't know. I've seen people do polls, but then I've seen Obsidian do it where he literally takes it in. Oh, maybe he's doing that in some other like program where he's taking the data and putting it into like a pie chart or something like that, which I love. Like,
I think he said he did. I mean, Nick Taylor did one. He used this
oh, that's
and
right, Nick did do this.
Obsidian. So I don't know what theirs look like.
Oh, really? Obsidian did this exact same one?
Yeah, that's why I know. That's how I knew he called me a small YouTuber. I was like, all right,
Oh no, because I was saying that in some chats or some streams. I was saying I would love to see like Edward do this or some other like. And I mean, I'm small too, man. I only have like 2,700 subs. Like I'm super small. So I mean, I know where I'm at here. So if I did this, it would yield way different results than Obsidian or Edward Anderson. Like I think Edward Anderson should do it because he's like a hub. He's in the middle of sort of like all the factions. Or if Angry Man did it, or Cringe did it, or Game Changer. I would love to see if everybody did this. I wish I had enough pull here to where I could like say, hey, everybody do this. I did say it, so that's interesting to see that Obsidian did it. I'd love to see what his numbers look like.
well, let me
Because
look
yeah,
see. Let me see if he still has it up.
Win at work by
Damn,
effectively.
Stop it.
because this is
Okay.
obviously through the lens of people that more or less sub to you, and the people who sub to you generally theoretically think or in a parallel correlative way to you, right?
Right.
So looking at this, I see, and from what I know of you, I think this is accurate relative to you and the people that would aggregate around you. I do not think that obviously I would say like myself, you are more of like one of the outliers within this space.
Yeah.
Not to speak for you, but I think so. I don't know what you would say about that, but
Yeah, I'm on
and I
cold.
say
I'm on cold. Just try to get the brothers together and make something happen instead of wasting time. This is Obsidians right here.
you say that's on code, but that code is not the code. But
Oh, I'm talking about me. I don't know about. I can't speak for everybody else, but me. So what do you think about his results? And he had about 1,100 votes.
wait, so he changed it around a little bit. Expression for sure was right. Oh, so wow. So his poll, yeah, his is more accurate, I think. Actually, no, because men's rights. I mean, that's an interesting sort of statement in and of itself. Because men's rights, what does that mean? Are we talking literally relative
Like
to
child
going in?
support, being getting a fair shake on the job, harassment stuff.
So we're talking systemic things that are almost like institutional level kind of things.
Most likely.
Yeah, you said so. You say most likely. You see how a lot of things can kind of be speculative and lumped in together, which is interesting. But then I would even say those things have root elements as well. And our brother's really interested in the root elements that would even be sort of entangled with men's rights, whatever that's even defined as. 36%, interesting. Expressing frustration with women, I would say relative to what I see and what I would even get from Obsidian's people. I could see this and the 23% expressing frustration with women and the 16%. This appears to be more accurate as far as what I would say from the overall space than yours for sure. But I still don't think this is honest. I think this is dudes trying to say what they think will sound cool because what I've seen without a doubt over these years, the vast majority of energy has gone into dating and relationship talk and expressing frustration with women and panel beefs. I think people just ain't being honest.
Hmm. Okay. What did Rael say? He said that 23 should be.
What do you say?
He said the 23% should be 93%.
Right. Exactly. So he sees what I'm saying. Rael's been around here for a while. He knows exactly what I'm saying. Rael, right. Am I right? Like, bruh,
Yeah.
stop it. Stop
Yeah.
it. See, so that's the thing. That goes to show you, based on these polls, the dudes here know better, but still won't even be honest. We want to act like it's men's rights. Expressing frustration with women. Yeah, that's more like it, but stop it. No. No. They really, because what's talked about the most, what's super chatted about the most is the frustration with women, the panel, the beefing. That's what people are pulling up on. Who's beefing with who this week? The conflict. Stop it. Because if it's really about men's rights, then we're going to talk more about skills and resources that are needed to amass the resources needed to actually combat that. Otherwise, we're just talking about it.
Hmm. And Dollar Will said 2 and 3 are the same. You sure about that, Dollar Will? Um, yeah, because one is conflict, and the other one is getting together. So, um,
Well, that's the thing. Like to lump say men's rights like that's a whole thing that needs to be sort of parsed out in and of itself. Because men's rights could be something like relative to entangling your shit with the government or whatever, or it could be marriage or whatever. It could be how men are treated on a job, whatever. There's a few things that can go into men's rights. Expressing frustration with women, yeah, Rael is right in my observation. That shit should at least be at 80% of what I've seen brothers put over these years. Way more time and interest and even money into literally just talking about their frustrations with women.
was it like this in the beginning, though, when you first got here?
Well, that's the thing. When I first got here, I didn't, I was just kind of feeling my way around and just kind of seeing what's what. So I don't know. I can't say that. It took a minute for me to, um, kind of see what was who was where, different factions, and we started realizing, oh, okay, so this person ain't cool. These people ain't cool no more. Kind of getting the backstory of some of the stuff that was going on before I even got here. You see what I mean? So I didn't know until a while, and then it's kind of settle in and realize, okay, so yeah, most of this shit is just talking about women all day.
Okay. So, um, now in the beginning, they were because what I thought in the beginning there was a lot of complaints about what women do and all this kind of stuff.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I said from the beginning, I could have sworn it was a lot of complaints about, like, what you call it. Obsidian was talking about how they were countering the narratives against black men and the whole Oprah thing, and I don't need a man, and all these different things. I thought that's what brought people together here.
Yeah, no, I mean that discussion, that talking point has always been there. Sure.
Do you think
But
that was the main? That's the main thing that everybody just said, "Hey, I don't like you, but we all have the same problems with these women, so let's just talk about that like a barbershop." Do you think that's how it occurred in the beginning?
it's hard for me to say because I wasn't here at the beginning.
Well, not
But
beginning, but from when you first got here.
yeah, no, definitely that. Um, yeah, all kind of different issues. But
At
yeah,
what
I
point when
mean,
they start talking about like what you're talking about, like making power moves and networking and you know making things on a productive standpoint? When did that? At what point did that start taking off?
well, that's the thing. For me, and like I told you, my real entrance into sort of like Black YouTube, Black Manosphere was through O'Shea bringing me up to talk about Cynthia G because he knew that I did some like video stuff around that and covered that story. So out of the gate, I'm networking with O'Shea and he's bringing me up because he knows that I do something in the Bay Area that's like a real thing that, my own self made career job situation. So my mindset automatically is, coming, oh, I'm thinking, oh, this is be dope. Networking with people that's, talking about certain black issues, but maybe there's people in here that are doing things that I can tap in with and, expand business things the same way I do in the Bay Area, all around the Bay, all around the country, do more of that. So for me, that was always my interest, but only to come to find out that, yeah, no, all of these other things far outweigh that. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question right, but
Yeah,
uh because I don't
BGS
that's so
said.
my point is I don't think
Mhm.
it's taken off. The whole thing about like some kind of skills resource thing to me in my observation has not taken off nowhere near as the circular years long discussions about dating relationship talk and expressing frustration with women. In my observation, those things by far overtake everything else.
Now BGS said that it started. It was started at the Coliseum. So
Yeah, see the Coliseum was when it started. Well, that was the thing. Like I didn't find out about BGS until I don't know even the timeline on it. But again, like I said, my entrance into this whole thing was through O'Shea and kind of O'Shea. He brought me in on a few like one on ones, and then would have me come up on like to lead off on the Sunday Rumbles a couple of times, or would tap me in on the Sunday Rumbles, and we'd be in there talking shit. I'm here for the nigga shit too, for the fun and entertainment and all that. But just like I am in the real life, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, I'm a freelancer ultimately, right? So it's like, it's sink or swim. If I'm not about business, about net all the time, I'm gonna fuck around and be homeless. So
yes,
I'm
sir.
apply, you know what I'm saying? I'm apply that logic in the real world and in this virtual room too. So for me, if I'm like pushy about the idea of, hey, well, what's up? Like, what are we doing? And I say that because I've literally had young brothers talk to me and be like, well, yeah, I'm not really working right now. But AM1, what I really wanted to ask you about is there's this girl that I met and I'm trying to see how I can like get some box. I've literally had dudes hit me with that type of shit. And I'm like, wait, you goofy ass motherfucker. You live at home with your mom and you hit me up, some dude who does video shit for a living, and you want to talk about how to have sex with some chick. If you don't get your goofy ass off my phone.
Giagami says the discussions if the different panels would tell you more about the concerns of the people in the space. But the other thing too, just to get back to what BGS said, he said that the stuff that we're talking about is not supported. Um, Now remember, O'Shea was saying that he was very upset. I don't know if he was really upset, but he was talking about how when he does the nigga shit, he's like he's up into thousands of views. But when he's talking about the Hall of Game and all that kind of stuff, the most he can get is like probably 300 or even less than that. So
Right.
I'm like, when you're dealing with the space in general, it's like, do you like what's the word I'm looking for? Do you make the horse drink the water once you get him to the water?
I mean, look, man, the whole thing is a microcosm of the macro. I talk about this all the time. Like, if you think about so-called black community, black American community, if you want to talk about some kind of wealth gap, you want to talk about some kind of progression to slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, all this different shit, dope drug era or whatever, drug wars, the fucking weaponization of hip hop, all these things throughout generations, right? that have set us way back, and we still keep hustling backwards. Whatever, we get this online space, this little pocket of YouTube, and we do the exact same shit. So yeah, I see O'Shea's frustration with that, and it's still to this day. But because I am a freelancer and I am like I don't have kids, and I see the what comes with being able to have more sovereignty, more autonomy of your life, more options, more choices when you work for yourself. And we're in the greatest time in history to be able to get information for free and learn how to do something and then go market yourself and make money because the playing field is level. There's basically no excuses. So to hear that people are still out here struggling, or young men out here struggling, dusty, raggedy, while mainstream media influences want to help and nurture black women to do, propaganda pieces and hit campaigns against something like a manosphere, or just the image of, black men. If we're supposed to be countering anti-black male propaganda, yet we have dusty dudes sitting on my couch playing video games all day, sitting on YouTube all day, talking about the chicks that they ain't even hollering at, and they don't care about the Hall of Game. I'm like, you niggas are dumb, and you're setting us all back, and you're basically proving these people right. So shut up or figure it out. But what I know is this: I want to be a resource for young, old men, women, whatever, because I care about black folks, right? I'm
Mhm.
not trying to specifically go do shit with white folks that be, tacky, like Neely Fuller would say. But I'm gonna get money with whoever, whatever. But I would love to get it in with my people and be a resource for my people first and foremost, right?
Mhm.
Silly me, but I come in the door saying that type of shit with this, freelance networker mentality, and people want to shun that and be like, "Nah, we just here for the entertainment. We just here for the nigga shit. We just want to talk about bitches." I'm like, "All right, we'll stay fucking dusty and raggedy, dummy."
Now, for that some of that logic though, you have a lot of people and they know who they are out there in the chat or whatever, or probably listen to playback. They're really running away from this whole thing about I want to work with my people. They're like, why should I work for my people? Or blah blah blah. They not even my people. There's a lot of that pushback about that solidarity thing or whatever. Is are they making a mistake by saying that, or you know, how do you remedy that?
Wait,
Because
what? People are saying I don't want to work with my people.
I can't say any names on that
No,
one.
no, no. I'm not even asking for names. I'm just trying to clarify what you said because
Yeah, there's a lot of people that's like, for example, you said you want to work with your people and be a resource for your people, what have you. But there are some people that will push back on that and say that, why does it have to be, in our circle? I don't have to work with them just because they look like me and all this kind of stuff. Um,
Well, I wouldn't say limit yourself to that. I mean, there's something to be said for, yeah. I mean, it's a fucking, you're hitting your head against the wall if you only say, look, I'm only doing business with black folks. Well, shit, you might go broke
I heard
doing
that they
that.
don't want to do it at all.
Now, I don't get that. I mean, I guess I kind of get it because, yeah, I mean, think about it. I would have a logical justification for that. Like if I come into this room again, like I do in a real life, I walk into a room and I'm like, all right, what's up, you guys? I do consulting work, I do videography work. I can, design whatever, build out your whole campaign. Here's my rates. What's up? You want to get on the call? What are we doing? I can do that in the real world. I do that all the time in the real world. I mean, at this point, I rarely have to do it that way because it's usually word of mouth. Somebody's hitting me. Hey, somebody gave me your info. I saw the piece you did. What are you doing? I don't even have to sell this shit anymore. But same concept, right? Stands. I walk in a room and it's people of my same lineage, people who I want to see uplift, people who have had similar like challenges, right? I want to help level the playing field because there's kinship there, right? At least to whatever degree. Let me start with that. People of a similarity in culture, even if it's just skin color, whatever, right? So let's do that. Now, if those people in that room is like, man, fuck that. I don't care what kind of skills you got, what you offering. We just trying, we on this shit. I'm like, all right, then fuck y'all. I'm gonna go get it in with some people that see the value in this. Like, wait, what's your reason? What's your logical reason you don't want to? So the same thing applies here. Ultimately, some of the people they're either gonna want to step up, like expand. I don't say step up because I'm not better than anybody. We're gonna either expand the talking points and discussions and make it of real world benefit, or we're going to keep doing the same thing we're doing and keep having the same challenges we've been having. It's that simple. I could take it or leave it because I don't need YouTube. I understand there's a lot of lost people. We're in the generations of babies who had babies who had babies, and arrested development that bred more and more arrested development for generations. So I get what we're up against. It's probably insurmountable, but I still feel like we can try it. And shit, there's money that can be made by supplying value, right? So sure, that's a business option in and of itself.
So basically, your remedy is not to paint things with a broad stroke, but just be more selective.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Everybody understands that they need baseline resources and skills, right? So put it out there, try to, make it available. And some people will latch onto it, some people won't. And cool. You know what I mean? Like it's just like the real world. Like I have no like illusions about, swaying the whole, I don't know, direction of some kind of, online black YouTube space, whatever, whatever. Just like I have no illusions about swaying all of black so-called society, whatever. Like that's an insurmountable sort of thing. But we can try.
Hmm. Let me read Dollar Wills. He said, "Asking what to do you value." Was it ask what you do? Excuse me, my bad. Ask what do you value is asking people what they think is most important. They answer questions clearly. Maybe you meant to ask what do you watch most.
Yeah, no, I see exactly what he's saying. So yeah, there might be more nuance and clarity of how the question needs to even be asked to get the honest specifics. You're right. I see exactly what he's saying, but I would think that people are smart enough to get what's being
Yeah,
asked
that's semantics.
and just are kind of low key fronting. That's the way I see it. But yeah, I guess if you ask specifically, what do you watch the most? We talking about what you value the most. What do you watch the most out of this? And let's see what people say. And say, be honest, motherfucker.
Oh man. Yeah, Mr. Doom and Gloom himself. He says business can't be understood by dudes with a Salvation Army mentality.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
It should be RAWL, man. Uh, he said, I watched the Black Manosphere content for at least 2 years without caring to commit below a video or join a panel until the Coliseum. So back to the Coliseum, right?
Yeah, so I guess the Coliseum was before my time even coming in here because I saw a comment that said the Coliseum was before the Rumble. So that was before my time, apparently.
There's so much to read. Sorry, y'all. This is AM's moment, AM1's moment. Um, so the thing that we're trying to, well, not we, but kind of trying to figure out myself, um, looking at all the other stuff or what have you. Is it possible for enough people to start turning, how can I say, waking up and saying, okay, we need to start making some power moves. I'm gonna leave my ego at the door. Matter of fact, we'll galvanize on this around this channel, and then later on, we're just gonna build something big. Is that wishful thinking? Is that like some Disney type stuff as far as the space?
Is it fantasy?
Live
Fantasia.
limericks.
Um, I would say, man. I mean, I'll put it to you this way: it shouldn't be any one content creator, one personality, one whatever. It needs to be a decentralized effort where more brothers all at the same time are like saying, look, sure, we can talk about women, we can talk about the bitches, we can talk about how they ain't loyal and all the other complaints you got. And yes, all of that is true to whatever degree, by and large. If anything, see all that as much more motivation and impetus to say, let me get my shit right, regardless of what these women are talking about. Because that's what you got to do either way. So do that first. And what most brothers will realize, look, if you working on your money game, you working on your physical health game, your mental health game, all that ties together. If your money ain't right, it's hard to have your mind right. If your mind is right and you broke, you know what I mean? Like if you broke and you got your mind right, then your mind ain't right because you realize you broke and you realize you got to fix that. Then how are you a man? If you don't have your ability to sustain yourself and move yourself forward, you should quickly see that as a problem that you want to remedy, right? If your mind is working right, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with that thought process, it should be all right. I'm worrying about these chicks. Okay, I know I'm trying to get this nut off, but damn, okay. And these chicks are hard headed. I'm on these dating apps where I'm meeting chicks and they want me to jump through hoops and bend over backwards and they expect expectations high. Uh, we live in some place that ain't even California, the Bay Area, but they expect me to be making 200,000 a year and all these chicks got 3, 4 kids and they weigh more than me and yada yada yada, all this bullshit, right?
Yeah, so give me an age range. Like is are you saying is all like all age ranges in this space is like prioritizing the punani versus like business moves, or
Yes, I mean,
where's
in
it?
my estimate, yes, no, like that part is God. You bring up such an interesting point because we have brothers my age and older that spend a lot of time talking about women and female nature and all this shit. And there's something to be said for OGs kicking down game. But I would say OGs are failing younger brothers if the mass majority of the game is like, hey, here's how you avoid a lot of that bullshit by making sure your paper game is up and your skill sovereignty game is up. Because one way or another, you got to do that. So yeah, that's arrested development. If we got brothers in here that are my age and older that are telling brothers in their 20s, like if you got brothers 40, 50, whatever, talking high percentage about dealing with women versus, hey, young men, focus more on your resource, resource asset game, run that up as early as possible. That'll help mitigate a lot of these issues that you would have into your 30s, into your 40s. Like it's supposed to be a time capsule where we're like sending the game back through time. So we're lacing these brothers up ahead of time. Right.
Mhm.
Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That's what I would do if I had some kind of clout here.
Yeah, according to okay, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm a married man, and a lot of the mating and dating stuff, I don't really go to those channels that much. I probably throw a little like in there, throw some support, and keep it pushing. But say, for example, if these, some of these guys are getting what they're looking for. What if they got the woman or whatever, or that the right woman, so to speak, the one that kept saying, "Hey, she's finally the one. She gets it. I'm good." If you have a large amount of people saying that, do you think that that will make a difference as far as their priorities with the business moves?
Wait, I want to make sure. So you're saying if by way of the space or
Yeah,
just in
if they
general?
got the dangling carrot, will they still keep running, or will they sit there and eat the carrot and don't do anything else?
Wait, my bad, brother. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question right.
Okay, so mainly, like you just said, there was a guy that called you, and you thought that he was going to try to get some kind of game with your profession and what you do with the camera, but he was more interested in the women.
Right.
Question is, for the most part, from what I'm gathering, a lot of these guys that do this, it's like the hamster and the hamster wheel. They constantly chase, but they don't get it. So
Right.
they go to panel to panel to panel to panel, right?
Right.
What if they did get it? If they got what they were complaining what they're not getting, question to you is, do you think that will make a difference on how they will move forward?
No.
Break that down for me.
No. Because here's the bottom line. If you hustle backwards and then you have success hustling backwards, what's going to teach you to stop hustling backwards? You feel me? Or let me expand on that. Here's what I'm saying. Keep doing some shit the wrong way. Learn boxing and your form is off, or you lifting weights and your form is off, and you wonder why your shit ain't developing right because you're not correcting your form. Another analogy, but let me break it down.
Mm-hmm.
These dudes want to put men, young boys growing into being men, focusing high percentage of their time and efforts on chasing women so they can bust a nut. And yes, orgasms are fucking awesome. But guess what's way more awesome? Having skills that allow you to obtain resources and have sovereignty in life. That's way more beneficial than orgasms because now you have a situation where you can go rent your own place or buy your own place or travel around and do whatever and have even that much more opportunities with orgasms in women or whatever if that's your game. Or if the right women ain't around you, you just got more options in life, period. So no, if a dude figures out how to go pick up a little game off of some black YouTube space or whatever, and he's 90% of his time, 18, 19, whatever, just, oh, I'm out here on these bitches and da 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 da, and just goofy. And it's like, well, what else are you doing? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Oh, no, I haven't really thought about it, but I'm trying to get some pussy. Like, really? So you get success with that, and that's all you do? Really? Pussy hound shit? That's all you got. What else you got?
So
So
you
when
saying
something
that he's saying he'll never be satisfied?
no, you may figure it out when you 25 or oops, have a baby. Oh, because you went ahead and smashed a siren of a chick raw and the shit was good. And don't worry, I got for condom. Don't worry about it. I got a IUD or whatever. You know what I mean? Fuck around. Oops, baby. Oh, okay, now you hemmed up. Or maybe if you're lucky, you dodge all that and then you make it into your 30s and you're like, damn, what was I doing this whole time? So now I got to kind of like lay up on a chick couch because I ain't got my shit together, whatever. I've seen all of these stories play out in real life. You feel me? You see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, I taught 3 generations, so I'm just
Bruh, I got like homies of mine that I've known for years that are my age that are still like in those predicaments based on doing that type of fuckery into their 40s. Bruh, stop it.
Man.
So no, yeah, no, yeah, no, no, yeah. So it needs to be young men, young men. Let's do this weird thing where you focus more on having some kind of skills that are going to allow you to have the resources you need as early as possible so you can really be a threat to this status quo, stupid ass mainstream fuckery society that's looking to try to undercut you and cut your legs out from under you and have you pinned down at the bottom of a totem pole, being dusty, raggedy, and ultimately being a corpse that's picked at from all of these different vultures. That's it.
Y'all
But we don't want to do that.
Y'all heard this from AM1, not me. Y'all heard
Am
this
I wrong? No, am I lying? Like,
so
bro, like,
when
or I
I
mean, fuck
say
it
it,
then. I just shouldn't care then.
when I
Sorry
say
for
it,
caring.
I'm frowned upon, But hey, y'all heard it from AM1.
Oh, that's the thing. I'm with the shit on it. Like anybody who frowns on that, you're not even a peer to me. Then you're not even a man. Like, what are you talking about? If you got something to say against that, you either haven't experienced it, then you're just game goofy, and we can't have a discussion, or you know what I'm talking about. You know it's true, and you're trying to backpedal off of it or sidestep it. Then of course you're not a peer, and we're not having a real discussion because we're talking objective, real shit that goes on in this world.
Okay. So you ready for me to send the invite to some of the people that have been around the same time as you to add some context or add some or what do you call it, some opinions and things to add on to what you're saying and even talk about the survey? What say you, guest of honor?
I'm down, man. I'm with it.
Okay. So I'm gonna see what I can get here. Because
Rael said by 2050, black net worth will be 0. I mean, yeah, I've seen that before. That was years ago when that even came out. So what I'm saying is relative to those kind of things. Like in let's say that's even if it's going to be by 2153, I still say let's get on the ball with that. We've been talking about a wealth gap in the white man, this, that, and the third for 100 years. So let's get on it now. But now we got to just talk about women. Oh, my bad. Silly me. Okay. Oops. You tripping. We good. Okay. Cool.
So I put my first wave here. I forgot about BMT, man. Shit, BMT.
Oh yeah, BMT.
Yeah, but so I put the invite in here. For those people that are here, please hit the like button. Appreciate the nice little 56. But hit the like button. People come up and because this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna get the people that's been here in the beginning, and then later on we're gonna get the next wave of people. So we keep it structured. I try to do that, right? But sometimes people had a bad day at work and take that shit out on my panel.
I mean, look, I'm gonna be with the shit, but look, we gonna see. We gonna see. We gonna see. Like I want to have intelligent discussions that's rooted in like objective shit and just not. It's kind of like you know what I mean, funny style sticking up for shit just for the sake of being contrarian, or some people feel some kind of way about me. Like whatever, get your feels out of it. Let's all be on some objective shit and let's come to some solution, not just prove me wrong or prove you wrong or who's better than. Like I'm not here for that. So we can get into some fuckery if it got to be that. But let's try to be in Art's house and be respectful and not kick the mud and shit up on his couch. You understand?
Yes, sir. We got Jack Spade in the building. I haven't seen him in a minute. Jeez. Now, dealing with this whole pandemic and how people are kind of like, out of work or probably have limitations because the whole mandate and all that kind of stuff. Is there a way that you think that people can use this whole manosphere space to overcome that without depending on the places that have mandates in place?
Well, that's the interesting thing because obviously, I'm still in California. I'm here always between California and Mexico.
Hmm.
And I was specifically, I was about to move, but my work stuff just kind of kept me pinned here. But yeah, I mean, Oakland was just getting into some of this mandate foolishness. They dialing it back now because the whole obvious cornball narrative is unraveling. That was always unraveled. People just didn't, realize it. Now the mainstream is telling them what they can do when they want to back off. But it did, I'm a inventor, right? Necessity breeds invention. So I'm like, okay, what's something I could offer of value that can help people sort of circumvent this foolishness? Because by and large, this whole thing, if not, has not slowed me down, it's actually sped up business for me, right?
Hmm.
So it dawned on me like, hey, well, wait a minute. Can I extract some people? Some of this, the small percentage of people that actually want to get value out of here and, looking at content creators that are bringing some real world value as opposed to just circular discussion, trauma bonding shit. So I was like, well, I do video shit. Let me do something like get people into some kind of like private video editing sessions or motion graphic sessions. So that's something that I first thought about at the end of December. And I was like, kind of pitched it out there and put it out there. And then I did like this Telegram group thing and had people come join in with that. And I know, some people don't want to add an extra app or whatever, but some people did it. So some people came and joined the group. I got hemmed up with a whole bunch of client work over the past month or so. But then just on Saturday, I did sort of this motion graphic tutorial thing and it got a lot of dope response. And I was like, oh, okay, this is dope. So I will do more of this. So I had that to say, I soaked up a lot of game from YouTube, watching hours, days, literally months worth of tutorials on video editing, camera gear, all that. So all the gear I have, I know how to use like them. They're all everything of it that I need to know. Like, very few people know every single feature, but I know everything about this to get the output that I need in a very intentional way. All the settings, manual settings, I know these cameras pretty much inside out and have been doing this for years. So even with the editing part, right? There's a lot of parts to it. You can literally have a career just as a video editor. There's people who just make money just being colorists for video, color grading. So this is something you could do from home, from anywhere in the world, working for yourself and duck and dodge people's fake ass mandates and trying to force you to do this, that, and the third. Say no to drugs, kids. But now it's take our drugs and you got to take them or you can't work. But that's where we're at now. So yeah, I'm all about people having more freedom, more autonomy, and the idea of, man, this career that I have for myself and that anybody can do. If you got a decent computer, video editing, do that. So yeah, I'm definitely about to push the issue with more like tutorial type stuff. Starting within this space, I'm gonna run up a whole other channel where I really show all my camera gear, more content, behind the scenes stuff for my shoots and whatnot on a whole other channel that won't even be like sort of, directly tied to sort of like Black YouTube, whole other algorithm. Then I'm gonna do like a health and wellness channel type situation, really run that up as well, because that's something that we need here. But that's the hardest, easiest thing. Do people got enough discipline to rock that out? So, a roadmap to really running up this digital online space type stuff and applying the same kind of concepts that I do with my client work in the real world. I'm about to really run that up here because I like the idea of early retirement and just being able to do creative stuff and send it out to people and still add value and bring value and,
Can you give people an
intellectual
ideal?
property element.
Can you give
What was
people
that?
an ideal? Can you give people an ideal as far as the potential highest, well, not highest, but on average, what kind of salary a person can make with the camera?
Oh
Going with,
man, God, that's a hard thing to even say because I mean, there's even different levels of camera bin. I mean, at this point now, I don't even like. First of all, I have clients that are kind of grandfathered in that I've rocked with for years that kind of throw me work in different ways. But for the most part, I'm not even really pulling up to shoot somebody's shit for less than a G off top.
y'all hear that?
I
That's
mean,
for how many hours though? Is that like the whole day?
well, 8 hour day, whatever. Like for the most part, is gonna be yeah. I mean, if I'm there for 8 hours, it's at least 1,000 off top.
Okay.
And that's
Now,
just to go. That's just to shoot. That's just to be there shooting.
Now you had some footage when you went out of the country. Did they pay for that, or did you had to go out of your pocket?
It depends on what time, but I mean, most times I've ever been out of country have been on gigs.
Right. That's why I'm asking. Like, when you doing your gigs, did they make you come out of pocket, or did they take care of all like room and board,
Nah, hell
flight?
no, 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 no. No, when I'm getting flown out to go do some video work, they're paying for everything. They're paying for the expenses, maybe some extra food or whatever, but in most
I
cases,
hear
they're
that.
paying for everything.
I'm just trying to make sure they hear this.
Yeah, no, man, I've been Tahiti, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Mexico, all kind of different states and cities and whatnot. All paid gigs, whatever, whatever. Yeah, no doubt. Like getting paid to go to fun, exotic places and be, yeah, bro. Like I highly recommend this type of visual media career, even if you don't want to rock with cameras. The editing part. I mean, even for like, the moms, single moms, whoever. If you got a computer, I mean, because I'm definitely opposed to the idea of going and working at these punk ass jobs that will flip the script on you and try to force you to do some weird shit. Like if this last 2 years didn't put fire under people's asses, nothing will. Right? That should have woke your game all the way up. Maybe some, people are in states where it didn't impact them like that. Here in California and some other states, they're literally trying to force you out of working if you don't put some crazy experimental shit in your body. That needs to wake your ass up and say, "Oh, I need to stop working for these fucking psychos."
So at what so how do you able to maintain your client base? Is it word of mouth, or are you just doing advertisement? Is it a mixture?
You're right. I don't even advertise, man. I've been needing to make a new site for 3 years. I need to make a new site. I've been needing to make a new demo reel since 2019, bruh. It's
Yeah, my
ridiculous.
site ain't even working right now. I'm
It's
tired of these
ridiculous.
damn.
If anything, I am low key turning down work. I mean, it's like out of control now. Like, hold on, I need to reclaim some of my time. Like, I have fun doing this stuff. Plus, like, man, this is the gift that keeps on giving because every project I do, it's money and it's practice, or it's me learning something new that I've never done before. So I'm just adding more sauce to my skills, or with the right budget, let me experiment with this idea. Oh, I got this idea. Huh, I never tried this. Let me try this. Oh shit, now I could use that. Oh, I could use that for this other project. Or somebody hits me something with some other idea. Oh, okay, I could apply this thing that I did with that. Let's take a little bit out of that project. Just, where I did that. Maybe some of it's already pre-built. Repurpose some of that just the way I did this color treatment or this effect. It's already built out. I could just swap out the logo. Or, it just, man, it just keeps on giving. It's ridiculous. Like everything builds. Like, oh, I, rock with this client. Okay, well now just by sheer virtue of what I'm doing, show people somebody's video. Now, hey, somebody's trying to get your number. They like what you did with the video you did for me. Can I give them your email? Sure. Now that client want to come talk. Now, okay, well let's talk about this. All right, now that's a new client, and then 3 months later they hit me back. Okay, well we got something else. Like, oh shit. So every one engagement can lead to through 2 or 3 engagements, and those could be recurring engagements. Then those engagements can you see what I mean? It's exponential.
hmm Yeah, that's. I think people have to. Now, what about training and stuff like that? You think they require training to do this stuff, or can you just have a gift and just pick up a camera and learn stuff on the side?
Well, I mean, everybody's been watching TV and movies, so everybody actually knows how to do this stuff to a certain degree. They just don't know it. They just haven't contextualized it that way. There's something to say for, artistry to it. And like, there's certain standard concepts like, framing and doing certain things like that. But then knowing the camera gear, part of it is hardest, easiest thing. Just the time it takes to sit there and learn a camera and deal with it and go out and do certain things, and then just having the guts and the balls to really step to people and be like, all right, I'm offering a service and can I really turn it around? And there's art and there's technicality to it, but for the most part, the biggest challenge is video editing, motion graphics is tedious. It's not even that hard more than it's tedious. It's time consuming. And it ain't fun if your idea of fun is I'm gonna go watch a basketball game. I gotta be at happy hours, or I gotta be chasing women or talking about bitches on YouTube all day. It ain't gonna be that easy.
Hmm. So the other question, going back to the whole Black Manosphere topic, Do you think that the Black Manosphere is protected enough as far as the brand and integrity?
No, anything can fly here. There's no brand integrity. There's no security checks. Anybody can, anything can fly. Anybody can rock out or do anything just with the right presentation or the right positioning. Anybody can do anything if they holler about it the right way or say the right things. Basically, treating men like the bitches they complain about. Tell them what they want to hear and do it in a certain way with a certain amount of consistency, repetition. I mean, that's a known, mind control tactic. Representation, pedestalization. Black folks love to live vicariously through other people. It gives them an excuse. Anybody, I mean, this is just human nature. Period. It gives them an excuse to not have to do anything. They get to live through someone else, exalt and pedestalize these other people, and they get to be lesser while that other person is greater. So that all applies here. So if you come out of the gate with a certain setup or a certain look or a certain profession, you get to come in and people just fall in line based on that. No, man, there's no security check. There's no real way to know what's good with somebody. That's why, yeah, you get somebody like me saying, "All right, well, let's show the real world value and impact." Then it's like, "Whoa, nah, bro, fall back."
Man,
Because then, like I did a stream earlier, said lines are being drawn. The line being drawn, being like sooner or later, some of the brothers that's in their 20s, like think about it. If I've been around this space for let's just say 4 years, 5 years, whatever, there's somebody who's 20 and who's now 25. Somebody who's 25 who's now 30. Somebody who's 30 is now 35. They're going to start hitting certain levels of manhood where they really start taking inventory on what they've been doing for the last 5 years, last 10 years. How much time was spent relative to the value they got out of it. And they're going to start thinking, wait a minute, who have I been listening to? And the more that happens, those lines are going to be drawn, right? And then they're going to start looking at what they're consuming and start to think, am I evolving? Are the messages evolving? Are the content creators I'm rocking with, are they evolving? Or is this more or less stifling me? You see what I mean?
mm-hmm.
It's going to become very clear.
So the you hear some people complain about letting the women come up in the space. Do you think that makes a difference if the women are up here, or how would that affect the space?
Well, either way, it doesn't matter because like there's co-ed Black YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Proper, where it's all the channels, everybody kind of knows everybody. So then there's supposedly, notice how I say supposedly, allegedly Black Manosphere, where it's more like Black male empowerment focused and kind of like fuck the bitches, whatever. But as we know, most of the talk is about women. So if that's the case, it would be better to have it be more co-ed. So there's actually more value there. And Kevin Samuels showed that. Like, here's the thing. You could talk to women. Like I did this with Sister George the other day. I was talking on there, and there's some chick, this Atari chick who's been showing up on everybody's thing. And she was saying some interesting things. By interesting, I mean absolute fuckery. So I was just asking her questions, just basically just let her just tell it. And she was just telling it. And I'm like, yeah, so yeah, talk to the women. Make it be clear for the women, for the dudes out here that are super blue pill, trying to super get married and be chasing women and all this and all the heartbreak and all the trauma bonding. Let them see that there's women out there that's like, yeah, I'm just trying to get a nigga for his da 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 da. And yeah, I just want the free food. I just want to be a parasite. Let them hear that. Let them hear that. Let the brothers that's telling other brothers to get married. Let everybody hear that. Put it all out in the same room and let everybody hear all the bullshit and be like, this is what you're focusing on. And when you get enough of that and you understand what you're dealing with, then you go holler at the brothers that are offering you real world shit that's going to get you popping in the real world as a man, whether you have one of these knucklehead women or not, because you're going to have to do that either way. It's just a matter of time. Get it while it's hot, while they actually care to do it, or don't and be stupid.
Oh man, because I can tell there's a different type of caliber of different women that bring different things out of different people, if that makes sense.
Sure.
You got some that are like, like your Kendra D's and your Shonda H's and Asada Muhammad's. But then you got your other ones that are kind of like that I can't name. Because they probably think they're doing the right thing,
Here's a name that I could say. I've been checking her out lately. I'm always watching, but Chantel Simone, and she's
I
jokingly
haven't saw
herself.
her yet.
You got to check her out. She specifically uses the phrase like they, they call us pick-me's. She says that about how people say that about her and her, cohort of women. And I'm like, yeah, if we're going to talk some kind of black community thing moving into the future and some coupling scenario, whatever, still the men got to be about some kind of resource program first, period, or shut up about the women. And after you do that, there needs to be women who are going to be feminine and really ready to get with a dude's program, who's worthy, who has a program and has his shit together. Yes. So the Chantel Simones of the world and the ilk of this pick me thing, and I say that jokingly, playing along into what they're saying, that's a good look. I rock with that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'll check that out. And we got Complex Design in the building.
Complex.
Looking like a genius.
Yeah, what's going on, you guys?
What's good?
What's going on, Art?
I don't think I've ever even seen Complex before today. I never saw I don't think I've ever seen a avatar picture of you.
I got plenty of videos all over YouTube, me racing and doing all kind of shit.
Really?
Yeah.
I've talked to you for years, and I swear I've never seen your face before.
Yeah, I'm not in the typical areas of Manosphere.
I know that. Come on now. You know
that.
Well,
I'm just saying that's right? Probably why, because I'm not around that bullshit. So I'm doing other things. But no, that's me. I have never shied away. Like I said, there's plenty of videos on my channel. I have the Two Flags Racing channel. You can see my face. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying it like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
As an aside.
Is that a hat?
No, it's a beanie.
Okay. So what say you feel based on some of the stuff that you heard in the conversation?
Wait, hold on. I got my little pupper barking in here. Hold on. Give me a second.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Don't eat the dogs. Don't eat the dogs.
No. She's cool. She's just being...
He's vegan.
She's just being a doggo. No, I was just, I was listening in, and I was I had a question for AM1, as far as like being here for like, the shits, the fuckery, the bullshit, whatever they call it, right? And then the purpose conversation. How do you reconcile those two conversations? Like in terms of like you being in a manosphere, right? Like what do you do with that?
Well, I mean, I grew up around black folks my whole life. So obviously there's fuckery elements that I've grown up with, and to whatever degree I can get in the mix with that. Some of that shit's entertainment, conflict. I mean, that's all a part of me. That's in my blood. It's like all these other dusty niggas. So I can come here and rock with that, but I can only take so much of that before I'm like, all right, look, again, like I said, I don't know if you listened the whole time. My life ultimately works as a freelancer, right? I don't work for any corporation or whatever. I keep what I kill. I eat what I kill. So I can get into some fuckery, some entertainment, whatever, but sooner or later I got to get back to business, whether that's here, real world, whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, no, that does answer it. So then my next question should be, should this space be about fuckery, or what should it be about? And then if both exist, then would you say that basically you have what you have right now and what you've always had this whole time?
Well, I guess if I'm understanding your question right, I guess what I'm talking about, and I say this all the time, I talk about it in percentages, right? Put it on a pie chart. Like black folks fucking love entertainment and ultimately distraction.
Well, not all of us. Not all of us.
Of course, but generally speaking.
Okay. No, I know generally speaking, but see, you're speaking to me as if I'm not a black person, and I would dare say that not all black people like that shit. So what I'm asking here is that, should the people that exist in this space only be about equal proportions of fuckery and, I guess, knowledge or something? Or should people that are solely about like a progressive movement be excommunicated?
No. So you just cut me off and talked about you, but then you asked me.
No. I told you that you answered your question, so I asked you another question.
Yeah, but my other question would have to be answered as a generality too, because your question is a generality about the space, right?
No, it was very direct. So I'll say it again. What I'm saying is that so being such, should people who are only solely about progressive movements be excommunicated from a space that generally people are about half fuckery, or let's just say 60-70% fuckery, and then the we should be on our purpose talk, right? Because that's largely what's prevalent. And I'm saying, and then you have the people who are kind of like action oriented use case type people, right? Do those people have a place in a space where people like fuckery? That's my question.
Yes, because I mean, like, all I'm saying is this whole thing, online community space, is just a macrocosm of a microcosm of the macro of Black society as a whole, where ultimately I think what you're saying is this: I consider myself an outlier within what's considered as general Black culture, right? For the most part, there's a lot of fuckery, there's a lot of focus on entertainment and lack of focus on health and knowledge about, economic empowerment and dealing with the government. There's a lot of bullshit, right? I think that's
Well,
generally
no,
understood.
wouldn't the outlier be those of Black culture that are actually, once again, excommunicated? They're outlier, right? So that means that they actually don't align with the generalities of Black culture.
Right.
Or am I getting the
I think,
definition of outlier messed up?
yeah, we're just getting into word semantics of it. We're saying the
No,
same
it's not
thing.
word semantics. What I'm saying is outlier is literally that, someone who is outside of the general populace. So if you're telling me that the general populace is about fuckery and all that kind of stuff, then that means that the outliers would be the people that actually aren't. And what I'm asking you is, are the true outliers, are they actually a part of a space where people need fuckery? That's really what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I think
it's
if you're
acknowledgement
asking
being
me,
tailored to.
I can tell you,
Yes.
I can answer your question based on myself. So I consider myself to be, regardless, it's inseparable of a Black community. I'm a Black man. Now, am I accepted by a larger Black community that is, by and large, focused on things that I see to be of less objective value? To some degrees, not. To some degrees, I am shunned to the side, marginalized, outlier, whatever word you want to use, but I'm still a
On the
part of that
fence.
community. What's that?
Yeah. I said, no, on the fence.
So it's not a matter of even on the fence. It's like, I want to rock out for the benefit of my people. I'm always going to try to do that. And I understand the trauma and all the fuckery that come. I understand why it is the way it is. I'm still going to try to support and rock for my people. And then I'm, of course, going to gravitate towards the outlier similar to myself who get it and who are more skills, resources oriented. And then I'm also going to get it in with other communities as well who see value in what I got going on. But I'm still going to always try to be a resource for my people first and foremost. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
no, it answers your question.
And
yeah,
we got
it's not like a thing to where it's like I gotta just like, all right, fuck these niggas. That's kind of like what it sounded like you were saying.
No. I wasn't asking about you directly, but if you're using yourself as an antidote, that's cool. What I was just kind of speaking to, it was as a generality. That's why I was saying, no, you answered the question. Then I had a follow-up question because it's a generality. Because I actually have been listening into the conversation. I actually have. And I'm not sure if you heard me flame roast the shit out of Edward Anderson earlier today, but I had to do it.
Bro. I did a stream right before this stream, and I was super inspired by that. And I said lines are being drawn, and I talked about the idea that
the lines were drawn 4 years ago. That's why I'm like, okay, this has been a repetitive thing. So what I'm trying to get clarity on is if what we're gonna do, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm really trying to contextualize this because this has a lot to do with what I did this morning. And what I'm trying to do is after about a cool 6 years into this, dude, like it seems in my mind, the only people that have progressed is like, well, don't take this the wrong way, the brain trust. Because it seems as though is that like from the concept and use case and the conversations from a scant 4 years ago to now to what I showed this morning, that shows a lot of progress. And somehow though, in greater manosphere writ large, like literally this woman conversation. There's, I guess the only person who's made some progress is Seven Granules because he made it mainstream. And so my question becomes, okay, so is the sum total of Black culture and what we do in social media, right? Is it going to be oriented towards actually putting us in a better trajectory or a better place or a better position, or is it about the bitches at the end of the day?
Bro, we are saying the same exact argument.
No, I've been saying this since 2018. So I don't know if you've been saying this since 2018 or not, right? But I'm asking you because it's sort of like, well, I'm here for the fuckery, and I'm like, well, I've never been here for the fuckery. I'm here for the bag, not the fuckery.
Okay, so then you should have heard. So you mean to tell me if you were listening in, you didn't hear the many times I went in and talked about the specifics, what I would want to do with giving empowering, at the very least. Really? Like, have you been listening to?
No. I mean, go ahead, talk. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I talked about.
Don't just say really. I'm listening.
A diversity in thought to where, yes, part of me is about some fuckery, nigga shit, fun, entertainment.
Cool.
Yes,
Okay.
that
Right,
encapsulates
cool.
a part of me and my personality.
Okay, no, that's all I'm asking though. That's it.
Let me finish, bro. You keep cutting me off.
I'm not cutting you off. I was just saying that's what I was asking, dude.
It must be a delay.
Yeah, you're
good.
The
vast majority of what I'm about and what I've talked about, even in this stream and overall with my space here, and that's why I've been off and on for some people don't even know how long I've been here or whatever, has been like I'm one of the people who in my little sector, my little pocket, have talked about skills and resources and was shunned for that years ago because dudes want to just talk about bitches. So yes, me and your thought process is very similar and highly aligned. Yes, and I understand your frustration with it. We share that, but to a certain degree, yes, I can get in the mix with some fuckery and some funny shit and some, whatever. But
no, I would say my frustration, not to cut you off, but I would say that my frustration is in the propping up of people like an O'Shea, for example, who largely buried channels like us, who was never about the fuckery, only to then literally make the fuckery available for all of y'all. And we're talking like thousands on a live stream and shit like that, right? Like, he was the one that was known for that, not for us. And so this is where I'm like, I'm hearing two kind of like diametrically opposed messages. And I always hear like how O'Shea did this and O'Shea did this and O'Shea did that. I'm like, O'Shea was the proprietor of fuckery. But I guess he's also done what the Black Brain Trust has done. That's why I'm like, okay, is it a fence thing? I'm trying to figure out what the Black Manosphere, let's just say from the general populace, what is that about today? Because I keep hearing conflicting stuff. Once again, I had to flame the shit out of Edward over this.
You must not.
No, I was listening. And I'm hearing dual messages, and I had to flame the shit out of Edward over this.
There's agility in thought. Yes, people are not one-dimensional, bro. Come on.
No, they're not. They're not. But see, what you can't also do. But no, okay. Right, but no, I'm not lumping you in. But what I'm hearing is that the purpose and on your purpose, and that's a thing that's been said. Okay, but then it's all lumped in with the woman shit and all this. And I'm saying, are we action oriented or is this conversation oriented? What is the Manosphere? I guess that's a better question. In your opinion, not as a directive to you. In your opinion? In your opinion,
conglomeration of men who come online and talk about random shit.
Random shit. Okay.
I mean, an assortment of topics. Let me put it that way. By and large, most of it is surrounding women, which hence the poll.
Okay, so women. Random topics surrounding women. Okay. And I'm not. This isn't towards you, AM1. I just want this for posterity, for conversation, for people listening. Like, we need this, right? We need this because you're saying this, and once again, you do have sources that speak kind of counter to a more progressive message, only to get people in the Manosphere to bury said channels that are giving that information. So I'm just saying, if it's really about the bitches, let's just say that, because at the end of the day, we know that, hey, if there's information that would actually enrich us going forward into the future, this new technological paradigm, And what I'm hearing is that people want to bury that shit to have more bitch-based conversations than
some people do. Yes.
Okay.
Some people do. I don't agree with that.
No, it's cool. I just wanted out here for conversation.
No, bro. That is a real thing. But let me just go back to this. No. We agree on far more than we disagree on. So let me put this in more context directly to myself. I put out a poll just the other day, and I was talking about this on my stream earlier. And I asked in my community tab, what types of content would you like to see more from on my channel? And I said media analysis breakdowns, because like that's my main thing, studying like mainstream media and the levels of fuckery that comes with that and how that's one of the ultimate psychological warfare mechanisms. I said media analysis breakdowns. That was one of the options. One of the next option, manosphere fuckery. Next option, health and wellness. Next option, camera visual production. And then the other overall option, a little bit of all that. Ultimate result was 49%, a bit of all that.
Y'all hear
echo? You have feedback, BMT.
You got to mute.
Okay. Hey, man, can you say that again, bro?
Yeah. No. So I did a poll, and I asked, all the options were media analysis breakdowns, manosphere fuckery, health and wellness, camera visual production, a bit of all that. I got 49%, a bit of all that. I got manosphere fuckery the least at 7%. So I'm just saying, like, and now obviously this is my poll, this is my community tab, this is 87 votes, 13 likes on it, whatever. I'm a small channel, only got 2,700, and I'm an outlier. I'm like, and I'm on the outskirts of all of this stuff. I'm not in the mix of it because most of my content is not manosphere fuckery. However, I'm down for that. I'm cool. Sunday Rumbles, I was in the mix with that. However, I was in the mix, just to reference O'Shea, because yes, he was a propagator and purveyor of
yes, he was. Yes.
Let me finish. While at the same time, he extended out his platform that had larger numbers than most people at the time and had one-on-ones with myself multiple times talking about visual media content creation with the likes of Andre Hatchett, talking about investment level stuff, Erica Williams, a lot of that. So there is a concept of agility and balance in what you're putting out there. That does exist.
I know. And when it became convenient, he blamed us for the fuckery. See, this is my problem. Black people and their acceptance of fuckery.
Okay.
I'll leave it there, man.
Okay, so brother Nick,
so no fuckery is allowed.
Well, don't blame me for it.
I can't speak to the
no. I'm talking to when you say all of that, you do realize that ultimately at the end of the day, it was the Black Brain Trust who was blamed for his fuckery, because you got to understand, he doesn't do the Sunday Rumbles and all that kind of shit. He moved on. Well, hold on. Let me just get this out. He moved on from that. But right before he did that, he dumped it all on the Brain Trust when he did that. And I was like, well, wait a minute. So we've never been about the fuckery, and all of a sudden you throw, I'm not going to say some names because I don't want to do that, but he tossed it all in our lap before he became the celebrity junk maestro. And this is where I'm like, okay, for all the fuckery and everything, and for the guys who never came here for that, we somehow got dumped with that shit, and our numbers literally have stayed stagnant for an entire fucking year. So I'm literally trying to find the virtue of fuckery in a Black male space where we're all seeking progression.
All right, let me holler at that. So what I can say is this: without being fully aware of how that whole thing went down, in other words, I'm hearing one side of the story and he's not here to give his side of the story. Let me finish. You keep coming off, bro.
I'm just saying, listen to it this morning, and it explains it.
Yes, but that would still be one side of the story unless he's there, right? That's how we got to do it as men. You tell your side, he tells his side, and then we see how that aligns with what actually happened.
Ask Bernard Riley, he won't tell it.
Okay, but you understand the logic that I'm trying to approach, right? That's how men need to be approaching this, right? I would be a sucker if you just told me one thing and I say, okay, yeah, I'm rocking with that. That would be weak. We got to do
ask your boy then. Well, ask your boy then.
I'm not even. Oh yeah, right. So based on what you're saying, ask him. You're leveling a certain claim, and if it's true, then it is what it is. I just can't sign off on it without hearing the other side of the story. That's
if you go into the search box on YouTube and you type in O'Shea roasting Manosphere 3.0, i.e. the Black Brain Trust, watch what comes up.
Got you. But I'm saying right at this moment, being made aware of this, there's no way I can arrive at any conclusion with just hearing one side of the story. You agree with the logic of that, right?
I kind of agree with it. What I'm saying is, though, is that ultimately, at the end of the day, we were left with the fuckery bag, and I'm trying to understand where.
Claim. That is your claim currently right now with one
Well,
side of the story.
let's just do that. Along with that claim, we didn't see any benefits from fuckery. Right. So this is ultimately what I'm trying to get at. What I'm ultimately trying to get at here is, how is fuckery beneficial to Black folks when really what we're trying to do is seek a progressive path? Because I always hear this shit. We need to focus on our purpose and our resources and get resources and do this and do this and do that. I mean, don't you need skills and don't you need certifications and don't you there's things you would need for these type of things, right? So I'm trying to find the role of fuckery in the things that supposedly the manosphere keeps saying we need.
So you've heard, as I was talking throughout this discussion, if you heard any other discussions, like most of my discussions, like my streams, I'm talking high percentage that there should be a higher percentage of focus on skills and resources. That I'm known for this. If you know anything about me and heard this discussion, then you've heard me say that, like within this discussion with Art. Like, bruh, what? Seriously?
I heard you say like you're also about the fuckery, and so what I'm saying is that's a juxtaposed
on the fuckery part. But
of course I do. Of course I do, because this whole place is about fuckery.
Dude, you're in your
so
fields,
it seems to be there's no feels. There's no feels. You're literally saying this. No, there's no feels. No. I'm being very objective.
A logical conclusion of how that's not logical information.
That's not logical.
And I asked you, is that a logical approach for a man? And you said, well, I kind of agree. Bro, come on.
No,
you're not even in
that's not that's not what happened. What I'm saying here
one
is
man tells me his side of the story and I'm supposed to just believe that at face value?
No, I legit asked you a question. I said, what are the benefits? What are the benefits of fuckery?
It's not productive. Let's go to somebody else.
Okay.
Let's go to somebody who's less emotional.
BMT,
okay. All right. That's what's up, AM1. I got you, bro.
Hey. Bruh, I try to speak to you like in a calm, like a logical sort of way, and you want to, okay. BMT was good. Or Nick Taylor was first. Let's go to Nick. Let's go to Nick.
It's good to sit with my classmate, AM1. We're actually classmates. We're from the 2.0 era. And I remember when we first started out. And one came in as an outlier in the classroom because he was like, when everybody was trying to have the conversation about making babies, family, household. You remember the first thing? I remember the first thing AM1 said to me. He was like, BMT, you're the opposite of what I do. I don't think we need to worry about having kids. We need to worry about getting our money, getting our resources. And he challenged me to do a show on that. Remember that, AM1?
I do remember that.
I did. It was one of my most.
Oh wow, man! I remember that, and then it just dawned on me. You went extra hard on it, and you, as a father and as a parent, like understood what I was saying, even though a lot of people didn't. Like what I was saying was brutally honest. Like, hey,
a lot of heat.
Yeah,
a lot of heat.
No, I remember that. That was
but
big.
I
respected.
I respected AM1 in saying that because he was telling a lot of men before y'all start worrying about this babies and family and stuff. Y'all need to be on your purpose.
I heard that conversation too.
I would say wild shit like don't breed struggle, and people will come from me for that. Now, but yeah, at the same time, people are like Black community. I'm like, okay, cool, go ahead. So y'all got it. I got it then.
Like I said, and so I have no dog in the fight. I'm like y'all know I'm one of the very few open book fathers in the space, but I understood both sides of the talking point. And I try to tell men, listen, y'all, it's not easy raising a family. Nick, you know, a lot of y'all men know it's not easy raising a family. And a lot of men are going in with struggle points, just like the women that they talk about. And I'm like, that's causing more issues and more of a collision. And so the reason why it was more easier to focus on the buffoonery, but it took our mind off of the suffrage and pain. It was lucrative. It was money. So I'll see y'all guys.
We got Nick the Quick.
I guess I ain't real quick. I don't know what the hell. What was that? What AM? What's up, brother?
What's good? What's good?
What's
up?
What's up, Art? What's up, Big Art?
What's going on, brother Nick?
and Battle and AB Media. Look, man,
AB
I don't
Media
know
was good.
what the hell was that. Now, Gabe, my homeboy, he in the chat. You know, we both West Side Detroiters, so you know we gonna give me a hard time. But man, look, I just caught the tail end of that there, and AM, I understood what the hell you were saying. How about that? I'll just leave it at that. I understood what you were saying. It was crystal clear to me, but that's me. But I know everybody don't think on the wavelength that I do. I'm gonna ask y'all a question, and I'm not being controversial. Since when did O'Shea and the Sunday Rumble find a way to take control of the YouTube algorithm from Google? Anybody? Anybody?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. I just want to make sure.
All right. The statement that he made, he said that he couldn't get you know, he got left with the junk and it got cut off from them getting views and growing and all that other stuff, right? I mean, did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
If I didn't hear it correctly, just say I didn't hear it right.
No, I mean, he was saying some interesting things, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I get what you're saying, and if what you're saying is true, then if there was some kind of dirty macking, kind of like and like, you know, just trying to get into the weeds of what he was saying. First of all, I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My bad.
No,
I'm just talking about the idea of like if let's just say.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, me and you on the same team.
After you.
No, with me and him, we just cordial. We're just cordial as hell. But no, what I'm getting at is no other YouTuber can control the algorithm. If I make content that no one wants to watch, it's not going to get watched. If I do stuff that want to get watched, it will get watched. I can't blame.
Let me stop you, Nick. Hold on. Let me stop. Because I feel what you're saying, and there's truth to that, but let's be honest about this. And maybe you haven't seen this, but I would say in my observation, and I think you'll understand what I'm saying. There is a situation here where there's young men, black people who get real cliquey, who get real follower-ish, right?
Yes.
And if somebody's hot, and that person is hot and people want to, you know, sort of aggregate to them. Now, if that person does say something to shun some other content creator or try to wave them in another direction away from a content creator, it is possible that they can actually sway them to some degree.
I was going to get into the algorithm part. I was going to get into that.
Okay, my bad.
Nah, but I'm saying on its basis, on face value. Okay. The reason O'Shea had a lot of you was on there, I was on there. You done the video media stuff. I done the commercial storage and the how to start a convenience store without having a contract. Done all of them. You was on there, I was on there. Me and you was on together, remember?
Right.
Now, you got that going on. How did that? There is no way that that his popularity is going to take views from me. His popularity and his content isn't going to take anything away from me unless he knows somebody up there at Google that can push a button. Now, we ain't talking about shadow banning. We know that exists. We know shadow banning exists, but we know this. But O'Shea Duke Jackson does not have control of who gets shadow banned. He doesn't wield that kind of power. None of us do. None of us do. Not at this level. So the reason he came up is because he made something for everybody. He, like you said, he got Andre Hatchett on there, the mobile. You know what I'm saying? Mobile notary. He had you on there. He got me on there. He had Truth Teller on there, water purification, in-home water storage and water collection. He had this one on there. And then the fuckery comes on Sunday. Everybody knew the Sunday Rumble what it is, what it was. And it's just like anything else. Like people complained to me about how the Super Bowl went. Dude, no one put a gun to your head and made you watch the Super Bowl. If you watched it, that means you watched it with intent. Okay? If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Well, my girl said, then your girl run you. Why are you talking to me? Your girl said, okay, you talking to the wrong man. If you watched the Rumble or the fuckery from the Rumble, then that's on you. If you didn't watch it, that was your choice. So basically what I got out of it is, how come I can't get the numbers that the Sunday Rumble got and I ain't doing fuckery? That's what I got out of it. And with Black America, for the most part, you're not going to. Keep It Techie puts out great stuff. Tech G put out great stuff. I was on your deal today. You put out great stuff. I put out so-so stuff, but I put out stuff. but you know, but the thing is, how can I blame? Pick somebody, pick a YouTuber. Well, how come my tech stuff don't get the numbers that his tech stuff is? Probably because he's better than you, Nick. Guess what? A news flash, boys and girls, there's always going to be someone better than you. Always. So should they stop being good because they don't want to be better than you? Or should they just keep doing what they're doing? I'm not going to try to slow you down. You're so far ahead of me in video production. I'm okay, but I'm not AM1 okay. But don't you think it'd be kind of disingenuous of me for me to blame you for me not being as good as you are?
Well, here's the thing. No, I think Complex was specifically leveling a charge that O'Shea directly tried to do something to dissuade people from checking them out. I think that's the claim he was making.
I don't know nothing about that.
Right.
I don't know
that's kind of what I'm saying. That was my point with him. I was like, oh, now
there's no such thing as bad press. You know that, right? There's no such thing as bad press.
Well, no, because we are dealing with, like, you know,
exactly
malleable minds who can't be swayed. And O'Shea said I shouldn't, so I'm not gonna fuck with him or whatever. I mean, you know, I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying I see the possibility and the potential based on how clicky shit gets in this space.
You can make a video tomorrow that'll have 10,000 likes. Know what all you got to say? I'm straightening super slide Nick Taylor's punk asses out. That's all you got to say. And the clicks will be there. And then don't think you saying is, you know, Nick, he crazy, Sly be cracking me up. We get along. I got y'all. But guess what? You got 10,000 clicks because people breed on fuckery.
Titles and conflict. Right.
But you see, but I'm just using that as an example. So there's no such thing as bad press. Okay. There's no such thing as bad press. If you don't like a certain thing, guess what? The chicks that talk about kill black, I hear people, guess what? I ain't never seen it. Want to know why? I don't go over there. I'm not interested in what the fuck they do. But why am I going to sit up and say, how come I don't get the views or I don't get the this, that, and other that they're getting? That's because they're drawing the people that's looking for their message. That's why. So you have to find your people. We know your message is out here. Do people want to listen to it? That's all it is. And I'll concede.
I think one of the things about it is, you know, like I said, I've been here for almost 7 to 8 years, writing content, publishing. I have over 1,800 videos. I've never asked or pressed at another man what they do. It's not my lane. It's not. I've worked with every last one of y'all. I bet some people don't even know that me and Nick went to another sector and did a whole veteran panel. Remember that, Nick? Like, we traverse, there's different multi-universes.
Yep, I remember.
There's multi-universes of YouTube algorithms out there. And I got to tell some of y'all might need to be YouTube divestors. If this sector is not for you, you might want to divest somewhere else. You may know me as BMT here. but I might be known as something else in another sector. Because listen, I go over gun videos. Is that big in this sector? No. But in another sector, I get paid up to yayo. That dwarfs a lot what other people talk about or do. But I understand that's not the big talk in this sector. One of the things I came into the sector talking about business. My first video on O'Shea's channel was telling young brothers how to get LLCs. That was my first video that I was introduced into. Brothers came, only a few brothers came to my channel to learn. I build property, I fix houses and all that stuff. You think people were coming to me as much as people talk about we need property, we need real estate. Ain't nobody ran up into my channel saying teach us. But you know who came? The Mexicans, the whites, the doomsday preppers, some black, trickle. But we really don't follow each other unless we see the money, unless we start seeing the clout, versus the knowledge that you can accumulate, the wealth of abundance of passing information on. And see, that's the lame part. That's why you got the Pookie who, the Pookie and lame conversation of who has the access to the babes, the chain, the glory, the fashion, the fame. And I'm like, dude, in the bigger scheme of things with the bigger players, those things don't matter. It's all abundance of networking and knowledge. When you start going to these tables, you start seeing less jewelry and chains and start seeing more brokerage knowledge being passed around at the table. That's the true money currency. And so
Right.
when you start, I sit at these tables all the time, man. These dudes they don't wear no jewelry. They'd sit there wearing Dockers, Sprees, and Dickies and literally pass on information that's worth millions of dollars and sit there and drinking sodas and laughing. While other people walk around trying to say, look at my bling bling. And I'm like, y'all guys are in the wrong fight. Now I understand here, people, it's like Leonidas said, are you not entertained? Do you not want to be entertained? Because if I do 5, and I remember there's the Hall of Game. There's a lot of men and some women that do educational videos in these spaces. Look at the view count versus look at the other ones that talk about sex, that talk about getting the bag, that talk about controversy. Those are the big hitters in this space.
Let them hit. I mean, I tell everybody
Nick,
here I ain't talking about you. I mean the outliers. Right. Let them hit. Why is people worrying about and stressing over who got what and this, that, and other? Let them hit. If he got 80,000, let him have 80,000. Get up tomorrow, do what you done yesterday, keep it fucking moving.
Right. Like it's everything.
Damn.
Listen, everybody is not everybody. Listen, man, I respect all of y'all brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like me and Nick don't always agree, and that's my closest battle.
Yeah, but we don't argue though either.
Right.
We don't argue.
Like we don't. Nick can call me and tell me, bro, I don't agree. Okay, cool, and we talk about it. But understand it. The thing about it is, listen, man, everybody's message is not made for everybody. Sometimes when I talk with, and AB's been there, sometimes the conversations I have with Art, everybody's not built for that conversation. Just like when me and AM1 had the conversation, everybody, all my channel freaked out when he said, I don't think we need to be having babies anymore. Listen, everybody wanted me to get rid of him. I said, no, I think we do need to slow down on these babies.
Let me clarify that. Let me clarify that. What I said was hold off for 5 years, focus on skills and resources, and let's see if that resets this whole trajectory of like a black wealth gap.
Well, but I
just
understood.
To clarify.
No, I know. But see, it's sad, M1, that you have to keep on clarifying if people don't have the conversation. I don't have to tell my kids. All I have to tell my kids, listen, you're not ready to have kids yet. Slow down, wait until you're ready. Preparate yourself. We got to understand, people don't get those kind of mentoring adult conversations. They come here and they're not getting it's like you just give them a loaded gun of knowledge, but they don't know how to properly shoot the damn gun. and that's a problem. And so I don't get too frustrated anymore. But I'm like, you're just not. You're still suckling on milk. You're not ready for meat. COVID doesn't prove that
everybody ain't gonna make it, bro. Everybody ain't like me. I followed my dad. Yeah, I followed my dad. I watched what worked for dad. The majority everything worked for dad. I figured he done gave me the blueprint. All I got to do is pick it up. And that's what I did. And he's gone and I'm still here, but I'm him. But everybody ain't gonna make it. No society, any of the three, but Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, each of them, you're not gonna all make it. All Mongoloids ain't gonna make it. All Caucasoids ain't gonna make it. All Negroids ain't gonna make it. And all three for various reasons. The ones that want to go with you will go. The ones that don't. But don't try to drag them, because the only thing you're gonna have is discontent.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been out there. It was a
sound is low, BGS.
Oh, is it? Is it low?
There we go.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, man, after doing this for 8 years, man, people got to understand from the very beginning that YouTube is the entertainment platform first.
Correct.
Yep.
And if you don't, I don't care if you, because I watch business channels, I watch political channels, I watch tech channels, I watch all this. You have to have an entertainment component in your style. If you don't, you're not going to get the numbers. I don't care what you teach. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you're showing charts, you're talking about gold, you're talking about gold, you're talking about dollars, you're talking about I can show you charts all day. Because every now and then, for fun, I post a Bitcoin chart. The Bitcoin chart I developed maybe 5 years ago, right? It's still pretty accurate. I post that from time to time, right? But I think me and Dollar Will was actually he was actually on the Coliseum, right? We're actually going to talk about the dollar and the dollar trade and the how the dollar's doing and how the gold system fits in, all that kind of stuff. I said, if we did it, only about 5% of the people watching will actually understand what we're talking about and tune in. Everybody else is going to zone out because it's not intended for everybody. Okay? Even at a business section, when you're talking about money, you're talking about investment, you're only talking about top 10 for 15% of people. 85% of people don't understand this shit. So you got to understand, what are you talking about, and what percentage of the market are you actually trying to go for? Okay, you're talking about black folks in investment. You're talking about at best 10% of the people that are even listening to you. So you're trying to shame them into listening to you. It's not going to work because, number one, they're not interested. Number two, they don't understand what the hell you're talking about because they haven't been socialized to understand what you're talking about. Okay, they haven't. And trust and believe, because trust me and our new style, we've been doing this shit on the ground, okay? And what you get on YouTube is a reflection of what you get on the ground, okay? It's not that much different, and it's even harder because you're in virtual space on an entertainment platform. My Coliseum was actually modeled after Art Bell's Coast to Coast, okay? Where any topic could come up and basically we could switch topics at random. That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it entertaining. Okay? You have to I try to tell people, if you want to get, because I had to do this to Dr. T, because Dr. T needed to get his numbers up, okay? If you want to get anything across, okay? Anything across, because trust me, if it wasn't for YouTube, I probably have it 60, 70,000 subs, right? If you want to get anything across, you have to ground it into people's everyday experience, okay? You just can't talk out of your ass. You can't talk about what you know because people are not going to get it. Whatever it is that you want to teach, you have to teach it like you're going to ground it into the everyday experience. What about the universal basic income, which is a very esoteric topic? How is it going to reflect back to you? Where is it going to come back to you? How can I explain it where it's all the way over here, where the World Economic Forum is talking about it, what billionaires and world leaders are talking about it, trying to understand how to implement it? And how does it reflect all the way down to the person that may be on working at McDonald's at $7 an hour? How do you connect the 2 points? If you can't connect the 2 points, they're not going to understand you. And a lot of people on, especially in the Black YouTube, that want to do this kind of stuff and want people to be interested in. I listen to your channels, I listen to your information, and I said, you're not connecting with the people. You're not connecting it. You're giving out information. And is it accurate? Yes. Is it reflective? Yes. But the thing is, you're not connecting it to their everyday experience. When I give out a chart, when I do anything, right? When I talk about anything, anybody that listens to it can come away exactly how it's going to affect me, or at least have questions. How is this going to affect me? You can look at. I got about. I can, and I don't know how many videos I have now. Okay, probably too many to count. Okay. You look at any one of them, I don't care how esoteric it is, right? It's always grounded back. How does it affect me? Even something that's esoteric is developing your anima, right? In a male, okay? That's so esoteric. It's like 1% of the people would understand it if I actually got into esoteric philosophy, right? How do I ground it to where the everyday man can actually understand what I'm talking about? If you can't do that, you're not going to connect with your audience. So you're not going to change the space. Number one, you can't change the space because the space was developed for something social, right? Your problems, your social problems with your family, social problems with your women, because that is always going to be at least 50% of your problems. At least, okay? And basically, what YouTube is, what this space is, Black Manosphere is basically, and Art can tell you, it's basically a group therapy, okay, for men.
Yep.
That's what it is. Are
Yeah,
you
it's
basically
open.
are you going to go in? Are you going to go in with your business cards and your business plan and walk into a group session in a psychologist's office talk about we need to do business? Or walk into a drug intervention problem where you have dope fiends and alcoholics and say we need to invest in stocks? Is that what you're going to do? You have to understand. You have to understand what the room is for. And just because you have a bunch of people gathered here, look at I have Jay Bones was just on Dennis Sperling, right? Okay, he tells you what he did. This dude went to Princeton. He graduated from Notre Dame. He's for the last 9 years he's been a communications officer for the UN. Right? He trades globally. Okay, he's a multi-millionaire. He doesn't need to learn about fucking stocks. Right? He needs to learn about the interaction between male and female. That's why he's here. Okay.
Right.
And you're right about the anima and animus, because most people ain't gonna know who Carl Jung was anyway.
Right.
So
Or
you say Carl Jung and you know and the Jungian theory, and they gonna go, huh?
Yeah,
So
and it even goes back further that to Ptah and the New, which is like 20,000 years old. All that
correct.
stuff comes out of Memphite theology. Okay, but how do you connect it? How do you teach? How do you connect it to where the everyday man can actually understand it? Okay.
You know the thing about it. When you
I
think
haven't
about
reached that plateau yet.
I've been a Gnostic for 30 years, so it's for me. I've coached. I don't know how many men to actually reconnect to their anima.
see
Okay.
that,
In fact,
that's the thing about it.
I was doing it here on Art New Styles panel. Okay. How do you
Yep.
reconnect? How do you listen to it? How do you reconnect to it? How do you know that it's there? Okay. I've done that.
But
How do you actually notice it? How do you develop it? Okay.
but,
Mm-hmm.
So
but
you
here's the thing about it. YouTube is
go ahead.
sales. YouTube, in a sense, is a market sales, and everybody is not a good salesman. Let's just be
No.
honest. Everybody's not a good salesman. Like I have guys who they can break down and tell you everything about firearms,
Hmm.
but they suck at connecting with people. So we
Yes.
just keep them in the back of the store. Versus you might have somebody who's a people person. He can sell a goddamn stick and he's good at it. You tell him the right thing, he can make you feel comfortable. He can make you feel like you could drive a brand new Cadillac or sell a Beretta to your granny. And those are the guys that we use versus the guys in the
Hmm.
back. Like you got to know your lane. There's some videos or some channels out there. Like I'm like right now, I'm looking at my CDL permit. Like
Mm-hmm.
there are some channels, all they're doing is reading straight from the text.
Mm-hmm.
Versus there's some guys, they're going over the CDL permit, they're making it interesting, they're cracking jokes, stuff
Yes.
like that.
Yeah.
Like you sometimes it's a mixed bag of how people's brain intercepts the info, like engages with the information, and that's no diss to anybody, but you got to understand your learning style of your audience and how
Mm-hmm.
they perceive the information.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
just
Like
is
the
what it
like the
is.
I mean, just simple, like the octanes, which is basically the class division between males and females, right? And how it plays out. Very extremely complex, okay? But how do you simplify it so that people can see themselves within that in that matrix?
Hmm.
That's what people are missing. People work too hard trying to convince people that their information is correct instead of working hard enough to connect to the audience. Okay?
Ooh.
They work way too hard, complain way too much, and what you don't do is you're not connecting to your audience. You do more tell than show. Okay? When even from when I started in my MGTOW days, right? I did way more show than tell. Here's a chart. Look at this curve, okay? Compare it with this chart. Look at this curve, right? Look at these numbers, okay? Where do these numbers come from? How does that connect to you? How does that connect to the women in your life? Connect to your life? Connect to your job? Connect to automation? Connect to everything, right? How does the fourth industrial revolution connect to you and your job? And you over a series of videos, you see how it's going to affect you from the classroom to the boardroom to the hospital to whatever endeavor that you're in, and how does it connect not only to you but also around the globe. You have to make the connections, and a lot of people wait way too much complaining about the audience instead of trying to figure out how to connect to them.
BGS. Do
Hmm.
you think it's possible that some people simply cannot be connected to regardless of how well you connect the dots for them? In other words, do you think it is possible that some people are very much well aware of a particular predicament and how to fix it, and they're just
there,
not
there
going to hear it because they
there's
don't want
some
to face it? What do you think about that?
there's some people that are, but basically, if you're the speaker, and I learned this, man, when I was a kid, man. This is actually in the Bible, right? Okay, when Paul says, "I can speak angel talk." Okay, I can learn. God can send me down and put angel talk in my head. I can speak angel to you, but if you don't fucking understand it, I can't talk to you in your language. It does no good. Okay. It does no good for me to go to explain to you the goddamn gold standard and how it works out, right? In complex language, if I can't make you understand it, my job is to digest it and make you understand it. Okay, my job is connected to you. Okay, it is not your audience's job to connect to you. It's your job to connect to your audience.
I think what we have going on with this space to some degree is the audience knows exactly what issues they're facing and some of the hurdles, and
Yeah.
ultimately want to use this space simply as escapism and a distraction.
It. Okay, go back to what I said from the very beginning. What is this space
Therapy.
really? What is it
Therapy.
really?
You
It's
say
group.
your
It's
statement is that it's about
it's group
entertainment,
therapy.
but at the same time, oh, but the first thing you said was entertainment. You did say group therapy, but
No,
at the same time,
no. Okay, hold on a second.
you
Let's
said
get
both of
these
those
straight. What?
things.
Hold on a second. YouTube is what? What platform? It's an
Google.
entertainment platform first, right?
No, it's a search engine. It's Google.
No, no. YouTube is an entertainment platform first.
Okay,
Yep.
apparently, if you say so, but I know for
It
sure that people
is.
call it.
What
Ooh.
video? What videos do the
BJ,
best on YouTube? Okay, all
BJ,
right, man.
BJ.
What?
Have you heard?
Yes,
Have you heard the phrase YouTube University?
I have.
You do understand that YouTube is a spinoff of Google, which is basically the world's biggest search engine, or one of them.
YouTube initially is not a spinoff of Google. It's actually there to
Thought
be
about you guys.
it's developed to be a video entertainment
Right,
platform.
and it was
That's what
bought
it's
out by
developed for.
Google. Yes,
And it's
yes,
bought
I
out by
understand.
Google, and it's still an entertainment platform.
But you do understand that it is a
even
supplemental educational platform.
the algorithm, it doesn't. I said I didn't say what it's going to do fifth, second, third, fourth, fifth, and on down the line. Did I?
Okay,
What
I'm
is it
talking about right now,
first?
today.
No, no,
Regardless
no.
of that,
Today
today,
it's still a what?
a
Entertainment
search engine.
platform first. No, it's not.
Okay, then we're not in the same reality. But go ahead.
Well, then, what is YouTube developed for? What are you searching for in YouTube? 9 times out of 10.
People do use YouTube to search for information. They do use it for information searches.
Entertainment first. What does
Okay,
the best
so
on
that's
YouTube?
what you say.
Oh my
So now
god.
let's do a poll.
Okay,
Let's do a
all
poll.
right, man. No, okay, you can do whatever poll you want, man, because this guy have to explain this to too many people, right?
Yes, because you have the ultimate answer to what applies to everybody.
Why does a reaction video does better than a guy explaining and breaking down something with more information? Why does it do better?
Because most people are lowbrow and just want silly entertainment.
They want to be entertained.
That's not the people that's not the people that he's talking about, though.
But that doesn't even mean. But that doesn't mean that YouTube, Google is being used to its optimal ability, right?
I know I'm one off. I use it like a search engine more so than entertain. But I know I'm rare.
Exactly. Me too.
I know I'm rare. But I use it for information first.
I'm here.
Thank you.
I
do too.
I built my career around doing that
stuff. I don't.
But I know.
Series.
But kids, I know kids use it the other way around. Kids, I know it. I know that. I get it.
But we're talking about a niche space that's called the Manosphere, that whose MO says that their reason for being here is to help Black men advance. So, for example,
okay, not really, no.
Hey, AB, man, you gonna say something, bro?
I've heard so many Black male content creators say they're here to help Black men. That's what they said.
They might be.
Okay, so my point is that when you say that that's your mission, that will basically be like your mission statement. Okay, so now when you have content creators conspiring, because we've all seen these lists that go out here. So when you have a list that goes out here that says the Black Brain Trust is a part of the space, and you have Black male content creators conspiring together to not advance them, they can advance everybody else. They can advance female channels and all of that. But then they will say they're not going to share, they're not going to put their content on or share any of their content on their community tab because they don't like the people at the Black Brain Trust.
Well,
I'm sorry, that's some weak ass shit.
Well, it might be weak ass shit. That's people, man.
That's weak.
That's weak.
Because if your audience, is Black men. Hold on. Man, you've been up here talking all this fucking time, man.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
You've been talking all this fucking time, bro. You've been talking all this fucking time, bro. Let me get my shit in. Let me get my shit in.
Shouldn't we share the mic? Shouldn't we share the mic?
If that's what you're saying, hold on. If that's what you're saying, that your purpose is. This is the reason why I'm saying it. This is the reason why I'm saying it. Because whether you have the beef with the people at the Black Brain Trust, and I'm not saying you specifically, I'm saying in general to the people who do. If you have a beef with the people at the Black Brain Trust, but your audience is here for some answers, they might be looking to get into some type of certification. They might not even know about certification that's out here. And if they can get access to that channel that you put out there, because people come in this space all the time and they're new. But if they come across your channel and they see that space, they can get clicking on something in a fast time because you're sharing the content. But if you're withholding that because you don't like them, then what you're ultimately doing is undermining the potential advancement of your subscribers. So you're against your mission statement. You're against it. Okay. You're making it personal, and it shouldn't be personal. It should be business. People that hate each other do business all day long. China and the United States, they don't like each other right now. But you think they don't do business with each other? Fuck no. They still do business. This is what we're talking about. Black male content creators conspiring to keep the Black Brain Trust numbers down because they don't like complex. That's some whole shit, man. Period. It's not about you individually. When I'm in these spaces, I started that conversation I had on Kev's channel because I was advancing Alonzo Hall. Myself, I wasn't advancing myself. I was advancing another black man who is desperately needed in a space like this because we know black people, just like most Americans, are financially illiterate. So the fact that we have a brother in this space that can bring the pain on that kind of level to elevate the consciousness from a financial literacy perspective. Every motherfucker in this space should be sharing his fucking content. Period. No excuse for that shit. Period. All this excuse making, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
They goddamn human, man. That's human beings,
Fucking
man.
weak and they haters,
It
bro.
goes on
They
all
weak
the
and they
goddamn
haters.
time, man. It goes on all the goddamn time. Okay, it is what it is. The Black Brain Trust, fucking Brain Trust started on my goddamn channel, man, in the Coliseum. That's where it started. That's where it started.
Do you share their streams?
Do I share their streams? No, I don't have to.
Well, get the fuck out of here. Don't claim them.
Well, I don't tell me to get the fuck out of here.
Don't claim them then. Don't claim them then.
I don't have to
If
claim
they started
them.
on your channel,
They started on my channel. They did goddamn start on my channel. Okay.
You should be sharing it.
I don't have to do shit. 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 I don't have to do shit.
How did we get
shit
here?
that you talk about, so why wouldn't you share?
Because he ramped it up.
Shit, nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Fuck you, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck
Rookie,
fuck you
get the fuck out of here. Start your own shit.
You a hater, bro.
Start your own shit. I ain't no goddamn hater. I'm a master motherfucking teacher. They started with me, motherfucker, not you. If Complex wants shit, he can bling his own shit up, man. He can bling his own shit up, man. Ain't nobody stopping Complex from doing shit.
We don't want to hear that shit no more.
I don't want to hear it, man. Somebody ain't conspiring to hold you back. Nobody's conspiring to hold you back. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You a clown, motherfucker. You a clown, motherfucker. You know nothing, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man, with that bullshit. Go bling your shit up, man. Ain't nobody stopping you from doing shit. Ain't nobody stopping you from doing shit. You're begging for help, motherfucker. That's what you're doing. Begging for help.
Okay, so how did it get here on this channel?
What's up,
because he turned it up, man.
Edward Anderson told the truth.
Well, Edward's not here. Edward's not here.
He told the truth about what y'all niggas been doing.
And we ain't doing shit, man. We ain't doing shit, man. Here you come and you brought this shit here. Shut the fuck up, know nothing, motherfucker. You got gray in your goddamn beard. Shut up, man. I don't care, man. That happens all the goddamn time. That happens all the goddamn time. You push forward. Yeah, that's well, prove it then. That's why I told him, prove it. We overprove it. You're the one begging for help. You begging for help, motherfucker, not me. You begging for help, begging motherfucker. You begging for help. You begging for help. You begging for help. You begging for help.
Gentlemen,
you begging for help. Yes, you are. You ain't sharing my shit. You ain't sharing my shit. You conspiring to hold me back. You're begging for help, man. You're begging for help. You're begging for help. You're begging. Well, beg for yourself. Go someplace and beg then. I'm defending. I don't want to. You ain't defending shit.
Okay.
That's being a good bro.
Complex is up here all the time. Complex is on our channels all the goddamn time. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that shit. Complex is where he is because that's where he is. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, you motherfucker. You ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit. I'm doing better than you, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. You coming up there begging. You're begging. You're begging. You're begging. You're begging. I don't care. Yeah. I should be worse than you. I should be worse than you. Get the fuck out here, begging motherfucker. Begging motherfucker. Share my shit. You holding me back. You holding me back. Shit, you get the fuck out of here. You brought that shit in here. You weak motherfucker. You begging. Not me. Motherfucker. Motherfucker vagina. Fuck you, bitch.
Whoa.
Hey, AB, what's happening, bro?
You get the fuck out of here, bastard.
Weak as fuck.
Talk
You
to me,
weak
AB.
motherfucker
Fuck.
begging in here.
Nigga hate.
Fuck you.
Nigga,
No,
you been
fuck
hating.
you.
Nigga, you
Weak
hating on
ass
the black
motherfucker.
rain truck.
Bling your
The rest
shit
of
up.
them
You
niggas,
start a
the rest of them
goddamn
niggas who
channel.
didn't
You
share their
start the
information
channel.
ain't no
You
black
prove
rain
it.
truck.
You start the
Well,
channel.
it's cool,
You
though.
start the
It's
channel.
cool. Y'all
You
niggas
start
ain't
the
going
channel.
nowhere, and
You
you ain't
start the
gonna ever go
channel.
nowhere,
You
nigga.
start the channel.
Y'all niggas are
You
footstools.
started. You got a
Y'all
channel.
niggas
You
are
start one.
footstools,
Yeah,
nigga.
yeah. You
Y'all
pussy motherfucker.
footstools,
Start your own
nigga.
channel.
Y'all footstools to the
You
motherfuckers
start
who
the
got
own
the
goddamn
power,
channel,
nigga. You
motherfucker.
weak.
Dumbass
You
bastard.
weak as
Might as
fuck.
well let
Yeah, you
complex
weak
Y'all
as
back
go on
in.
the
fuck,
bitches
Can you
motherfucker.
give
slander.
it
No,
one
Y'all
more
on that
motherfucker,
minute?
shut the
bullshit with the
fuck up with
bitches.
your
Cause
dumb
nigga, that's
ass.
what you want to
You
do.
deaf,
You a
shut the
bitch,
fuck up with
nigga.
your dumb ass.
You
You
a
bitch
bitch,
Just glad
nigga.
this
motherfucker.
happened
Yeah,
on
you
Bitch,
are a
both
bitch
nigga.
nigga.
streams.
You go back and suck on your mama's titty, motherfucker. That's where you belong. Weak motherfucker.
Nigga, you went
Weak
to that
mother. Go
place?
suck on your.
You went to that place, nigga?
Yeah, go some hair on your goddamn dick, motherfucker.
I want
Little
to hear
bastard.
Media
Oh,
83.
man.
I
This
want
is a
to.
circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas. And it is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you.
Damn, damn, damn!
You ain't shit, Art.
Oh my
You are
god,
not
that's hilarious.
So
I
you
want to.
know,
I
I
want to
don't
hear
mind the whole
AB. I want to
back and
hear
forth,
AB.
but
Yeah.
Go ahead.
the whole yelling stuff.
AB been chilling.
AB been chilling. He ain't said it. I want to hear AB.
So we got complex here. Just for the sake of time, you know, we want to avoid what just happened earlier and just speak your piece, man. And damn,
Okay.
I
avoid
can't do that. I can't do it.
that whole. I mean,
This
that's
is all Nick Taylor's fault, by the way.
How? I'm the
Yeah,
most
it was.
calmest
Yeah, you
person
in here. Yeah, you
here.
stirred it
my
up.
head
No,
is
no, this has been going
Oh,
on a long
come
time, man.
on.
The thing is, and we try to keep this art off arts panel, right? Not do this, okay? Not turn this stuff up. Not
I
turn
don't
it
get
personal.
down like this on my channel.
No, I know you don't.
Yeah.
It's
I don't.
half
Have I
Nick's
ever heard
fault,
you
half
cuss, Nick?
BMT's
I don't think
fault.
I've ever
In
heard you
fact,
cuss, have I?
I
The words you
have,
said
but
was
I
jarring
keep it
to
to a
you.
minimum.
I don't think I've listened to you a few times and said he don't cuss. In fact, he stops himself in mid sentence.
I do. I'll stop myself to keep from saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. AB, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother.
I'm not there yet, but I need to get there.
Yeah, but shout out to AM1 for the Cash App. Shout out to Shirley for the Cash App. Shirley Hussar. And Anacetus for the Cash App.
Man, we in here trying to keep all these little channels alive, man, because we think they have a voice. Okay? You know, we share so many people's stuff, it's ridiculous. You know, when art was just a seedling, man. You know how many times we shared this stuff, came in and actually boosted this stuff, brought people over, man, got on his panels and stuff like this, so we actually boost the channel to actually have platforms like this. Come on, y'all.
So I guess hopefully I can ask the right question. So, and I hope Complex, I hope you were listening to what Nick Taylor was talking about. How can you explain, because you know I don't know all about the algorithms, but can you explain? Oh, he'll come back.
Oh no, please don't go back to that.
Oh, okay, because he wanted to speak his mind. Anyhow,
No, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. My bad.
I mean, you get, you know.
Dang, we got the bots too. Ugh.
Oh yeah, the bots are always with you.
Well, I don't have a wrench, so I can't mess with them.
Oh, okay. Well, your wish is my command.
Okay, let me see.
I saw it, but I couldn't
Death
do
Racer
nothing.
got rid of. Death Racer got it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but you know, I don't mind the disagreements, but the whole
I'm not gonna do that.
I just let them go at it. I don't want to get in the middle of that.
You know, because the people are not going to get along. You know, I understand that. But
I will say this. I find it interesting that the people that people are arguing about have over 1,000 subscribers, and I'm at 207. I'm like, what's the big deal?
I mean, we trying to boost up all these channels, trying to work out how can we get certain channels up and running. You know, artists and MC, we trying to figure out. I mean, my God, the black man bought a comic book store. We trying to figure out how can we not only get his channel going, but actually grow his comic book store, because I think it's worthy that a black man is willing to have a black geek willing to actually buy a comic book store, keep it alive, and he's one of the two in the country that actually a black man that owns a comic book store. How do we help him out? Okay, I share young Grizzly stuff, right? Okay, talks about Bitcoin, talks about silver. I mean, I've been on Young Grizzly's channel like 3 or 4 times, talked about Bitcoin, talked about gold charts, talking about dollar, oil, and all that kind of stuff, man. Okay.
Hey, Art, I think the stream kind of changed up, so I'm gonna go ahead and fall back. But I super appreciate you bringing me on, man. I enjoyed the talk before it kind of changed up a little bit.
yeah, sorry for that, man. You know, I try to keep it peaceful, but you know, sometimes you just can't help the events.
Yeah, that's why I typically try to avoid panels most of these days, because they pretty much devolve, and that's why I try to keep it more highbrow and really, you know, tap in. But you know, I'm just, you know, trying to stay on the outskirts, stay in my lane, and just, you know, I see opportunity here in the space. I feel like a lot of it is squandered, and you know, we got different people with different ideas and objectives of what's going on here.
Before you go AM1,
you're not even letting me finish. But
I would say, as you said, you're getting ready to go. I want to ask you a question before you go. I want to ask you a question. So, but
okay.
if you want to wait until you finish and then let me ask the question, then you can go ahead. But I thought you were getting ready to drop off.
Go ahead. What's your question,
I want to
sir?
stop you. Okay. In other words, I've been listening. Okay. Ultimately, okay, what do you think the space should be? Okay. And how are you going to transform it from what it is?
Oh, well, interesting that you ask. I mean, I'll start with the how would I transform it first. I mean, like, considering that my career is based around visual media, something that, you know, I think a lot of our people specifically are really, what's the right word? Swept away with entertainment. And more interested in entertainment and being entertained and distracted than in actual, like, you know, empowering themselves. And I think that's ultimately keeps us in the same position. So basically, you know, we're mired, right? We're in a hamster wheel. We're bogged down, and we want to just, you know, do escapism. So for me, because I've built a career for myself after adulthood of working jobs for peanuts here in the Bay Area, and realized, wow, I could actually, like, sort of recommandeer control of my life and really, you know, put myself in a position of empowerment and have more options, and doing, you know, visual media work, a lot of which I learned right here using this, I guess, entertainment platform, or maybe search engine called YouTube. So I'm a living example of how somebody can use the information that's here as a search engine. If you decide to use it that way, then you can actually change your life. So my goal here would be to tell that story and to inspire people, especially Black folks, younger Black folks, to do that. So they're not doing it in their mid 30s, and they can do it in their early 20s. So if this is supposed to be some kind of space where, I guess, some people say we're empowering young Black men, some people saying that we're countering anti-Black male propaganda. There's ask 5 different people, you might get 20 different answers. Who knows? But either way, if we're talking about empowering brothers out here, I think we should be going that route and doing more of that, versus if we're just talking about women and gynocracy and this, that, and the third. So I think we're hustling backwards. I think we're squandering an opportunity.
Okay, so I'm saying, how would you do it? Okay, you said the what, now how?
Sure. So part of it, first of all, is the inspiration of just telling that story. Like, hey, here's how I did it. You can do it too, and it's right here on this very thing we're all on right now. So just for anybody that's like, it's not that easy, I'm like, nah, you can do it. It's not easy, but you can do it starting here. Now, for me, I'm actually stretching my legs out more and being more consistent than I've been out of my years of kind of rocking with this space. And once I decided to pull the trigger on that, I said, I'm gonna show people the kind of visual stuff that I do for my clients, you know, get my consistency up with my content, do intros, outros, all that, and then show my work. Shout out to KS. He talked a lot about show your work some years ago before the big blow up for him blowing up. and show your work. So I'm like, let me show people that. And since it is entertainment, right? One of the big Achilles heels for Black folks, maybe it's something to where we can tap in and say, hey, it could be flashy, it could be cool, but it's also nerd shit. It's also something that you can actually learn that can really make you some decent money, even in California, right? Even in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. Like if you flex this right, it's something that's attainable, that's feasible, or you could at least work for yourself doing video editing. So it's something that I think meets people where they're at. I think you talked about that kind of earlier, meeting people where they're at and delivering the information. So I think what I'm leveraging right now, and if you've watched my channel in the last month or so, you see I'm experimenting with different things. I'm doing a lot of things with my life while I have the time, because I'm still, I'm a victim of my own success with my actual client work, but I still want to like come here and give that back. And it's fun. I like interacting here, just like I network in the real world. I walk into a room, who got what, who's doing what, let's network. And I want to do the same thing here. So when I look around in this space, in this room, I'm like, well, most of these brothers just want to talk about stupid ass bitches that they ain't really fucking with anyway.
Well, then wrong
so
room.
silly me that I want to like work the room and see what people are doing and we can network with, like how I've networked with Sister George and Curlin. I've networked with Eric Williams and hopped on planes and went and did video work. Silly me. I want to do more of that. I want to see more of us winning on that level. So I just want to push the issue on that visual media content more, or at the very least, understanding how you can have a career based on information that you could learn right here on YouTube. That's it.
AM, when we gonna do our affordable housing stream? I know you on that video shoot. But we gotta do that affordable housing stream.
Where
It's gonna be on.
We can do Thursday.
It's gonna be on my channel.
That was kind of a joke with all the inflation.
And Freeman's Journal's also doing something similar, so you should hook up with him.
That's crazy. Nick, that's crazy you talk about that, because I'm already in that business.
Yeah, you got 4 people now. That's how you hook up.
So
I'm not trying to get into it. We were just going to have an open discussion. No, I got enough irons in the fire with all the shit that I got going on. We were just going to have an open discussion on it. But y'all are willing to come in. I'll open up on StreamYard instead of OBS. So if anybody comes, I can link them in.
Well, I would like to. What's up, everybody? I would like to submit a fuck you ticket to Art in the Stall. Because I kindly responded to Art via email and said, I'm trying to stay out of this bullshit. And like a verbal drug dealer, he responds by emailing me the link again. And now I'm here. So
it's Art.
I got what you need.
There's a concept in the show Intervention called enablers. And that's enabling that shit.
BGS, why didn't you tell me that's how crack works? That all you gotta do is
I thought you knew, man.
I know now.
The first hit is free, Nick.
So
that's compliments of Joe Biden.
You
get a free crack pipe and a free crack pipe.
But I was smart, so I got some sound bites out of you motherfuckers. Like BGS, you're begging for help. That's gonna be a sound bite. I got not the whole thing. Just
please tell me you ain't got me. Please tell me you didn't get me.
I'm gonna download the video now and go through it.
Shit, here we go.
No, it ain't no bad thing. I be doing my edits and my little clips. They're good. They're in good fun. BGS asked as Grinch, like who runs the gynocracy, and I had a white dude in a what's that, African garb, basically dancing. It's funny. And people tend to really like the sound bites, and I think it's another way to promote the space. I'm gonna start taking Obsidian's nigga commercials too. I will give Obsidian his credit, as I always do. But anyway, on the topic, because I don't want to drive it back to the other stuff. All right, so a lot of what happened before, there was a conversation on, I think, Kevin's thing, like Sunday, I think it was Sunday. Sunday, Kev. Okay. Yeah, and this conversation, so what Rael was doing was kind of a carryover from that. As far as that, the reason I came on here, because when I was jumping through it, I heard him say, I exposed y'all niggas. I will give you people the full video. It's up there on Kev shit. I don't know what he's talking about me exposing anybody.
I don't know, because
I said the same shit I always say as far as this conversation.
Well, I'm saying is you don't have to say it. As far as I know of, there's very few people you have a beef in the Manosphere with. Okay.
Yeah,
As
it's just
far
a
as I
lot of
know.
people that don't like me, and I don't know why. I don't got the subscriber count for people for me to. But then again, I've been fortunate, knock on wood, to not have my channel fucked with, because people like Roger, they stay fucking with his shit. And he don't piss nobody
Yeah,
off.
I mean, we've had to pull Rogers' channel out of the fire like 3 times already.
Yeah, I'll take my trolls over that. But as far as this, okay, as far as this conversation, I've had this conversation with AM1 a couple of times, online and offline. And here's the thing, like there's a lot of people doing a lot of different stuff, and then you have kind of like the space as, you know, let's say it's like a talking hall or something, like a hall where it's a lot of doors you can go away, and it's like the general hall, the general assembly area. You know how it is in school or in in the university. Yeah. And that's what it's like people are seeing, rather than looking at all of the other stuff that kind of goes on. So even on Black YouTube itself, outside the relationship space, like I'm in the NACA program, so I do volunteering for that. I'm not officially with them, but I do a lot of volunteering with that. And NACA is affordable housing to get people to get a loan without, you know, blah 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 down payment. I say that to tie it into what's called was talking about. That's why I made that joke about where, because that's one of the problems that's being ran into is, you know, ain't no for, like, you know, in North Carolina houses jumped up like 150,000 if you bought one in 2019 because of inflation. A lot of people moving here from fucking New York, and yeah, so that's why that was a joke. But I know different states are different. But my point is, if you go to that sector, that's a whole new sector with like real estate people. People talk about credit, and not just the internet marketing part, but like to get people houses, get people credit. Even Glendon's onto that. You got Erica and Andre, who kind of like the closest point of contact for stuff like that. There's known, because there's other people. So my point is that if you have conversations with people on AM1, like if that's what you're good at is networking. Networking is a skill. You network with certain people, and then you see what they're doing, and then people can have a conversation about that. And here's the thing: it's not going to do the same amount of views as like some of the other stuff we talk about. That's okay though, because the truth is, people may not do as many views, but those may be more buyers. So this is what I said as far as the overall solution, as far as where I want to see the space go to, and I'm working towards that. What I want to do is a situation where you have channels that they do content that's going to put money in their pocket, but it's also going to bring in a subscriber base. And then within that subscriber base, that's when you start segmenting folks based on certain interests. So for example, one thing that you can do is promote an idea of, let's say, BMT was talking about an affordable housing thing. And then we look to see who's talking about that, who has some information about that. And then I didn't know Nick did. So Nick, Freeman's Journal, and you bring people together, and maybe we bring in some experts, like people that may be a full-fledged real estate agent, or maybe somebody like, even bring Erica into that. She'd be the closest, and Erica has definitely that level of expertise. ATS probably, or fuck it, keep it male, because all your niggas got a problem. Andre always donates and shit. So you see what I'm saying? And then you do what's called, it's a guy by the name of Kirk Nugent. I found him.
Oh yeah.
Go to his channel. All y'all should be on his channel, especially if you're trying to build a YouTube channel, because especially for live streams. And he's in the church sector, but he does it for other stuff. The point is how he does it with the Zooms and stuff is exactly kind of what I would be going for. And this doesn't even have to be on YouTube. It could be something where we do a Zoom call, and we don't even, like, you could charge people, but you don't have to, but whatever. And he don't. So the point is, they could come, and if they got a product or something, they can kind of push that, but we're giving really good solid content just off the strength of the video. And it doesn't have to be associated with YouTube. If we want to clip it here or there, we can do it. So then we're having kind of a thing. We're using YouTube as a platform, as getting access to certain people, and then we're segmenting them. And this is where building email lists and stuff like that. That's just off that. We got plenty of guys. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to MOT. All of y'all that's, join military service. Fantastic. Like, join military service. What's their experience? What they can get out of it? What age? Marcus joined the military at like 34. Marcus Brown. So he has an interesting experience as somebody joined late because a lot of brothers don't know what they want to do. So there's things that we can segment for stuff like that and then build a central library on things like that. We could do that. Not to mention the stuff AM1 was talking about on video editing, how to actually connect that to a business, because obviously you can be good at something, but if you ain't doing your clients, you don't know how to get clients, you don't know how to get nothing. Well, how ways you can make money, and you can do webinars on things like that. And then the goal would be to get people that do content, like even Superfly. I've seen he does a different channel that I've seen it's grown. As he talks about some of this, we do the trending news to get access to our audience, and then we filter and distill that. That's how you do that. That's what the fuck I've been saying to everybody, but nobody wants to hear that because really, this is where I agree with what you were saying, BGS. Well, not the bitch ass nigga shit of Rael, but as far as the but as far as
I meant that shit.
You never BGS. Look. I got that soundbite too. With BGS, I never said I'm the master teacher. Well, we heard it today.
Yeah.
People think just because I have a decent diction, right, that I'm not from the hood, man. I still live in the goddamn fucking hood, man. So people want to see. People want to test you. Okay, they want to throw some words around like you ain't never heard them before. Okay, and they don't back off until you start throwing them back. Like he started laughing at the end because I started throwing them back.
Next thing you know, Dennis is gonna want to have I need to BGS. So let's talk about this.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get in the middle of that, man, because I got love for Dennis because we from the same hood, man. So I know where he came up, man. Like I said, where he went to high school, man. I worked at my first job at McDonald's was right down the street from Manual
the toilers.
We used to call them the toilets, but
but
I got love for my toilers though, man. But that is a rough ass neighborhood. Okay, always has been. And Shirley Hussar grew up in that neighborhood, so she grew up right down the street too.
Yeah,
so she know what it is.
Yeah. So but just to finish up. That's what I've been saying. So when you see people doing more trending news, and to be fair, O'Shea O'Shea wasn't the first. I mean, Jada Black kind of was really one of the first ones to start it. But O'Shea is the one that kind of started going that way. And trust me, he was like, man, I ain't trying to do that shit. That's some whole shit. And people behind the scenes had to kind of push him to do it because
I was pushing him to do it. I was pushing the hell out of him.
It was a lot of people that didn't talk to each other on their own. It was kind of like, come on, man, because you be good, because you know how to mix the funny in and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So anyway, the point is you bring that the macro black male audience in. If people want to talk about sports, shout out to Mace Taker and stuff like that, and then you distill that into the stuff y'all want to talk about. But the shit y'all want to talk about, you're not going to take directly. If you look at Kurt Nugent's channel, that dude knows what he is doing.
He does.
And he's growing slow. Now, he knows how to monetize this stuff on the back end, but that should tell you no matter how good and pretty you make that shit, it just is what it is with YouTube. Yeah. Glendon Cameron's another one. He don't be doing thousands of thousands of views, but he make more money than all you motherfuckers, including Kevin. Because you gotta know how to work YouTube right. And I keep telling y'all that, and niggas keep going. I am one, you get it, but it's people that keep on, man. But see, what about this space? Okay, nigga, then leave then. Shit, I'm not gonna. We're not gonna change the space for certain people.
You know what, Edward, and Art knows this, man. You can be talking about anything, right? Anything else, or something off topic, right? And some dude will come in, man, damn near on the verge of suicide, okay? And they need somebody to talk to, And this is what this space is for. We talk about all. I don't care what channel it is, right? We talk about all different kinds of things. But basically, this is a group therapy session for black men, for the most part. That's what the functions is. For truck drivers, people that work overnight, people that need to take their mind off their daily life because whatever they're dealing with, this is what it's for. They just want to hear black men talking about something else, right?
And I also said, to be real quick, I also said too, one thing we do need to do a better job. This is something I came to the conclusion with AM1 is something we could do now is do better with directories and stuff. But obviously this is going to be predicated on what people want to do, who inspires them, but having directories with people that aren't new can kind of distill certain things, if they're looking for real estate, we can kind of say, okay, these are the guys for this, that,
You know what, Edward, you do the same thing that, cause people wondering where the where the Black Manosphere list came from, right? I didn't make it. Roger and
Yeah.
Kev actually made that list, right? And nobody else would actually post it, right? Okay, who's the only one that posted the shit?
You.
Me. Okay, if you got a list and you got a whole bunch of people that do some shit, right? Do some shit and actually want to post whatever they want to post, they could do that. People say I don't share Complex's shit. Complex has got my email. He's got my Twitter. He's got a whole bunch of shit. Complex can get a hold of me anytime he really wants to, right?
Eh,
Okay. Complex can drive to my goddamn house if he really wanted to, actually wanted me to help him with his channel. Okay.
Everybody has features on their channel. It comes to having a channel, and everybody doesn't use it. And that's not really what it is. What it is you got folks that, because this is the conversation we had on Kev's thing. You got folks that it's like they want to hold people accountable for certain people not blowing up, and that's like it's almost like motherfucker, we ain't the reason Kevin blew up. Like
No,
this idea, like we're not, like when you look at everybody that blew up, like O'Shea, anybody, Angry Man, like anybody, hell, even well, you can kind of say Crimson Cure, but to a certain extent, you know, she has her own.
She has her own thing, yeah.
But
the circumstances helped her blow up, yeah.
Yeah, so this idea that it's like, okay, we can all vote for one person because we're not voting for this person, it speaks to we're not serious. My thing is, there's plenty of factions on Black YouTube in this space and outside of this space. There's plenty of folks that can be talked to. Like I keep saying it before, like why don't folks like shit? You can get what's it called on a. I'm in the lead attorney's Patreon, and when you look at what they're doing, because a lot of them, most of them are Black, are in there trying to build their channels. It's so much stuff we know that they don't fucking know. Yeah. And this is not to say that lead attorney's information is basic, because it's not, but it's stuff that we know because we've just been doing it. And it's that we don't really pay attention and appreciate what we do know. And you got people that are learning, and as they learn and deal with the algorithm in a different way, and they're going to blow, it's like people wondering why that is. Part of it is we don't even reach out to people outside the space. There's plenty of channels, Black male channels in Black YouTube that is adjacent to what we talk about, that's adjacent as far as numbers that are in this space. Like for me, I'm probably going to talk to JR Wisdom down the road because I have a relationship with him because he's been in this space for a while. People don't know that though. They think he just came out of nowhere or some shit. So
no, he's been around.
He's basically LA, like the adjacent to like LAR.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we hear all the stuff that's being said, but just like how I felt like the gynocracy needed to be talked about, and I put that on my back because, you know, we came to that conclusion back in early days of the Coliseum.
Oh, yeah.
And then I said it's something that need to be advocated for. So I talked about it, and it didn't matter if people were listening or validating it. I kept doing it. Now everybody uses the term because that wasn't the case before. And I just got done listening to SWP recently, and he did a video with finally he gets it. Talk about I'm not talking to these hoes no more about this shit this 10 years ago. I'm like, thank you. So it takes time. And at the end of the day, if you want to accelerate it, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, a lot of y'all, I'm gonna say this is how I know some of y'all full of shit. And I'm gonna just say it just like this, and I say this with love. A lot of y'all say y'all make six figures. I'm not challenging that. Y'all got the disposable income to kind of throw some paper bag money like $100. I ain't talking about it me. I'm talking about if y'all want a certain expert for an hour, like to bring them online, or y'all want like certain people to kind of talk to y'all to maybe have a higher content count, people can pull up the paper bag money to make that happen for their own little network of thing if they really wanted to. I know I could. I choose not to do that. But folks act like that if it don't go through us, it don't happen. I think that's people putting a burden. They're passing that burden on to us to not really take accountability for what they want to do. And I'm not talking about AM1U because I know you're a content creator and you do the networking part. But there's people that don't do that at all. That's a high level of what they do. They just get on the channel, Big J Triple X, and every time they get the opportunity, they want to holler at somebody because ain't nobody listening to that motherfucker. And I'm like, yo, that's not my fucking problem, yo. I still don't know why motherfuckers listen to me. Shit. Anyway,
because you're entertaining. You can actually speak, so it's entertaining to listen. I mean, you ramble. The thing is, you're actually entertaining while you do it. That's the entertainment component. That's what I try to tell people. Because people say that we don't do anything. We always talk about is bitches. On Art of Itmos, we just did 2 hours on the Kerner Commission report, right? We've been doing it for the last month and a half, right? Okay. It had nothing to do with bitches. Yes.
Let me ask you this. So, real quick, because I know AB was here, and then shout out to Charles Faulkner, Officer Faulkner in the building.
Shout out to Mediocre.
Charles was there. Charles was actually there, giving us a breakdown about.
And shout out to Mediocre too for the $300,000 mark. I know he had
officer of the goddamn law.
Yeah.
As more and more new people roll up in here, relative to things like those, like the poll, that kind of started off this whole thing. As more and more people come in here, and we look at a poll, and we look at it like as objectively as we possibly could, metrics, data, whatever. We get into percentages, the high percentages of the discussions, men's rights, dating and mating, relationship talk, expressing frustration with women, power moves, panel fighting and beefing. What is the highest percentage of somebody new or somebody just outside looking in objectively? What are they seeing? Now, Art is asking the question, what value most in this space? And somebody clarified it should be, what more do you watch in this space? Which I think is a better way to sort of pin that down. So I think Obsidian did a similar panel. His numbers were different. Art's numbers obviously are different. I'm just curious about relative to this.
I personally don't give a damn about what people think, because as somebody that's a direct...
In other words, what draws them here in the first place?
Because I'm a direct response marketer.
Yeah, I done it too, remember? AM1, I put the same poll up.
It's a poll up, but the thing is, if you're a content creator for a while, you will actually start noticing what draws them here. Because I always ask, how did you find me?
Yeah, that's a better question.
How did you find me? What drew you here? What video? What problems are you having? Right? After 8 years, man, basically, I don't even need the poll, because I got almost 40,000 subscribers. I've been here for 8 years. I've asked so many questions. I've done, I don't know how many 8-hour lives with all kinds of people, right? Because believe it or not, when I got here, nobody did open hangouts, okay? Nobody dropped the link and allowed everybody on. If you didn't know that content creator, you wasn't getting up there, okay?
Yeah, and I'm a direct response marketer, so I go get the audience. I don't that's another thing. Like, you people can it's kind of like the thing why I don't like that poll is because it's like a roundabout way. First of all, most of them motherfuckers are capping like a motherfucker anyway. And then as far as what the new people do, okay, I'm not throwing shade. I'm not.
Wait, real quick.
A lot of times you hitting a lot of CJ MBMs when you asking that question. They don't even know what up it's down is to even fucking answer the damn.
In other words, what is CJ? Because CJ said it in his own video, right?
See, my bad. He hit triggered again.
No, in other words, CJ said it in his own video. Why did he first come here? Because he had problems with his old lady. They were having problems. That's why he came here in the first place.
Osmosis said the same, because I was just talking about a way who is a newer creator, and he has like 2 people watching him, and that's not a bad thing. He's new. He's got a great setup.
You guys are. Let me.
But I was talking to him, and we go ahead.
Go ahead, clarify it.
The whole point of why, when I first saw this poll, my stance on this was, this does not reflect what I've seen in my almost 5 years dealing with this space. In other words, the mass majority of what I've seen here, and this is not me trying to feel some kind of way about it, but more specifically about what I've seen objectively. It does appear that the black men, if we want to talk about some kind of black manosphere, one would tend to believe that the majority of what black men care about is dating and mating, relationship talk, and expressing frustration with women, and panel fighting and beefing. That's the mass majority of what I've seen out of these discussions.
That's what's promoted by the YouTube algorithm. That's what
people are.
I'm saying, like, literally me being like somebody who's floated around, been been a part of, like, different factions. I've been cool with a lot of different people, whatever. I don't really do the faction thing. I'm cool with a lot of different people. I say diverse, so I don't get into beefs. I don't get into the clique shit. But guaranteed, the grand scheme of what I've heard is specifically talking about bitches, dating and mating shit, trauma buying, cornball type shit. In my opinion, like, really, let me finish. I'm just saying what I have objectively observed across all of this. So, and this mirrors the macro world of the black community overall. And I just say this to say, there's niggas out here that's all they care about is chasing pussy and stunting on the bitch and stunting on the nigga, trying to do this, that, and the third, and dying and living and dying chasing pussy. And overall, if that's reflective, macro to micro, of the black community as a whole, and we're gonna do the same shit on the online space that's a part of a fucking search engine where we have all this wealth of information, I feel like that's kind of a damn shame, and we kind of squander it.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna I'm gonna respond to that directly. I said this on your stream, and I'm gonna say this now. The reason why the women are talked about and if the women shut the fuck up lying on black men at a mass scale that affects at an aggregate. Because some of us, obviously, we if we got money, we can move as individuals. I get it. But as a mass aggregate, it affects black men in a very negative way. I say it before
women lying on black men?
Women is your greatest character witness.
Yes.
Period. And black women for decades have basically built this. Glenn and Cameron just talking about like a business and how a real durable business takes time to build up. You can't cheat that shit. And it's the same thing with propaganda too. Real solid propaganda that's in there takes time to build up. We can go through history and find that out. And really, when you see all the real crazy shit happen, it happens because a lot of the mentalities were built up as a foundation first. And it gets ready. My point is that a lot from SWP and Soul and Black and hardcore, all the older guys, even Tommy, to where we are now, which is really what, a 10-year span? Maybe like obviously if 15, you go back to blog, but we're talking YouTube. That conversation has been challenging and dismantling those points. And by the way, the reason you have attorneys that are willing to show their face, the reason you have PhDs that are really even willing to do this that BGS brought in, the reason why you could even have a Kevin Samuels, that it's obviously it's the environment, but it's also that this information has been permeated out there at least to a certain level to where somebody was able to carry that. It is off the grounds of what we have talked about. So this idea of people, you need to do what I need you to do. The truth is, if you look at the real world, when you look at STEM and all that other stuff, when that's a small group of people anyway, regardless of race. Asians are kind of an exception.
What I need you to do?
No, because that's how you're coming off. That's you're coming off very paternal.
Wait, you gotta let me address that. You gotta let me address that. I am the guest of honor. You're saying I want you to do what you need to do what I want you to do. What I'm saying is this.
Go ahead.
Listen. What I'm saying is this, and I'm let me know if I'm tripping. I'm saying if we're talking to young men, we're talking to black men. Yeah, BGS, right? Because you got all the answers because you're the master teacher. I'm trying to be a master learner, right? I'm trying to soak game from everything and put my ego aside. But let me address this. Let me holler at this. I'm saying super weird, right? Y'all talking about what women are doing. So I guess I'm out of touch because women don't really play too much of a part in slowing down my efforts out here moving as a man.
That's an individual.
Let me finish. Yes. But the whole point is this. I'm trying to be a voice to say, hey, young brother, hey, brother, 30s, hey, brother, my age in your 40s. There are ways that you can circumvent a lot of this bullshit, and we have the tools to do it. And if you sit for hours on YouTube, you are literally on one of the vehicles that you could use to learn something that could help you circumvent a lot of the bullshit with the women, the anti-male propaganda and all that, to where one of your biggest challenges will then be dealing with the government trying to reach in your pocket. Let's go deal with that. Silly me for thinking that brother should maybe want to go do that versus sit here and talk in circles about women that we by and large can't control because they're being. Let me finish.
You can't.
Let me finish.
Wrap it up. Kind of wrap it up. Kind of wrap it up a little bit, man.
Bro, y'all really y'all way more long-winded than me. What the fuck? Come on, bro. God, go ahead. Y'all got it because y'all got all the answers.
No. In other words, you cut Edward off to make your point, right? And we want to make a counterpoint.
Edward been talking for 20 minutes. Relax, but go ahead. Y'all got it.
All right, man. You know what it is. Okay. But the thing is, you can't.
I'm on y'all turf. Y'all got answer. Go ahead.
You can't circumvent it, man. That's the problem. That's what the man not by Tommy.
But you're talking
to
a man who has done it.
He's the master teacher, bro. He's the master teacher, dude.
You're talking to someone who's done it.
You can't.
I'm a living example.
Go. You can't. You're gonna have to face it, man, because it's there.
I don't deal with the half the issues y'all talking about with these women.
That's an individual, man.
Silly
The vast majority of people are gonna have to do it.
So you don't want me to tell other brothers how I did it? Don't you want to know?
You can, but the thing about it is,
so y'all don't want to know. It's not that fun.
All right. Go ahead, man. Finish what you're saying.
God,
Go ahead, man.
so
Go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let's
Because
keep
you're gonna
walking
cut
niggas
people
off
off.
a cliff talking
No,
about
no,
women
no.
over
Keep
and
going.
over.
Keep going, man. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
No, you got it. Teach us.
No, because you cut me off like 4 times. Go on.
All right, yeah. So silly me that I want to inspire, motivate, or tell brothers as a living example of, hey, I'm not special. Here's how you can use this ridiculous search engine that has millions of videos where you can learn all kinds of different skills and trades and make it to where one of the biggest hurdles in your life will be government reaching in your pocket, not worrying about women and having to talk about them and trauma bond for hours and hours. Silly fucking me. But go ahead. Keep doing it. Everybody, black community, young black men, 30s, 40s, keep doing that shit. And see where that gets you when you're 60. Go ahead. Keep doing it. Enjoy it. Love it.
And shout out to Charles for the super chat. He says, woo, gynocentric speaking, of course. Woo.
The lead attorney talked about.
I'm going to say this because obviously you got to bum rush this conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, and I'll be bum rushing after that because I'm going to get in and get out. Go ahead.
I mean, crack house style, right? I've noticed lately you've been bringing all the trolls over here. All right, I've noticed that. I mean, a bunch of I've noticed the trolls are coming over. I've noticed this, like I was wondering why I was spelling a lot of bitch in the area, but anyway, it's funny because a lot of people get to the manosphere in different ways, whether if it's talking about females, which hold up, I need to get you some money. Gynocracy. There you go. You're gonna make 100 now, 200, 300. There's shows that I can put up where I've spoken nothing about women and do okay. There are shows that I spoke with BGS and about the interview with Obsidian with Elle magazine, and that went pretty damn good. One of the biggest shows was with Grandmaster Troll, but I think it's funny because everybody wants to get hardcore. Like, this is the way you need to do it. You'd be surprised what young teenage men think about. And it's kind of funny because every so often we get back into this Pookie, Ray, educated lame argument. And I'm just like, you all the same nigga. What's the difference? Some of you made it to college, some of you didn't. And not all fucking college people in college are fucking lame. But I think it's just one of those issues that a lot of people in this space are afraid to get away from other things or afraid to speak their mind. I, for instance, do not have that weakness. A lot of there's times people think that we're all just a fucking monolith saying the same shit. No. I'm gonna tell you the reason why you should avoid certain type of women. I'm going to tell you the reason why you should join the military. I'll probably even tell you the reasons why you shouldn't. Tell you the reasons why you should go to college. Tell you all kinds of avenues. But at least pick a goddamn avenue. And that's pretty much the problem in the space. You got some people who change up so much that you forget that the original content was like in the first place. I'm not saying that you should not evolve, but you should also be true to yourself at some point. And I think that's become lacking lately. Anybody wants to point that out? Go ahead.
Dollar Will.
Yeah, I think that, we got to stop gaslighting each other. We got people, because you see somebody on a panel talking about women and relationships all day. I hear like inferences like they losers or whatever. A lot of these guys have everything in their life together except for that one thing. And yes, women, relationships, that is crucial to human development. It's crucial to your proper psychology. All of it is essential to well-being. It's one of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and you can't wish it away. You can't say to somebody, well, you should have solved that by now. It don't work like that. Life don't work like that. Everybody don't go through all those steps up to self-actualization in a sequence. You get there when you get there, if you get there. People die and don't reach the top. Okay, so we just gotta understand that people are gonna do what they do or grow at their own time, and we gotta give up this very self-centered way of comparing everything and everybody to ourselves. You know, well, this is how I did it. Fuck you. You know, I'm not talking nobody in particular. I'm talking to everybody. I'm talking to everybody. Okay.
Oh, I know. That's about me.
It's for everybody, not just you. It is you and everybody else. Everybody listening, fuck you. When it comes to somebody else, their life, their development, fuck you. You cannot make yourself the barometer for everything.
The lead attorney talked about on one of his live streams how his channel wasn't moving at all until he started rapping. He used to talk about legalese and just be dry about it until he wrapped it into trending news and embedded the gems in that. He said this a couple of times. And the reality is that's when his channel started moving. And it doesn't have to be women. It's the same thing with Pocket Watch with JT. There is an audience for certain stuff, but when I say that people are trying to enforce something, it's like what I'm hearing is there's bandwidth is being sucked up, and you all as content creators are sucking up all the bandwidth, so all this other shit can't be talked about. So it's our fault. When the reality is,
no, it's your fucking fault for fucking being a liar. Don't go out and tell people that the Brain Trust doesn't talk business, doesn't talk economics, doesn't talk finances, doesn't talk all this shit. Because see, now what you're doing is you're being a disingenuous fuck. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, Edward. That's what the fuck you're doing. That's what the fuck you're doing. So since you want to sit up here and talk that shit, I'm going to come up here and correct this shit for the record. This same motherfucker that's doing this will be the same motherfucker, Edward Anderson, that will get out here. And let's just say if your channel is the channel that gets out here and talks about the very things that everybody needs to talk about, he'll go out here, Edward Anderson will get out here and tell everybody that your channel doesn't do it. You disingenuous fuck.
So, okay.
Edward, you know what I do. You know I was on the Brain Trust. Did you really say that?
Yeah.
He said it. Yes, he did, Dollar Will. Yes, the fuck he did.
So let me be clear. Since you want to go there like that.
Yeah, we gonna go there, nigga. Let's go there. Let's go there with your punk ass. Let's go there.
Oh, you know, see.
See, because no, Edward, no, I ain't playing with you right now, bro. I ain't playing with you in your fucking word babble right now, nigga. No, fuck that shit, nigga. No, you was wrong. Just say you was wrong. Just say you were wrong, and we good. Just say you were wrong.
Why do we do
That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do.
How could you be mindful?
BJ, stay the fuck out of this. BJ, stay the fuck out of this. Edward's a grown man. He's a grown man, and he was the one that made a point, and I'm countering it. So BJ, fall the fuck back. Let me deal with Edward. We grown men here. Fall back. Edward. I'm talking to Edward.
Yeah,
all you need to do is Edward. BJ, shut up. Edward.
I don't have to
admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong. BJ, fall the fuck back. Edward, admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong, and we're good. Admit you're wrong, and we're good. Just fall back. Edward.
Let Edward.
I thought you told me you were going bowling.
I was gonna go bowling, really.
I don't know no bowling alley stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing here? Quite obviously, honey, you just came to pick up that spare. Let me tell you one thing. I don't see how you could pour that little thing out in front of a stranger anyway. You know every time you go to pull it out, you got to get the
Come on, man. This is some bullshit.
Maybe I see more meat on the neck bone.
Okay. So this is what you
anyway,
do.
Man.
You guys gotta take that on another channel because this is not. I'm not Don King, and this is not the Battle Royal Stadium.
Tuesday.
Well, and look, listen. We can't have people on panels saying shit that ain't true, man.
But this is a one-way conversation. So
it's not one way, nigga. We both here. We both here.
Y'all. Come on.
We both here.
Can we at least respect our
punk ass niggas?
See,
let Edward respond.
All right, so hold on. Prove I'm.
Wait a minute.
Hey. Directed at me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's directed at you, punk ass nigga.
And you
Can Edward respond?
The reason why you need me to admit you're wrong because you can't prove that I'm wrong.
Did you listen to the live stream? No. I already proved it. I already proved it. I already proved it, though. No, but that's false. I already proved it today. Let him respond. Go ahead.
Put a fucking playlist together of 10
It's already there. It's in the description of the video I did today, dumbass.
Nigga.
It's already done. No. It's already done. What you're saying is already done.
Hey.
Stupid.
The art has to put up another video. Okay.
Why does that have to be referee?
You said you know that I was over there, and you know what I do.
Because
thank you, Dollar Will. Thank you, Dollar Will.
We don't want this on our channel.
Why do grown men need protection?
That sounded like a confession.
Because we don't want this on our channel.
Punk ass nigga, man.
Damn.
We can do this. We can do this civilly. We can be civil about.
Yes.
How can you? That sounded like a confession. If you say
no, it's not.
Hey.
Come on, Dollar Will. Go there, bro.
Y'all.
Go there.
Y'all.
Go there.
Damn.
Come on. Hey. Let him respond.
I think y'all need to talk this out. I think we should all talk this out.
We're trying to talk it out now. We got to do yelling over here.
Y'all both have channels. Go there.
I'm the guest of honor, and if my
y'all both have channels, open up the
like I'm trying to be fucking patient.
Open up. Both have.
Being emotional.
I open up a channel on this. I'm gonna
open up a stream.
Bury y'all ass.
Open up a
you're
stream.
not.
Open up a stream. Hey, go open up a stream. You guys got channels. Hey, open up a channel. Go to your own channels and do this, okay?
No one likes you.
All this bullshit.
Hey, you guys ruined my stream, so you guys ruined me and our stream. So
this is fuckery, AM1. Don't you like it? This is fuckery, bro. Don't you like it?
Yes.
You want the shits? Okay, well then don't come on. It's not ruined.
All right, I'll be back. I'll be back, man. I'll be back.
Peace, BGS.
I want to see y'all.
Because this is fuckery. This is what the Manosphere is about, right? Yay.
Yeah. Why you come at him?
Yep.
Because let's be real clear. On my fucking channel, ain't nobody taking a semi-automatic and just blasting it like that.
Bye, y'all. Hey, y'all be good. It was real and it was fun, but I'm out. This is
Manosphere, right?
Bye.
You know,
fuckery.
You know what? I know what I'm about.
Yeah, because that's all I said I care about here. Right. Take my words
awesome.
out of context.
No, because
you look corny if you
and this is why
take my words out of context. Come on, dude. We supposed to be cool.
Like it ain't
is your point that is not discussed?
Hold on. So you're
right. Then don't take my words out of context because that looks.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Edward.
You bring your ass on my fucking channel and you make
fuck your channel. You don't talk about shit. You don't talk about nothing, dude. You don't talk about nothing, dude. You talk about Kevin Samuels.
Wait, chill.
I'm gonna ask you the way I asked you. Or I'm gonna do it myself.
Edward, if you open up a stream right now, or Complex, will you go there if Edward opens up a stream right now?
No, Complex ain't invited. Fuck that nigga.
He don't talk about shit. What the fuck are we gonna talk about over there? Celebrity gossip?
And now we're getting to where the problem is.
Yo, hold up.
You're talking about gynocracy?
Right. A bunch of
which one of you guys is willing to open up a stream and host the other?
Yo, hold up.
Which one of you guys is willing to open up a stream and host the other person?
The least we can do is that. The least we can do is respect our channel.
I'm not playing it. Because you didn't check that shit when I was getting blasted like that. So nah, the hell with that. I know what I'm
Wait a minute.
Who's gonna open up a stream and host the other person?
The stream is gonna be worthless. Whoever does it doesn't even matter.
I mean, god damn.
This is fuckery, right? Isn't that what this is at the end of the day?
I think it should be talked out.
There's nothing to talk out because he lied on us.
Why did you come back up here then?
He lied on us. And I asked him, all he had to do was just say, hey, I was wrong. And I said everything was all good. But guess what he did? He had a fucking emotional breakdown. So here we are.
Yeah, moving the goalpost to how many people watching, that's a totally different subject than
speak
what
on
was
it,
being
Will.
discussed.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
You know, so he just threw off into histrionics because he
speak on it
with that.
Because Dollar Will's a founder. He's one of the founding members of the Brain Trust. So now you have another founding member of the Brain Trust. And we're starting to hear how this shit gets buried all the goddamn time.
The Brain Trust talked about technology,
We still do, Dollar Will. We still do. We still do.
Wait a minute. What got
So
buried?
isn't this is like the introspective men of reform kind of lane over here, right?
Okay, wait a minute.
It's the
What
Idmore
the fuck
lane?
wait a minute. What got buried again?
Go ahead, Dollar Will.
No, I was saying I wasn't the one that said something. I said that I didn't say nothing about something getting buried. I said that that
somebody mentioned it. Somebody mentioned about something.
No, what Dollar I was speaking to what Dollar Will was just saying. Because I said he's a founding member from day one.
You remember when
and I'm asking what got buried.
Okay, Dollar Will, can you go ahead and repeat what you were saying?
Oh, I think you were saying, Complex, that the history of what we covered in our agenda with really the agenda. They had
everything, right?
That got buried. You had made a comment or something about something getting buried.
No, no, because here's the thing, right? Because you have Edward Anderson who came over here and decided to play stupid, right? As if because that was the whole point. That's why I was like, whoa, what are we about here? Because all we have to do is just let the conversation unfold, and we're gonna find the fuck out. So what I was saying here is that for everything that Edward was saying, you were sitting here saying, well, wait a minute. You already know we've been doing this since day one. And I was like, yeah, there you go. That's all I was trying to say.
It was a carryover from the Coliseum. Everything that started in the Coliseum, we annexed it out. All the higher brow stuff, we annexed it, and it became the Black Brain Trust, because would give us about a half hour to talk about that. Then we would get into gynocracy stuff, and that's what most people wanted. So we realized that if we wanted to have a more expanded conversation on those things that interest us, that we needed to start our own channel.
Dollar Will, everyone. Dollar Will, everyone. Founding member of the Brain Trust.
Now it's a hard sell. We know that. So saying how many people watching. Look, hey, now Edward made a good point about, some of the bigger channels will get a bigger audience for it. That's why BGS had a bigger audience for it. He had a bigger channel. But
Edward also said,
I know that you talk about stocks and stuff. I know you're on the Brain Trust, or that you were on the Brain, spent years, and it's online. You can check it out.
It's still there. It's still there
on the Brain Trust. Then to say that you're mindful of that, and then you won't say that your statement was a lie.
Thank you.
You don't need no proof. You are the proof. You said you were aware of what I do. Now you somebody got to go get proof. You don't need proof of a confession.
Thank you.
Then he said it wasn't a confession. Of course it was. No, everybody here is stupid. Nobody.
Thank you, man. God damn, man. Like, are we all stupid here or what?
Fuck, man? If he had a criticism, nobody is above criticism. This was the moment where he could have just registered the criticism, and we can have a discussion or whatever.
I'm gonna just personally put this out there. Me personally, I talk about various subjects.
So do we.
Some people like them, some people don't. I have the general consensus of not giving a complete nutter fuck. I live my real life that way.
Would you like to be lied on, though, Officer Charles? I get that you don't give a fuck what people think, but how do you feel? How do you feel when people take what you do as far as content and then twist it and lie about it? How do you feel about that, though?
I'll be like, well, we're gonna play the whole game. Since we're gonna play this,
so what the fuck you think just happened to Edward Anderson right now?
I guess y'all got to play the whole game.
Yeah, that's what happened. No, we just took his head. That's what happened. Because he sat up there and he bullshitted Dollar Will. He bullshitted Dollar Will.
I didn't come over. I didn't disrespect him. I didn't deserve no damn disrespectful invitation like that. You can respect me. I'm not disrespecting him. I would be over there right now.
Look, he says that we didn't do We didn't talk money. We didn't talk economics. We didn't talk these things. Dollar Will was literally like one of the main experts in that venue.
I'm gonna give you
So
a
I'm
good
just saying, dude, I'm sick of the fucking lies.
I'm gonna give you a good example, right?
You guys
Good
tolerate
example.
lying if you want.
I'm gonna give you a good example. When people come for me, you better come correct, because I'm gonna come at you 1,000 times harder.
What just happened?
Ask Cynthia G. Ask
Okay.
Grandmaster Troll.
Well, ask Edward Anderson. He's not here on the panel right now, is he?
No, he actually started one. I just looked at my.
I know, but he's not here though. He's not here addressing it, is he?
Nope.
Okay, there we go. All right, you got a point. No, you're good.
I mean, hey, are y'all going to talk it out, or is it
No,
just going to be
no. We're not
crossed?
going to talk it out because Edward is Edward. He's going to do what he does, and he sat up there and he said that shit right in Dollar Will's face. So if he's going to do that, then he's just going to continue to do what the fuck he's going to do, and I'm gonna chin check him every time I see him.
If y'all gonna listen to this, the least y'all can do is actually donate to Art's channel, since you're being entertained. Super chat, cash app. I mean, hey.
Okay, well, that's whoever's out there listening. Please do that.
Me personally, people can't say, well, oh, you wouldn't have done this. Many of you watched me do it live in a living color. I mean, hell, there's many of people who met me, people who see me in person. I'm a peaceful person, but there's sometimes you're justified slapping a fucking flamethrower out of a motherfucker's ass. But time and place. If a person lied on you, you have all right to confront them on it. I want you to, if you feel as though you need to prove what you got to say, prove what you got to say.
Lloyd Hinton, go to my channel. Lloyd Hinton, go watch some early Black Brain Trust. That's who I am. I discussed our technical analysis, how to read stock charts. This was way back before Bitcoin reached 20,000. I was telling people then it was due for a correction. It happened. Some people started to take technical analysis seriously after losing a lot of money when Bitcoin corrected, and they're better off for it. So it's a lot of Bitcoin zealots out here, crypto zealots, and they're going to get hurt because of what they don't know. So that's what I came to YouTube. I was happily hanging out in the Coliseum, and BGS threw up a chart, and I decided to jump in and contribute to that effort because I was doing it more every day.
It's kind of to be fair about that. We spent a lot of time talking about geopolitics. We spent a lot of time talking about finance, Bitcoin or no. We spent a good time during the Coliseum days talking about a lot of these subjects. So, hell, 2 hours, some subjects, god damn.
Nutrition, chemistry, all kind of stuff.
Comic books, fitness. I mean, this is, like I tell people, even on my page, on my channel. I remember it was a Shatterstar, I believe AB, and a couple other people. They slip in my mind right now. But we talked about for like 5 hours and didn't mention the gynocracy once. There's times I'm going to talk about the gynocracy. Like I personally have phone numbers of some of my subscribers, and they ask me about it. Yes, there are some times I'm going to talk about the gynocracy because it's needed. But there's other times I don't have to talk about them for one blessed minute.
I've consistently defended the right of Obsidian and others to talk about relationships all the time. If that's what they want to do, fine. I don't want to hear it all the time, but when I want to hear it, I know where to go. And sometimes I tune in, sometimes I don't. But if that's that's fine.
I think that's the ultimate choice of people that they forget. You don't have to listen to it.
Right.
I think
I don't even want to watch ESPN every day. Okay.
Hold on, but this goes beyond your choice selection and who you're listening to. This is beyond that, because we know this is a marketplace. we are businessmen, so we understand the marketplace. That's not what this is. What we said and what has been proven, just like it was proven on Care's channel. Edward made the claim. He said it as a definitive statement that the reason why Black content creators, and he knows who those people are, don't share specifically the Black Brain Trust because they don't like complex design. Now if your argument is that you're not going to share the Black Brain Trust content because you have a personal beef because of something that Complex has said or Mike V has said, because they just might happen to know what the hell they're talking about and they speak about it with conviction, why y'all ain't got that same kind of smoke when BGS says what he says, when he speaks with conviction and he speaks like he know what the hell he's talking about? I don't see anybody getting offended then. But this is something that is historical. We have had too many, and you can sit here and say you can argue with how you think people should approach things, but this is something that is historical, that Black people, especially the intelligentsia, they have a very hard time accepting the expertise of the Black business class of America. They have a big problem. We saw this with Robert F. Smith when he did all that, when he gave that money to Morehouse, and you saw Black men going against him for actually helping Black men. So when I see people, hold on, let me say this. When you see people saying that their point, because as far as I'm concerned, this ain't no different than BLM. They use the death of Black men, the tragic deaths of Black men in the street, to get money. If you're going to sit here and say that your mission in this space is to help Black men, then it ain't about your personal feelings. Your personal feelings should never come into your decision when men are sharing great information. I have seen great men on the Black Brain Trust. I've seen MOT. I've seen Doc Phoenix. I have seen Doc Phoenix do what you said do in your plan, you and Cerulean's plan, Officer Charles, talking about how to use the military to advance themselves. You have been one of the main people in here. It's like, yo, they gave y'all the keys, man. Walk through the door. And he has been.
Somebody knows the quote.
Huh?
I'm glad somebody knows the quote.
Right, because I listen, and it makes sense. And so when he's I mean, I've seen him.
And by the way, let me ask you this question: was I right about Russia and Ukraine?
I don't know what you said
about Russia and Ukraine.
What about them?
About how they're posturing, the United States and Russia.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. But
yeah, but keep it there.
So feelings should not come into play when you're saying that you're about Black men's interests in terms of sharing the content, because I have seen many streams that they have had talking about certifications, cybersecurity, drone technology, all types of things. I have seen people like Lionel, for example. Dollar Will is one of the people that's instrumental in helping Lionel get really advanced in crypto. If I'm not mistaken, right, Dollar Will?
He's my top student. In fact, I don't even consider him a student. He's a peer now. He got it. he's a good trader, very good trader.
So to make that assertion, if only two things could be true. Either you a lazy ass nigga who didn't do your homework and you just made a baseless accusation that will be considered slanderous and libel, or you know what the content is and you just a hater ass nigga that just refusing to share it because according to what Complexes said, people have said about the Black Brain Trust, they're business snobs. Here's a reality check for Black people, especially confident Black men. We speak with confidence. That's how it's gonna offend you if you don't have confidence in yourself. If you got confidence in yourself, it's not gonna offend you.
I never thought that anybody wouldn't share the Black Brain Trust because a lot of people spoke about you. This is news to me personally. And
When we started,
shout out to Nino, because Nino's one of my subscribers, and I support his channel. Just like I literally opened up a live stream to do a 1-on-1 to support Mr. Z to bring him up to 1,000. I mean, you got Art New Style who've done the same for me, and I've done the same for him. Hell, I bought paintings and drawings from Art New Style. There's barely any fucking channel at one point I haven't supported.
One of the
Hell,
main motivators.
I even supported Money to Cynthia G when she actually made one good point. See, I am no respecter of fucking persons. I don't always agree with everybody. I'm not afraid to tell a person they full of shit. It's part of my charm. Now, if somebody's gonna make a erroneous statement, they gotta own up to it, no matter who they are. If I gotta be corrected, it'd be like, damn, I stand corrected. That's all good to me. I think a lot of people take this shit a little harder than what it needs to be some days. I think that we need to define our goals, or if you have your own private space. I see the General. What's up, General? I didn't see you in a minute. Hopefully all is well. I remember the time me and General first met. We were barking at each other like rabid dogs. So we'd be like, damn, he's cool as fuck, I'm cool as fuck. We the same motherfucker, just different ages. I think that a lot of times what happens
when
is...
you get Dark Charles, can I
hop in? I think a lot of times in this space, we forget to celebrate our similarities and respect our differences. And this is the fatal flaw that we make every time. Like, I don't give a fuck about, as long as you got some good material that people can live their lives even better than what the fuck they listened to you before, I'm all for it. I don't care about promotion. There's time. I really, when I'm dealing, when I'm in a better mental space from dealing with the passing of both my best friend and my aunt this month, I'm gonna do that Black Men Health Expo with Shonda. And thank God Shonda's feeling better, because she was under the weather for a little bit. But that's the type of things we should be aspiring to. I mean, hey, you got every fucking right to live your life the way you want it. Hell, I've defended the rights for goddamn 22 years. But at the same time, nobody should step on the other person's toes trying to make it either. If that person ain't harming you, no harm, no foul. In the words of George Duke, no rhyme, no reason. But go ahead.
PK.
Before my man jumps on, I want to give Art a quick shout out. I didn't get a chance to say anything yet. Just a shout out to Art. I purchased some drawings from him maybe about a year ago. I hung them up in my living room.
Hold on, Jack.
They were conversation pieces during the holidays. So
hold on, Jack.
Jack, PK is trying to get in. He got limited time.
Right, but I've been on. I didn't get a chance to say anything.
But he has limited time though. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Okay, my time was limited too. I was just going to give Art a shout out. That's all.
All right, go ahead and give the shout out, man. Go ahead, man.
All right, thank you. So, hey, Art, we appreciate your talent. Like I said, there were conversation pieces during the holidays. So, hey, everybody have a great week. Take care.
Appreciate it. I'm just gonna say this real quick before you start. No, I didn't support the gynocracy, because a $2 super chat of me being a smart ass was not support. And by the way, I'm the same nigga that made with a lot of you niggas were scared shitless. Y'all know who you are, who were scared shitless of the little list that Cynthia G, others, Chris Liddy-Curzon. I'm one of the niggas who shut them the fuck up. So if you really think that I'm supporting the gynocracy, I'm the motherfucker that when you call 911, they send me. Remember that. A lot of you motherfuckers weren't on those panels, going to other people's channels. Y'all remember that shit years ago? Y'all remember when everybody wanted to make a debate? I said, come on, let's go. Bring your degree. Bring your homegirls. Hey, bring that simp ass nigga too. and send them home by what their fucking tails underneath their legs. Now, whoever got it next, please go.
Look, man, I just hopped on. I wasn't gonna hop on, man, because I actually knew to some degree that this was gonna be what it turned out to be. Just because the types of personalities that certain people have. That's a part of the reason why things took place in the manner that they did. You know, I don't think that some of these people really are able to garner these audiences. And I'm not trying to throw no shade, but I'm just going to keep it 100, man. You're not going to ever be able to garner an audience with a personality that is uninteresting, unentertaining, or that is to some degree grating or rude or disrespectful. You're not going to do it. It's just not going to happen. You'll only ever be so big. I'm sorry. That's the way the world works. If you haven't learned that yet, it's obvious you've been around. You've been in the black community. That's where you've been. You ain't been nowhere else. Because that's not how shit works. I'm sorry. It ain't. Now, and it shouldn't be me that's telling you this. You should have learned this by now. Because a lot of you guys are over like 30. Over 40. Some of you guys. You know? And what just took place here was a fucking travesty in a lot of ways. Because that should have never happened that way. It shouldn't have. Grown men should know how to conduct themselves in such a way where it doesn't have to get to that level. You don't come in the room fucking throwing goddamn elbows around like that's supposed to be okay. There's a panel happening. That goes for multiple folks. This ain't for no individual. This is for multiple people. You know who you are. So if you're looking at me with side eye, you know who you are. You know, I just got into a fight the other day with a grown man behind the same exact reason. And I don't like to fight people. You know, every time I come up here, I'm a pretty chill dude. I really am. But the thing is that you got to reach a point in your life where you understand that grown men don't tolerate disrespecting people. They don't. And there are consequences behind that in real life sometimes. You know, that's why you ain't seen me on these streets the last, 4 days. You know? And what I'm trying to tell you guys, man, is you guys do better, man. Not just watching your mouth. Sometimes it isn't the way you say things. Sometimes what you said and vice versa. You know, there was a whole lot of disrespect that was just thrown around. And if you want to have a conversation with somebody, if you feel like you can have a respectful dialogue, go ahead and do it. But if it can't be that, don't engage. This is the internet. Ain't nobody got those. No one's interested in hearing the bigger end and the bad ones. No one really is interested in that. To some degree they are, but that's not going to work long term. It never has, never will. That's all I got to say, man. Y'all have a good evening.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Somebody like O'Shea made a living out of back and forth like that. So that completely refutes your point. That's the reason why I didn't quite hear you. I'm on my phone. I said O'Shea made a living off of having rumbles specifically that was tailored to that.
His argument, his point wasn't that it wasn't profitable. You know, shock jock works too.
No, he said you're not going to be successful like that. Well, according to the space, O'Shea was successful with it.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, that's wrong. You know, shock jock works. It works.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe not preferable and advisable, but it works. Fuck them.
The back and forth that ensued had nothing to do with men who wanted to. I know, especially for myself, in terms of wanting to have a shock value. The issue was somebody lying on the Black Brain Trust and it being addressed.
That's not how you do it.
That's why complex. Well, you're your own man. You just said you got in a fight recently. You can't come up here and tell men how they respond to the disrespect somebody showed them. They're their own individual man, and they have the right to respond to that particular individual the way they saw fit. That's the way they particularly wanted to handle. That's their business. You got in a fight recently. You chose to handle it that way. You can't come up here and say you just got into a fight recently, and then you're trying to tell men how they're supposed to say things. Because we didn't fight physically. It was war. And when men lock horns, that's the way it goes sometimes. You literally just admitted that you just got into a fight. a physical fight.
That's not. Well, the thing is what I explained, and I was very clear about this. There are 3 levels of how you handle a problem, right? They didn't even go. They skipped right past the first level. There was no word.
Talk it out, yell it out, fight it out. Those are the 3 levels.
Well, he got disconnected. But listen, I just wanted to say this. I'm gonna get out of here. One of the great ironies of all this is I remember an argument or a point that I was making when we were starting the Black Brain Trust. I was saying a lot of these brothers on these panels talking about women all day, they are high-level IT workers, master's degrees, and the like. These are not losers. But outsiders would claim that, they're just a bunch of losers. Like, no. So I think that was one of the motivations for having the Black Brain Trust, so you can see some of these same names that you see over talking about women, over on the Brain Trust, talking about economics, business, technology, and the like. So I just find, it's like we were really making it possible for everybody to continue to talk about women and have some pushback against claims that that's all you talk about. And since the Brain Trust, I will say the Manosphere has diversified its content. A lot of people talk about things that we discuss on the Brain Trust. So it's the need for the Brain Trust to be on every day like it was is not really that great anymore, because we've everyone has evolved. A lot of channels have evolved.
It was the 3rd of September. Hey, all right, can we get some reach for it? Just asking.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Good night. What was it? Papa was a rolling stone. Hey. Oh yeah, to the song with the longest intro in history. Oh man, how you doing tonight, Art? Oh man, I hope y'all supporting this man. I hope y'all supporting this man out here. Hey, Art, you still there?
Yeah.
And when he died, all he
left
was alone.
Oh yeah.
He left him I used to thought he said he left him a bone. Was it alone?
Left him alone. Alone. God
I said,
damn.
he left him. I was a kid. I was like, he left him was a bone. I said, a bone? What kind of rolling daddy leave you a damn bone?
I'm gonna make a series called "Black People Saying the Wrong Words in Songs."
Oh, come leave me alone.
So like the give.
I got my ebonics language. I can speak ebonics.
Like hanging in a child line. Nobody ever got that one.
So like give AM1 give AM1 a big apology, because we're supposed to be featuring.
We got them good niggas. Yeah, good niggas. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, you Negro, you didn't get called me. I emailed you
tonight, man.
Sir Charles.
Yes.
Talking about, and we talked about Ukraine and Russia. Look what's about to happen. Ain't nobody paying attention to all that.
Mm-hmm. I've already talked about that. I said it's posturing. I said I put it out this double one thing. If Russia wanted to invade Ukraine, what the fuck could anybody do about it?
With China. Put that in place.
China doesn't have to do anything. It's just that.
But they like to add their name to everything. So what the hell?
Every time I look at something Chinese, I always think it's cheap. I'm sorry. I hated those fucking pencils in school.
You ain't lying.
And
Made in China.
it's funny because
Charles,
like I was telling.
Charles, let me ask you a question, Charles and Art. Maybe I misrepresented what I was trying to say earlier. Did you understand the message I was trying to get across?
I
Yeah,
understood
people are
it.
too old to act the way they act.
I understood it because I can't chastise somebody throwing hands and then because guess what? That's like me saying, okay, a police shouldn't use force, and there's several times I had to use force to subdue a suspect. That would be a hypocrite. Like I'm like, look, take it from my example. Shit happens. You don't want shit to just happen. You want shit to be calculated. Now, we going to stoop down to the lowest common denominator of us, or we're going to go to new heights? That's up to you.
That was the point that I'm glad that you could explain it in a better way because apparently I couldn't communicate that properly. I don't know why people dismissed it, but apparently they did. So thank you for communicating it again.
I'm a man of peace and war. Like I love peace so much, I'm always prepared for war. So, I'm not going to be everybody's favorite when it comes to these shits. I see people trolling every time I come to some people. Some people going to like me, some people not. I mean, shit, people ain't going to whoop my ass either, so fuck them. I'm going through it with losing an aunt and a best friend. That shit hurts. None of the words people say in these fucking chats, because you got to realize it. There's some people who have no life. This is their life. This is the zenith of their existence.
That's correct.
I'm sorry.
That's correct. And I know you guys went off the BGS. I'm sorry. YouTube is not a search engine. It is a platform for entertainment. Y'all were entertaining tonight, though. Woo!
I mean, you can see it. Like when the users were going back and forth, Art's numbers went through the roof.
It did.
When it calmed down,
100 and something. I said, "Oh my god!"
Here it is. Here it is. Last time Art was on, or last time I was on, so it was BMT, Shirley, and myself, and one more person, and we were actually conversing and talking about different things on different levels in politics. Shirley was asking me, what do I think about the Russia-Ukraine situation? I said, it's no different than Syria. It's
Check
posturing.
your email, Yori. Go ahead.
It's posturing. So we talk about, yes, there's sometimes we're going to have to talk about the female element. Why? Because the female element of our fucking society holds back a lot of young men from their potential.
That's true.
Do I hate to admit that? Yeah, but guess what? It has to be admitted.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of what I think or anybody thinks, yeah, that's fucked up, because we're not at replacement level of men to take the position or take the fight. If you really, really want to think about it, we're not at replacement level. So we're going to have to galvanize and be the catalyst to a couple of fucking projects. If it's the Black Brain Trust, good job. If it's BGS, good job. If it's Edward Addison, good job. If it's West Bumfuck, Mississippi, good job. I don't give a damn. I don't think of who needs to get I think of results. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm so pragmatic and so loved with efficiency and effectiveness that I don't give a damn. Show me something that fucking works.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Shirley, since you're up here, what's your take on DeSantis versus Trump?
Oh, this is interesting. You have a situation where the Republican Party is divided by Trumpicans and Republicans, and the money flows the same way. That's all I think. The money flows the same. So if someone puts you a lot of money, you're gonna throw in some whatever you throw on one side, money on the other side.
They're running mates.
Everybody's trying to get attention right now too, right?
They're going to be running mates.
Yeah, right. It could be that too. It could be a setup for that.
I can see that.
They do this all the time, both sides.
That's true.
Yeah, it was almost an Obama and Hillary ticket.
Oh boy!
Yeah, look at what the old girl said to Biden. Well, your bus when I was on, so I was a little girl during that time. Bitch, you didn't even go to school in this country. But anyway, like, I'm sorry. I should be more respectful of the VP office.
Oh boy.
VP, you hear that wannabe Negro? I'm African American. Bitch, you're Indian. You're from India. You're all from India. You wear a dot on your head. You wear a dot on your head, Negro.
I call her a African American, but that's about it.
African. No, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show Art this picture.
I'm tired of a bunch of Negroes.
No. Show her for what she really is. Y'all want to expose this woman, and then you get California Negro saying, "Give her a break." Oh, okay.
Is she dot or woo woo?
Okay. Dot or woo woo? Tell me.
I mean, which indeed is she?
I don't know which one she is. Someone that said it, I just didn't track it that well.
I'm looking at it like when you look at this political structure, you're pretty much handing it back to Trump.
Right now, hey.
If Trump could just wake up out the bed, scratch his balls, and then be elected president again, because the Democratic Party sunk so low. I mean, it's like you ever been in a wrestling match or in a boxing or MMA, and a guy hits you, and he hits you with his best shot. You actually go down, but you know what scares him? That you're coming back up and you're smiling at him. So thank you for waking me up. The real fight has just begun, and that's what I look at it politically.
Yeah,
that's true.
But Charlie, do you think I was right about Russia?
Well, I emailed you. We had that long talk on. At least I did. When I got back to you.
Oh yeah, sorry I didn't get in touch with you because I had a lot of tragedies. So
I apologize. I'm so sorry.
It's cool.
I think we're all going through what we are with COVID. On top of the political climate, there's a lot of issues where people personally are, where they are psychologically, and how COVID has affected them. And then we're back to an administration that wants us to focus on these other countries. I get it with a lot of things, but as much as people hated Trump, let's make America great again was not a bad thing, especially for Black people who are descendants of slaves. I want to go back to what BGS said earlier, which was really smart. He says, look, this is a therapy for a lot of people. There's truckers who are listening to us. There's people with long drives. I do the long drives, and I listen to you guys. So he's absolutely right. We need therapy before we can even help each other. And that's the real.
If you're not gonna speak on that, what else are you gonna speak on?
So we have our own issues that are going on right now, especially when it comes to money and how banks are giving other people money and not giving us money. How California is a bad version of Epcot. How the Native American, the Indians, even the people from Nigeria, they have their own banks in this country. The Mexicans have their own banks. The El Salvadorians have their own banks. But when it comes to Black people, we put our money in what? Wells Fargo, Chase, and Bank of America, who won't even give us loans.
But they show financial slavery.
They're financial slavery and your buffoonery. Make sure your credit get fucked up.
I mean, we got bigger fish to fry. I mean, I'm one of those niggas who's like, you know what? I love a good hearty fuck you debate, but we got bigger fish to fry. And unfortunately, for a lot of individuals, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the message. Guess what? They don't like you because you're a police officer, a former, current, whatever. You're a police officer. We don't like you. You're not for us, nigga. So, I mean, I've looked at people in this space give carte blanche to a goddamn white boy talking about Black women. I may have my issues with Black women, but the last time somebody came on my panel that was a white boy talking about Black women, he got checked so hard he thought it was a goddamn hockey game. But I mean, I can complain about him, nigga. You can't. It's like saying the word nigga. You can't do it. And the fucked up part about it is that's the same type of white boys. If you date their women, they ready to fucking hang you from a tree like a necktie. I'm just saying, nobody want to hear that shit. You know, somebody else say something, I'm gonna get in trouble.
Hey, hey, Shirley, I got another question for you.
Yes, sir.
Wow, what do you think is going to happen in Georgia with Well, I don't know who the Republican nominee is going to be, but whoever is the Republican nominee versus Stacey Abrams.
You know, there's so much rigging in these elections. I can't even give you a prediction. And Stacey Abrams, their golden girl right now. So anybody that's a golden child like her, or that
she doesn't have it. I'm sorry.
I understand that, but she's got the popularity. She's got the backing of their party. So it's not about her message. It's not about anybody's message. It's the control of the message.
She's
the people they can control who control their message. She's controllable.
I mean, she's not.
Nigga. That's all I can say.
I mean, she's a good cuddly house nigga, man. I mean, you look at the only other person I think that can run for governor for fucking Georgia. Oh my God, they got to be a gay person. But who said that? Just saying. You might as well come out there and say it, because I mean, this is what they're pretty much promoting. Like, if like. Even I hate to hear it, because I'm listening to some brothers I got, you know, unless you were there previously, it is hard for straight black men to make it in certain places, and that's one of them. Like, you better be already established, and you better have your network set up, because if you're a straight black man, you out on your ass. I'm just saying, since y'all want to talk about politics, a lot of niggas don't want to go there with me. You know, we can talk about religion too. For all my Muslim people, assalamu alaikum. You know, for all my Jewish brothers, shalom, and hallelujah to your Christians. So, I mean, but on a serious note, I look at politics a lot, and my mother sometimes, or my father, we look at it, and we just see. My parents taught me foresight. You know, that little thing that kids aren't taught these days. Mm-hmm. They said, don't look at what people are giving you right now. See what they want at the back end. You're being nice to me. Why? Niggas never asked that one question. Why? Why do you want to give me civil rights now? Oh, so you can use the white bitch to go circumvent the shit and take it back away from us. Okay.
Yeah, but a lot of black people don't know the ask. We always talk about why. What is the ask that we're asking and holding these people accountable to? What is the ask?
And you know what, Charlie? I'm glad you said that, because you know why? Because a lot of people are scared shitless to even part their lips.
Yep.
A lot of people are scared shitless. It's like I told you, if I was mayor of Baltimore, I would have the police commissioner, the fire chief, the superintendent of schools. I would have a lot of people and a lot of fucking positions be like, give me 10 minutes of you interviewing right now and tell me why I shouldn't fire you. Because if you look at the historical reference that's going out, you're like, you motherfuckers are failing. Remember the first season of Arrow? Well, the first two seasons of Arrow was the shit. You failed this city? Yeah, that's what black people need to say. You failed this city. Get a motherfucker in. I keep saying this. I don't give a fuck who you vote for. The least you can do if you live in a major city is vote for a Republican mayor, so at least you got a little bit of change.
It ain't happening.
That way you could actually put some fire. If the Democrats went back in, they gotta actually do some shit for you. But you can't. Happen. Yeah, I know, but you can't convince a nigga for shit. As long as you got a crack pipe, half and half, and a 6-legged fried chicken box, nobody gives a fuck.
Hey, Shirley, I couldn't help it. I had to do it.
That's all right. Art, when you have a chance, look at the private chat. I put the link of that vice black president y'all like so much. I want y'all to see what her family looked like and tell me if this woman's black. With the dot on her head.
Oh, yeah.
Her family looked like a bunch of cab drivers.
Yeah, that's what she used to win help win, get more Indian votes. So.
I'll tell you, these
Ooh,
motherfuckers.
Those aren't black folk.
I don't know if you can get through that other picture, but that's the one with the whole families together on that other link I sent you.
Oh my God. They look like customer service from Verizon.
Oh wow.
I said it. Fuck yeah.
Hey, can we talk money real quick? I want to pivot and talk about money.
Go ahead.
For black people. So for none of y'all who may or may not know, I'm a real estate developer. Oh yeah, there she is. The California woman who prosecuted black men. I know I'm pivoting back. I want y'all to see this is her family. Now I'm not criticizing. They look like a nice, beautiful Indian family.
Mm-hmm.
There's a but though. She don't call herself that. If you look at Wikipedia, she says she's African American with Asian descent in her. She doesn't claim to be any of this other stuff.
Her sister is real fine though. Her younger sister.
Y'all talking about fineness, Negro. I'm talking about blackism. See, that's the problem with you niggas. Oh, she got some pretty legs, some thighs is rocking the night. This bitch
Her
is taking
sister
money
look way
from
better
them
than
people,
her.
and y'all talking about her thighs and her legs and her big breasts. I'm too done. Okay, I'm done.
Why do you think we like chicken so much?
Well,
let me look her up. Hold on.
Oh, watch, he gonna show his sister her with them short thighs. Gonna show them big thighs and ass. That's what y'all like.
Her name is Amina.
Get yourself in trouble with that.
And I'm gonna enjoy every moment of that trouble.
Let me see. No, she had another one. This is not the one. She had two sisters or one.
Well, the quarter of that picture you just showed, like she had three.
Cause I think, yeah, because this one has a black husband. Let's see.
Oh yeah, one was married to a black man.
I bet you she's the
and
black
then
piece.
she took them little children and they showed her with children because she ain't got no children. She was too busy fucking with Willie Brown. That's a whole nother story.
Hey, Willie wasn't complaining.
No, Willie got serviced. Every black man likes to be serviced.
Like Jiffy Lube.
Like
well, according to Judge Joe Brown, that wasn't the only man she was messing with.
Is it Maya?
Mm-hmm.
Maya. Here we go. I found it.
Oh, you found it. Okay, let's go.
Diligence is a keeper.
Okay.
She look like
a black man's
name? Bill Cosby. What do you call her? Rudy from what do you call it?
From Cosby Show.
Yeah, Keisha Knight Puller.
No, she do look like her.
Mm-hmm.
She does.
That's her right there.
They're beautiful women. You know, you can't deny it. They're pretty
She
women.
look way better than her sister. Way better than her sister. Look at that.
Is that the one married to a black guy?
I think so. Let me check.
Yeah, you know a brother had to pull up on that. You know, a brother had to pull up on that real quick. I bet you he got money too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Camilla's the only one that has a white dude.
Dang, that's a damn shame. Whole family look like the United Nations.
You're wrong.
God damn.
Yeah.
See, that's the reason why. That's the reason why I'd be a fucked up. That's the reason why I'd be a fucked up president, man.
There you go.
And you look at her. She gonna claim to be black, and they show that picture again, Art, with the whole family.
Well, she got a little bit more black in her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mick story, huh?
That was funny. You funny,
Hey,
bro.
she definitely blacker than Kamala. That's for damn sure.
His name is Tony West. He's a lucky man.
Oh yeah,
you're a lucky man.
Let's see, Kamala's family. You want it?
Go back to show that picture again. Let that sink in with the family. Because a lot of black people don't understand. Because the rest of us from California, we get it. The rest of the country, they don't even know she ain't black. Her father's Jamaican.
The other sister the other sister look like she's like Latina.
Yeah, they kind of have they remind me of Filipinos. Like you get one Filipino and same family member, they all look different.
So that's her right there, I guess, on the right.
The chocolate one you like?
You know,
Yeah,
that
I
must
know
be
she
the
didn't
mail.
have any problems.
That must have been the mailman's kid right there. God dang.
Joe, stop it. And then
I
look at her
know.
daddy.
Oh, that's
He's
the
the
grandpa.
Jamaican that makes her African American.
I think that's the grandpa, ain't it?
No, that's her dad. Oh, that's her grandparents? Well, you might be right. That's the grandparents.
No, that's the mom on the left, but I think that's the grandpa.
I thought it was the father. Hold on. Look, read the bottom. What does it say? Oh, it does say grandfather. Grandfather. Her grandmother. That's her grandparents.
Oh, okay, because the grandma looks just like the mom. They look
Right.
almost
It says
identical.
grandmother and grandfather. I ain't gonna try to pronounce their names. Okay, so if this is her grandparents, do they look black to anybody? Do they look like descendants of Negro slaves? Stop
Nope.
that.
Like on an Alicia Keys sense, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I heard that's an insult to Alicia Keys almost.
Even though she does look a little weathered now.
Alicia Keys?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's more like Alicia Cheese, you know.
Yeah, she aged. Yeah, she aged like Swiss, man.
Well, she's light skinned. What you want?
Nah,
Yeah, I went there.
Okay.
The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice, the tighter the lips. Okay.
I mean, I watched the show. What is it? Bel Air. Yeah, I got a
I
new
didn't watch it.
obsession.
What did you think? Is it worth it?
It's worth it. It's pretty damn good.
Worth it.
It's pretty damn good. And I'm kind of obsessed with Coco Jones, so yeah. God damn, she built like I like him. God.
The
damn.
woman is the wife?
No, the one who plays Hillary.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Oh, they remade Bel Air?
Yeah.
Is it
Oh
good?
yeah, that's pretty damn good. It's gonna be addictive, man.
Well, they already got my $4.99 a month, so I was
I'm just
What's that
looking
on?
at
a Peacock.
it's a
TV.
Peacock.
Okay.
Peacock, you know, NBC2. You know, the one that Bill Cosby was trying to buy. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, you know, fuck me. Ah,
What you doing over there?
Yeah, I've been watching Book of Boba Fett and Peacemaker.
Peacemaker's funny as shit.
My son's hooked on Boba Fett. I'm going to sleep on it. He's like, "Come on, Mom." I'm like, "Okay."
I gotta finish watching Boba Fett.
And then the Mandalorian came back. Oh, let me shut up. Anyway, y'all need to just watch it.
I'm up to that part.
Oh, you up to that part? Okay.
Yes, I'm up to that part. Oh man, and the most dangerous sword, and it's black.
It is black, right?
It is
It
black.
has to be yielded by the right Negro.
Oh yeah.
Can you yield the sword?
Oh yeah.
If y'all ain't watching the show, you ain't gonna get it. I want to go back to money. I have a question. Have y'all been paying attention to this Wendy Williams story?
No.
I'm hearing things in the universe, but not anything.
Baby, y'all need to pay attention because this has to do with money, Black Americans, and if you get some real money in your life, get ready for the buffooneries of banks that have the right to circumvent your rights on your own money. She cannot access her own money.
Oh, I heard about that.
And why did they? What was the reasoning behind that?
She had dementia or something? I forget.
Hold on. Art, are you able to play another video on your video or no?
Say that one more time.
If I give you a link, are you able to play a section of a video? It explains it better than me.
If it's something that's like mainstream, they're gonna get me.
No, it's not
People
mainstream.
get away with stuff, but usually they try to target me.
No, it's not mainstream. It's a black YouTuber.
Is that Phil's video?
Huh?
You using Phil's video?
Phil got a lot of views. I haven't watched it. It must be crazy.
Yeah,
I know Phil covered it.
I know. I Chronicle
African,
covers it better for me. It's 9 minutes. It's
diaspora.
an hour or something. I gotta call Phil because this story is huge for the black community not to pay attention. I don't care if you don't like Wendy Williams, and that ain't the point. It's what they're doing to her.
She had a freezing account because somebody was spreading rumors that she had dementia.
Okay, Art. Hey, Art.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna play something for you. Listen, I won't. You don't have to show the video. Just listen.
Okay.
Fair use.
Tried to ignore it, y'all, but someone
Fair use.
somewhere, Wendy, not Wendy, child, they weren't privy to any of this information. Feel how you want about this woman, but she does not deserve this. Now, I'm putting this information out there in hopes that this information will be exposed and she could be rallied behind like they eventually did Britney Spears and save this lady because this is crazy. Man, oh man. But before we get into all of that, be sure to subscribe. However, a quick breakdown. Okay, so boom, Wendy Williams banks with Wells Fargo, has been banking with them for years. Wendy Williams has millions of dollars inside of her account. She's been able to access those funds with no problem. Wendy Williams has an account manager named Lori Schiller who works at Wells Fargo. Wendy and Lori have been working together for 15 years. Wendy felt that Lori was not handling her funds correctly, so she fired Lori. All of a sudden, Lori says that Wendy is not of sound mind and she does not deserve to have her funds. Wendy's funds were frozen. For 2 weeks, Wendy was not able to touch her funds or make any deposits or any withdrawals. She couldn't even see what was in the bank. Wendy Williams went to the bank over a dozen times, told them that she needed her money. She was going to be in default of some bills. Wells Fargo said, look, you need to go and get you a power of attorney. Once she got the power of attorney, had all the documents notarized, they still wouldn't give her money. Now they're duking it out in court. Wells Fargo has responded to Wendy Williams' claims, and man, oh man, I did not expect to read what I read. Y'all want to hear it? Here it goes. Dear Justice Bluff, this firm represents Wells Fargo Clearing Services Incorporated, doing business as Wells Fargo Advisors. The named responded in the above proceeding. We are writing to ensure that the court is aware of our representation and to facilitate our participation in any application by petitioner for a provisional remedy. A courtesy copy of our notice of appearance is enclosed. We also want to inform the court that Wells Fargo has filed a petition in guardianship, part for the appointment of a guardian of the property of the petitioner, herein under Article 81 of the Mental Hygiene Law.
That's how they're holding her money. I ain't never heard of this. A bank.
She needed to sue the fuck out of the bank and that manager.
I was like, woo!
It's an uphill battle. That's not unusual because that's something that if I guess probably because I'm in the VA, so I know exactly everything that they were saying. That's actually not unusual. There's actually even a Netflix movie called there's a Netflix movie about caregivers, and they literally even went over it even in that. That's actually something that's been going on in the system, where if they deem you unfit, they can seize your properties, all your liability assets. That's something. So it's just now that she's just a bigger figure that she could actually just be looked at.
They wouldn't even let this woman pay her electric, light, and gas bill. Let her finish reading the statement, and then I'm gonna cut it off. It's only like less than a minute.
Let's go into that. This particular law is for guardianship for incapacitated people in New York under Article 81.
Now, this is a New York law. It's called New York Mental Hygiene Law, Article 81. So y'all could look it up. Let her keep talking.
Article 81 of New York's Mental Hygiene Law authorizes a court to appoint a guardian to manage the personal and or financial affairs of a person who cannot manage for himself or herself because of incapacity. Not all Article 81 guardians, hereinafter guardians in New York, have the same powers. Guardianship orders are specifically tailored so that the powers that are granted to the guardians are those that are specifically necessary to meet the needs of the person who is incapacitated. For example, a person may not be able to pay their own bills or manage their money, but may have the ability to make healthcare decisions. In such a case, a court might appoint a guardian with powers that are limited to financial management. Let me just preface this by saying I spoke to someone yesterday that knows Wendy personally that said all of this information about her health is not true. Now let's continue to read. We would welcome the opportunity to provide your honor and opposing counsel with a copy of the guardianship petition, but would like to do so under seal or in another manner that will preserve the confidentiality nature of guardianship.
So that's pretty much it. I don't want to hold your channel up, listen to all of that, but this story fascinates me because this could happen to anybody. And I know the buffoonery happened with Britney Spears too, but this is just interesting that a bank can intervene under a state law, which is a New York law, that basically said that they can become guardianship over your money. They said the next video, she says, I'm gonna break it down. She went into a Wells Fargo office. She said, who I am. Her name is Wendy. Her name is Wendy Hunter. So she still kept her ex-husband's last name. Her entertainment name is Wendy Williams. So she made her son a power attorney. They said that was not good enough. So now an article came out and said Kevin, or his name is Tevin, has now stepped in. I said, oh Lord, they done got the gangster ex-husband on the prowl. He didn't step in. They are united and working together on this matter because, yeah, that's fucking with his money. He may not be married to her, but he helped build all that buffoonery empire, and it's got a lot of money behind it. So
he still gets it.
He still gets it. So my question to the manosphere is, when it comes to money in America and how Black people are treated, when you get a certain amount of money and they find these laws to pick and choose who they want to choose, what's your thought on that?
One, it sounds like some Jim Crow shit where they took away your property back then. You know, some eminent domain bullshit. Similarities to that. Like I'm just looking at it. Like, first and foremost, when I'll give you an example. As a law enforcement officer, do I have the right to emergency petition someone? Yes. Only when I see that they're the danger to themselves or to someone else. But if that person is reasonable and has all their faculties, I can't do it legally. So I'm just wondering, how does a bank, well, I know how they do it illegally, but how does a bank determines if she's mentally skewed or not?
Okay, so if it goes to so now we're on that side where I'm at. So it's called, you have a committee. Understand that Wendy is a brand, okay? And when you have certain investors, especially in the TV and television, and you got to ask yourself, who are her investors? Is Wells Fargo's one of her investors? Are they on the board that give her money to say and do all kind of stuff and say all kind of things? So when you start doing and acting erratic, or you start damaging that brand, or you get rid of one of your gatekeepers, guess what? They're like, okay, so you're not following the code, and I guess you got to get chastised. So we got to start locking you up and showing you who's truly the boss. This happens a lot. I've seen this happen plenty of times. So she stepped out of line, did a lot of things on air and said a lot of crazy stuff and had a lot of erratic behaviors and stopped making the money the way she's supposed to. So guess what? Now her masters are checking her. So I get Black people. I get you want to say this is your fight, but this is not really one of your fights, because honestly, this is a different type of fight. She's dealing with the industry she signed on to. So when you sign them contracts and go mainstream, and you start saying things against your gatekeepers, they can check you. They did it to Prince. What are you talking about? They say Prince wasn't in his right mind. They said he was crazy. Did it to Michael. This is not new. Anytime you start acting or doing stuff against the grain, they will, first of all, lock you out. Then they're going to attack your wallet. Then they're going to say you done something. And then all of a sudden they say you're unfit to be parent, to be a host, to be whatever. She's just another one of them. So you step out of line and you join on to allies to some of these groups. Understand that when you step out of line, they will put you down. Wendy is no different. So I don't know how you're going to say you're going to change her when, like, that's like telling her, well, you're going to leave the Wendy Williams brand. She's not going to leave that. She's not going to leave that. So it is what it is. I'm just saying, I understand this well. That's why I dropped some of my sponsors. Because after a while, you lose that anonymity to say whatever you want to say. You step out of line.
That's true.
They're going to touch your paycheck.
That's true.
I get what Shirley's saying. Hey, this ain't right. However, Wendy, let's not forget, you signed that contract. You said a lot of damning things. The minute you started,
I don't think the omens aren't real on her. That's not. I agree what you said. I agree with you on that. What I found interesting is Article 81, that they found a legal point of view to go after this woman, and that view could apply to any of us, any American, any person who banks at Wells Fargo.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, see, that's the thing about it. A lot of people don't understand. when you sign on or you make a certain amount of money, especially like I've had this happen to me. I'm not gonna go too full in detail. Like my financial accountability was seized by the VA because of my mind state. They said, well, you're unfit to handle such excess amount of money. So they try to put me with a legal guardian. It took me 2 years to prove my stuff towards the government and also the bank. Like I said, but however, they said, well, you signed the contract. You agreed to this, Mr. Johnson. So, when you got to understand, be very mindful, black people, the contracts of certain entities you sign on to. And I promise you, there's nothing free when you sign that name or that legend. Same thing when it comes to banks, property, house, children, all that stuff comes at a cost. It can be repossessed or retaken. It's just welcome to America. Ain't nothing off the table.
So you have to ask yourself, at what point in America, as a Black person, will we have a clear perspective of money? I give you an example. For example, I sell real estate. I'm a real estate developer. I graduated from USC Financial Real Estate Development, served on that board with Stan Rawls for 10 years. I've been licensed since 1997. And then I bought properties in Texas and California. So I go back and forth and I help people make a move between California and Texas. But I started studying the banking aspect. And then when we were younger, for those of us older on the panel, they had community banks. And those community banks would give you loans. And those community banks would help maintain the community. The South still has that infrastructure. LA ain't got that infrastructure. Black people's got their money in them big ass banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Chase. And when you go there, you may say, sure, I ain't got no big money. I don't care if you got $5,000 or $10,000, or you are consistent with putting your paycheck in that bank. And by the end of the year, you had 100,000, or maybe you have 40,000, whatever the case may be, you are a contributor to that bank, and that bank won't give you nothing. But in the community banks and the small banks, I met with Bank Corp, the VP last week. They are tapping into federal funds where they're allowing money and giving money to minorities. And they said specifically, we have to give this money to Black people. What type of business do you have? We override some rulings. We don't always look at credit. Okay. So now there's a relationship. Most Black people don't understand. In order to get money, you need to have a relationship with maybe a smaller bank. When you get, that's what Wendy Williams did. She had big money, so she kept her money in those big banks, and they made big decisions over her.
Credit unions.
Credit unions, that's another one. Credit unions and community banks, but I like the small community banks, Charles, because the advantage of that is I can pick up the phone and the VP will pick up the phone. He might be he might have an office there. These are older banks in the South. Okay, these old banks that have been around 30, 40, 50
You know, my dad always tell me the problem with a lot of Negroes, they keep their money too much in one place.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's true. And like I said, this is one of the things about it where we lost a lot of rights. Like I said, when you bank with certain institutions or certain entities, a lot of people don't read the dotted line saying of you ever had it where you want to pull all your money out of the bank? Can you just go out and just go do that? No, you got to get permission. Why would you have to get permission to pull out all your money out of the bank? Like rapidly. They will call you and say, hey, is everything okay? Is everything fine? Are you in sound mind? They're going to ask you those questions if you start doing it. And I know somebody's saying, well, all this master talk. Yes, it is a realistic thing because honestly, a lot of these banks were involved in a lot of trade deals and the building of this nation in dysfunctional matters. Banks are old. This is old money you're dealing with. So when it comes to When it comes to that of Wendy Williams, it is bad that it is sad that it's happening to her, but this is nothing new. We have not seen people blackballed in these types of societies. Now, is this something that us as black people we can fix? Yes, you could. Stop banking with these entities. But me saying that, oh man, that's too radical pro-black. I know people are going to still bank with whoever the hell they want to bank with. So it's not going to really change anything. Like, you don't hear big wig Asian people having these problems. You know why? They don't put their money in institutions like Wells Fargo. They put it in their banks. So that's the in-house issue. You don't hear the Hispanics having an issue. They bank with their own. Other groups bank with their own. Black people, we don't bank with our own. We bank outside of our own people. So guess what? You deal with their group. You choose, and you chose that deal or contract. You chose to live amongst white people. You play by their rules. You chose to live amongst certain entities, certain groups. You gotta play by their rules. You're never going to outrule their majority of what they have to say.
I agree, but I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. The rules of the game are set by the rule master. If you're going to sit in an arena with rule masters that are not going to work in your people's best interests or in your best interest as a business owner, then you move forward somewhere else. And if you take your money out, you say, I'm moving my money based because of this, because you did not do whatever is forthright to help me move forward and getting a loan or getting money for my business as far as startup money or product money. Sometimes you need products to help your business going. You need to sit down with a banker and build a relationship. The Black people have two problems. Like you said, we don't put money in our own banks and we don't build relationships. We don't walk in and say, can I speak to the manager, the branch manager? What can you offer me? And tell them your vision and your goals. And if they're not excited or want to help move you forward, you say, I'm going to move my money somewhere else. But you cannot be afraid of your money. Write that down. You can't be afraid of your own money. And that means having the communication, understanding that these smaller banks, it's not based on credit. One brother typed in the chat room saying, well, you know, I got credit, a FICO score. I've talked to them. They want to know you personally. They want to take a risk and give you that 5 or 10 grand to get you going. So for me, it's about that relationship.
Like I said, and I'm hearing what you're saying. Again, and this is why I said, there's one person said, why does it always come down to race? Listen, you're in America, Jack. It's always going to come down to it. Welcome to America. It's always going to come down to that. You're bugging if you think it don't, because that's how. When it comes to the political pool, they go by race demographics. When it comes to the medical pool, they're going by race demographics. A lot of stuff they're going to pan out. When they look for the players, guess what? Charles will tell you they go by your race demographic. Well, go look at the black boys. They can run these flats. They do it all the time in everything. They do it demographically. That's how they pick out the stocks of what they're looking for. So when it comes to this of banking or finances, they know, mind you, they made a whole documentary of how to sell to the Negro. Why would they make documentaries of how to sell to black people, how to market to black people? They got teams for that kind of thing. So when it comes to these type of things, and see, again, listen to what a lot of black celebrities, Art, we have had this conversation before. How many black celebrities have been blackballed with their finances or been said that they're crazy, insane, that they messed up with. This ain't something that just happens. It amazes me all of a sudden when Michael started wanting to buy stuff, Michael was crazy. Cosby wanted to go do stuff, Cosby lost his mind. Every time a black person starts going against what they want you to do, all of a sudden you are either an offender, you're mentally unstable. You don't see what Steve Harvey, Monique, Michael, Prince, We can name a whole lot of people. All of a sudden, Snoop Dogg makes a power move. Now, also all kind of financial stuff start coming up about Snoop Dogg. That just amazes me. So it can't just be a coincidence. Robert Smith starts talking about empowerment. All of a sudden, the IRS starts jumping on his ass.
Dave Chappelle
too. Dave Chappelle starts talking about housing property and everything. All of a sudden, Dave Chappelle, he has a problem with black people in in housing. Wait a second, but he was talking about. So this is why I'm saying you can't tell me that these things are coincidence. You can't. I mean, what's the best way? The best way to kill a Negro is kill his name. This shit been going on for years. I understand the play very, very originally. Whatever you want to do, you gotta kill their name first.
Oh, well, it goes back into strategy and science, man. See, black people do not understand how to funnel the money. Look at what's going on now. We're supposed to be broke and getting off the credit card, but yet, how many fucking 5th or 6th generation planes are we gonna bring out this year?
Look at that Negro with the afro who started to take the knee, right? You took the knee. Then the NWA, was it NFL got nervous. They wanted to start giving money to Negroes. They still didn't even get organized. All that money, we didn't get none of that money.
But guess what? He got 150 million from Nike. Did you hear about his assets?
Okay.
And I mean,
how his football career end up after all that? What did that get that nigga?
I mean, nothing. I mean, his best year was the year he played against the Ravens in the Super Bowl. Go Ravens! And that was it. He started to slump. It happens. It's not because he's racist. I mean, shit, nigga, you half a nigga. So don't talk about racism. You more accepted than most niggas. You were like, it's kind of funny. The guy, before all this shit happens, wasn't he messing with whatchamacallit? And he was one of them guys who took pictures of all the tennis and all the tennis and clothes he bought on Instagram, and his little frog and shit. And he wants to talk about all this injustice by taking a knee. Nigga, when you making millions of dollars, you could have funneled that money to building schools or learning institutions or scholarships. But no, you can't do that because niggas always got to make a scene. Niggas will never ever say. Niggas will ever tell you how to be the spook at the door. But I don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all go ahead.
No, my phone. My computer's about to die. I walked away but I'm listening. I heard everything that you said.
The guy in the chat asked me what bank or who do I bank with. I actually bank with Geeky Gullah people. I spend amongst my people. I actually show our businesses, our schools, and everything. You're kind of late to the game. You asked me about what I do. So literally, we had a whole show on a kids network called Gullah Gullah Island, showing our people and showing our institution. What are you talking about? So I've been doing this for a while, buddy. It always amazes me when a black man starts talking about this type of stuff. Look, I kid you not. Only the Negro will start challenging the Negro when he starts talking about this type of stuff.
Oh no! Like how many times do we get the pushback? Oh no! Why y'all talking about black boys need to go to the military? Why y'all talking about black boys?
You know one thing I would ask the person in the chat. You know what's crazy? I remember I was asking other black men to help fund me to help keep a all black boys school open in South Carolina. Where were you at? Where were you at, sir? Or ma'am? That was a school for your boys. Since you want to question me.
I put my money up, cammed up my stuff. I employ black men and women and children.
Nah, you're a nigga hater.
Oh yeah, I'm a nigga hater. I'll be that. I'll be a nigga hater. I'll be a nigga hater. I'm sorry. The black man can never do enough. Can never
You're a
do
nigga
enough.
hater. You know, guys like you and I, you know, we never did anything for our community. Shirley over there bid winching, you know. That's all.
And you know the thing about it is no matter what, we can talk about these things and they'll say, well, what are you doing? Wait, hold up. We're informing you and putting you on to what's going on. That's the first thing. We're telling you. But then you get the question. Hold on. Wait. I get paid to teach people how to deal with firearms. You don't paying me here to train people how to repair homes. Y'all don't pay me shit. It's amazing when you do stuff for Negroes for free, they take advantage and look down on that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you go off somewhere else and start charging them, how dare you, black man? Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here. Put up your bank. I can show you my scar. I just left in the VA tonight. I can show you my battle scars, my bullet wounds. Show me what blood you shed for this country. For your people. Let me know.
See, let's not go there because, you know, that's going to fly over his head. Let's not go there because, you know, that's going to fly over his head, you know. And I already talked to BMT what my plans are this year.
Exactly. It's never enough. I'm just saying, and I didn't mean to turn up on it, but I just get very frustrated that the people that are doing the things get questioned and pushed at, well, why can't we do that? I'm like, y'all don't push those white people like that. Y'all don't push no other group of people like that when they
You know, it's funny. How many niggas gave money to fucking Sally Struthers and didn't even ask where that money was going?
Nope. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing.
If I said I needed money to start a center for the Gray Faulkner Initiative, how many people would be down in the chat right now? But if I talk like this, you know, shout out like that,
I should have been a pastor.
You would have got all the money you want,
I should have been a pastor.
Everything you throw up in the air, you get to God. Anything that lands, you get to the church. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
And I should have been a pastor. I'm in the wrong game. I need to go be a pastor. I'm going back to my black shit. I'm in the wrong game. Nobody ever questions that pastor where all those billions of dollars are going. Yet they still get the
billions and billions. How much does the black church make every year?
Question that black bank.
Why isn't your black church your credit union?
That is a big credit.
Why is it your black church your business partner? Why is it your black church build from the ground up? We're not talking about renovating some old ass building. Build from the ground up a school, a learning center.
Because they're not getting no money. Because the people don't have money to tithe and give money like they think that's where the house of the money should go. You're supposed to get it back into the community. A lot of these churches, these mega churches are hurting right now, right? COVID still got them comatose. Let me say that again. COVID's got them comatose, and they ain't got no Negroes back in that audience. And the federal government is subsidizing with the black church. That's all I got to say.
Remember that faith-based initiative started with Bush?
Right. I was there.
But a lot of people don't understand. They don't hold anybody's feet to the fire. Why can't that church build a strip mall? Build a shopping center?
Right.
Why can't they open up a grocery store and put your young people to work?
Why can't they build mixed use development? You got a lot of land. A lot of them have a lot of land with all that parking. They can house seniors, and they could like you pay, put a strip mall underneath mixed use development. And then when you go to them, I ain't gonna call no names, but I've been there. When you go to them, and I know some of the top people in LA, one of the largest pastors whose father's no longer around, but I won't say no name. When you go to them and you say to them, you need to do mixed use, they still got to pray about it. That's okay.
We got to pray about it.
That's why nobody's in your church.
I'm going to talk about this, and I've said it many a times. Prayer without action is nothingness.
And I'll give you the scripture for it. Faith without works is dead.
Oh, yeah. And we got a lot of death that's permeated.
That's right there, man. Listen, like I said, I get a lot of people ask about, well, y'all ask about why does it always go to that? Listen, man. The world plays tribal games all the time. There's the gatekeepers. They only allow you to go in but so far. They'll rarely ever have it where you'll be the executive talking or leading any of their other people. Hardly ever. I've done seen funerals. I've done seen professors, sheiks, warlords, presidents, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I always ask this question: where are you at right now, black man?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I wish the captain was here, old Sand Dog. And there's a reason why my channel, and probably the same for you, we have a lot of ex-military and current military personnel listening in. And it's funny. We don't use, and I'm guilty of this, but this year I made it a point. We are guilty of not utilizing our resources, our network. Here it is, right? We had an argument, a big blowout, but not one goddamn person talking about networking. I want a guy like BGS to school the younger children. I want a guy like Complex Design to build fucking vehicles, either solar or electrical or whatever, for guys doing security. Imagine if I could send security forces over to Iraq using Complex Design's prototypes to build a better weapon, to build a better vest. I want to put young black men and women through schools such as police academies and EMT and paramedic courses. But we don't need those skills, right? Nobody's a forward thinker, right?
Right now in this country, there's a lot of free money on the streets, and people are happy about not working. So what you're trying to imply ain't gonna happen until they cut them checks, and they ain't stop cutting them checks. They lying because ain't nobody working, and people trying to hire people can't hire people. So
okay, so we're going to get into the halftime show from yesterday, because I'm not sure if anybody saw the big picture. Because remember, Snoop was in the news for two things. One for buying Death Row and the other one for being Me Too. And remember when everybody was standing on the stage at the end? Could it be possible that those could be the executive board for Death Row Records?
Possible. I think we already see it.
You think?
Okay.
And at the Super Bowl halftime show?
I mean, it's called advertisements, or as my English teacher would.
How much money did Dr. Trey put in? A couple millions. Remember, they don't get paid for that halftime show. So yeah,
they didn't get paid for that shit.
And Lonzo, he said it shortly. He said he heard in up in the air that Harry O was behind a lot of this stuff too. Anybody know who Harry O is? So it's going back full circle. I mean, come on now, Kendrick Lamar, all these people. So it may be a possibility that the what do you call it? The blueprint that put hip hop on the map maybe return with Death Row Records, East Coast and West Coast.
Maybe it's the way they get it back.
Because it ain't gonna be no West Coast only. You better believe that.
Oh no, that'd be stupid. That would be stupid.
They probably got some people in Great Britain right now.
Yeah,
I mean, they'll be surprised if they don't go eastward, because you know how much they love black culture.
Oh, you mean Kamala's family?
Oh, not that east. Oh, we're talking about further east, Japan.
But Charles, the thing about it is, Charles, they actually have Japanese trap rappers.
Oh yeah,
they mimic everything we do.
Oh, they could break dance, they could do trap music.
Oh yeah,
they make some of the best beats. I like
why
God.
do you think? Why do you think? This is the reason why. I'm gonna tell you. Tell me one person in the Manosphere making really good money just fucking with Manosphere.
I don't know.
Exactamundo. You know, in the words of Wu-Tang, you gotta diversify your bonds, nigga. So,
man, I was almost there, BUT. I almost got some of you guys from the Rumble to come together.
You almost did. Now you know it was very nice to be on a panel with all my classmates. It was very
Nick Taylor. If nobody else was coming through, I would have brought in Superfly.
I was like, yo, is this the goddamn Art pull off a class reunion? And I was like, BMT? Oh man, Edward, bitch. I was like, is this a class reunion? What the hell?
And they were trying to be patient with all the crazy stuff, you know, because Edward was part of the Rumble too.
And the thing about it, we were all like, and everyone just told you, like, yo, me and BMT are polar opposites of the family. We're polar opposite on making babies, and he's about, hey, let's hold off for 5 years. And actually, I supported him.
So this is what I'm gonna do, man. I had to make a new policy. I'm gonna give some, person like me. I'm gonna put a clock up 1 minute. If it's some old beef, you're going down. I don't care if you hate me, make a stream about me, but this shit was so unnecessary. Now the thing is, they didn't recognize I gave them a little time. It's like, okay, come back, whatever. But shit, they just took it too far, man. I'm like, no, they gonna have to be taken down.
Yeah, but
I was just confused about the whole thing, because I'm like, nobody ever had a beef with the Brain Trust, not that I knew of. Like,
I haven't had anything like that since MOT was up here. That's the last time I had some out of control, and they don't understand. They give them courtesy to work that shit out.
I was confused, man. Yeah, man. I was confused. I was a little bit mad, but I'm like, yo, bro, it's very rare that me, Nick, and AM1 sit on a panel. Like, and also, I remember we didn't even have BGS at times sit with us. So the fact that 4 of us are all sitting on there, and then everyone came on there, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this barely, yo, that literally in 2 to 3 years, us 4 have not been on a panel almost together.
So
that's crazy.
I hope they work that stuff out, but this ain't gonna be Caesar's Palace, man.
The moon won't align. The moon won't align like that again, Art. The moon won't align.
Cause I know I get criticism of they say, "Oh, you let these go." No, man, I just don't like having to take grown men down and slap them in the hand like, "You bad boy," I don't. And some of these people are parents, I'm like, no, I don't want to be in that position, but I will take these people down if it gets out of hand. They just gotta make a bad stream and add more, spread more rumors about me. I don't care.
Yeah, I just there was some stuff but there were some people asking like, wait, like there were some questions that literally could have been answered from different, and that's one reason why I did come to this space, because I was like, there's multifaceted. Black men are not one set track minded. We're there's a multifaceted, Rubik's cube. Me and Charles are both battle buddies, but we have different ways on how we think about stuff. But we also have things that we agree ironclad. Same ways when it comes to when I talk with AM1, Nick, when I talk with Ed. Like, listen, we all don't always agree. But damn it, we know how to shut up, let the brother talk. Let's hear what he got to say. That shit, I'm a little bit mad, but I wasn't mad. But I'm like, oh, of course, the genetic fuckery had to come. Like, literally. And it pissed me off because y'all are smart men. I count y'all as my classmates. Like,
I'm going to say this straight up, man. There is an agent up in this place.
I really believe so, too, dude.
There's an agent. Okay? And they're the loudest one in the room, okay? They're the one that's poking at people.
Surely, they can't blame the black woman for this one. They can't blame the black woman.
No black woman were used in this fuckery.
So Black Hulu Strike was right. There is an agent. There's an agent around. So, but that's the thing, man. I try because I like I said, it's just a bad look to discipline grown men. That's what I mean. Think about it in this sense. And I know, no offense to Charles. Matter of fact, no, Charles should know this by now. Don't it feel bad when you have to discipline a grown man like a child with handcuffs?
It feels bad to discipline people that you know from out the gate that usually has better goddamn sense to that. And it's like, I'm like, I know y'all got beef, but at least respect the host. Do that. You don't gotta like each other, but at least respect the host's panel. When he says shut the fuck up, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so I did all kinds of, videos in the middle and all that. Couldn't take that's my only recourse now because they're taking advantage. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I mean, and this is over somebody promoting the channel. I'm like,
no, they need to handle that stuff on there, in a little space somewhere else, man.
Yeah, like that's not true. If that was first and foremost, I'm gonna just say it. Just be like I told them before. Y'all were on the fucking Coliseum. That's some of the biggest promotion a lot of channels ever get. People forget I didn't have a channel for a long time. People were asking me, build a channel. All right, motherfuckers, I'm building a channel. So if you're on the Coliseum, well, let's say Kevin Samuel shouts out art from his drawings and his mindset, his teaching. You can't say that art is not getting put on. It reminds me of I forget what rapper, and he was talking about 50 Cent. And 50 Cent was saying something about him, and he just ignored it. And he thought him and 50 had beef, so 50 grabbed him in a room and was like, "Come here, yo, come here." And he's like, "Why'd you say that stuff about me?" He's like, "Dude, I handed you a ball. If you would have just said one thing," he said, "You know what's on the front page of the newspaper? No. If you would have just said 50 Cent just need to mind his business, nothing real bad, nothing wrong, they would have been talking about you." But niggas can't see the trees amongst the forest.
Well, I'm glad I got Friday off.
Yeah, man. It's one of those things. Like, I get messages from Charles, and even if I just go over there and support him, or just sometimes if I know I can't be on the panel, sometimes I just share the video.
Yeah.
I just share it and just say, that's, what I'm saying. I remember when art was growing and building up. I just shared the video. Like, I don't feel like I have to be. I don't have to be seen. I think there's a problem with a lot of men. They feel like they have to be seen. They have to be heard. That's little boy shit. That means you're not ready. That means you're not ready for what really is. You're not really ready for that type of move of power. If you feel like, oh,
Somebody like little kids have to ask to be seen or be heard. Little kids do that. You got to tell little kids, shut up. I don't know why every man feel like he got to fucking talk. I never understood. That's that shit that you have to tell. Be quiet.
Well, I understand people going through some problems, but they too busy punching at people that have nothing to do with their fight. That's my issue. They got problems. I know, they had a bad traffic day or bad day at work or whatever, but you gonna punch at your support base.
Yeah, you're gonna punch at the people you claim that don't support you, but they supported you. I think that everybody thinks that you're supposed to promote and do all this. Like for instance, I shared art stuff. I donate. Art does the same for my shit. I literally have BMTs and Art cell phone numbers. Okay, this is an actual network. I have Shirley's email. I have Nino's cell phone and email. Shonda's. We literally talk off screen.
Like
I
I
ask
said,
their advice on something. They give me theirs.
hmm
There's no shame in saying I can learn something from another individual.
like I said on Saturday on my stream, and I really meant it. You got to be careful with people that try to bond with you based on a common enemy, and especially another brother.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be careful with them people, because if they turn
Because
on them, they gonna turn on you. I promise
yeah, because you got to remember, some people are agents of chaos.
you. Yeah.
And I ain't talking ring.
Remember the movie Juice with Bishop?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some people are agents of chaos. They just want to see shit burn. And then not every what did Mike Tyson say? Not everybody who fights you is your enemy, and not everybody who's for you is your friend.
And for those people that I was trying to get all the people that were with the Manosphere and damn near in the very beginning that was on Rumbles and stuff to talk to AM1 about the survey. That was the first tier. Then the second tier was just the regulars to come up and
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that okay, the regulars will come up and all of a sudden this BS start happening.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because people take offense to shit that doesn't need to be taken. Okay. You find out how narrow-minded and how short life is when two people in your life are gone. I can't talk to my homeboy. He's in my heart. He's in my soul, just like my aunt. I gotta use the good memories and the good times and the pictures. Too many of us are just living to be right instead of being correct, instead of being proper. And I think a lot of it is because, look, the way that shit was going down, like some unresolved daddy issues or some shit. Like, that's not cool. Y'all too smart of brothers for this to go down. If y'all wanted to go at Ed's got a channel, Complex got a channel. Y'all should do one on each other's channel since y'all gonna make money off of it because it's drama. And then pick a neutral place where you can do part 3.
Well, that's the thing. I think and I know they're gonna be pissed off because it reminds me of school. I asked because my students, for some reason, they never want to fight away from the school. They always want to fight in the school.
Because it's somewhere to break them up.
Right. I'm like, can't y'all find somewhere behind the building or in the canal or something? Oh, and matter of fact, they admitted it. So they know that ain't nothing real bad gonna happen if it's in the school. So they already know.
It's like a lot of people are phony, tough, crazy, brave. You're gonna jump out, jump out. Like I just think it's bad when brothers go at it and there's no real substance about what you're going over. Now, did I go through with Grandmaster Troll, yes, he deserved that shit. He's doing shit that violates.
But you guys didn't even have a shouting match.
No. And that fools people, because people say if I'm not cussing you out, that's when you should be scared. And I was being real calculating with that, if you ever noticed.
Right.
Real calculating.
Yeah, but it did. I mean, low key though, the exchange did prove the point with the views. But here's the part about this space. See, I asked a question: can you tend to tell the difference on who's in this space and who's not?
Very much so.
Who's to say that everybody's listening to us is in this space?
Of course it's not.
Well, I know that. I know a lot of people not in this space. Hell, I know a lot of non-black people in this space.
So
or non-ADOS people in this space. They literally watch. It's very interesting. You have people not in this space tell you about this space and their perception of this space.
You got people who are diametrically opposed to the Manosphere.
So how can you fairly gauge on what people value based on a survey? When usually, they always say the people that's always in these chats are throwing out donations and filling out the chat rooms or whatever, but they don't have a tag on them that says Manosphere on them.
Nope. What happens is that people assume. They assume, and it's a little bit of jealousy. We're not big channels. We're not big channels at all. You got channels that are doing numbers, like God honestly, they're doing numbers. Most of it.
Go ahead, Fran.
I was just going to finish up and say, you got most of the channels that are in opposition of us that are way bigger. I'm
gonna say this as therapy. I mean, I could do it. I mean, probably eventually I will. Expand your audience and stop bitching about the same people to have the same subscribers as everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on, expand your audience. I would love to have an international audience. That's my goal. I definitely want to get people from different countries and whatever.
I mean, sometimes we do.
Because we reach our peak around, especially when we share subscribers, we reach our peak. So we're like, my peak looks like it's 1.7. So, because the stuff that mostly is around here that's entertaining, I don't serve that purpose, and I'm not trying to.
No. I mean, if they really wanted to, I was really about to say, hell, if you talk about you're not being shared, I said, how is it that how many times people want to have a talk about law enforcement? I'm never mentioned. I'm never called.
Yeah, and then the thing about it is, too, I understand, like BGS shit, he can't share every live.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And he does have a life.
Every live. Yeah, he has a channel of his own. Like, not every live.
I used to have it where, I used to like having certain brothers come through to have a conversation. But then I had to stop allowing people to come up, because after a while, they just started attacking the women and the guests or people with different views. I'm like, oh, hell no. Like, dude, you're not mature or at that level to talk. So you allow women to do whatever. No, I don't. But if you can't handle a conversation with certain people, you're just not that guy or gal that's ready for that level of conversation. So I can't have you. You're not ready to break bread yet. And that's no disrespect to anybody, but some people are like, well, so he'll allow that person up, but you won't. No, it's just that I'm not worried. Like, Art's been up there and talked with women who believe in feminism, and they literally said, It makes a lot of sense. Charles has come through and talked with people from different other coalitions. I think Charles was up there when a dude who's a white nationalist was talking to him, and Charles broke down very, very eloquently about how the law works. And then did his own stream off of it. I said, Charles, whatever you want to pull from the stream, it's yours.
Yeah. A lot of people just don't have the patience and the etiquette, and I think it's very showing in black men that we need some etiquette school. You got to be gentlemanly. But the internet has made brave men of people.
Yeah, but like I said, some people are just going through it, and they go on these panels just to lash out because of whatever reason. Now think about this: will they admit it?
No.
Exactly.
No.
You're not going to admit it.
I wouldn't even waste your time trying to get it out of them. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, man, I've been going through some things. You know, my wife left me, or lost my job, or all these. You're not gonna say this on these panels. So what's the next thing to do? Act an ass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not excusing them, but I do see. That's why I sit there and wait till it's, because they let it out. I'm not going to sit there and nurture them and say, okay, baby, it's fine. Just let it out. I'm not going to do that.
But that's also, but see, you got to think, we kind of grew up where if you fall on your ass, the brothers come, we pick you up and take you to the pool hall, get some goddamn fish sandwiches, have a few brews, and we move on. Right. We don't wallow. We move on. And that's where the separation of power starts happening. And this is no slap to anybody. Some men learn to take the punches and get back in the ring. Others want to goddamn just keep watching the videotapes, but they're not learning from the shit. So at some point, you guys are like, something. I after a while, you're not getting it. I can't with you. You ready to come in the gym and get to work?
Yeah, man. Well, I made partial history thanks to AM1. We were trying to plan this. That's what was more disappointing, because we were planning this for a while.
Yeah,
we were trying to get this. Because our schedules are kind of like off.
Yeah,
so we finally got it together.
All right, fellas. I'm about to get a little bit of sleep, so I'll hit you up later. Woo, and I'm out.
Man. Yeah, I almost had it. Because usually I try to get them on Sundays, but his Sundays were pretty. I think his Sundays were. I don't know what happened. Man, these butts.
I'm very thankful that you allowed me to talk to one of my old Manosphere brothers.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a one-on-one with Nick Taylor. I just hate that he had to come up with something like this, because he's usually not around this way,
Yeah, Nick don't be around that kind of stuff too much. Like, Nick really don't be around that. Like, and the thing about it was, Nick and BJS were on the same panel. They don't always get along. Y'all don't even know how weird that was for me to see them two on the same panel and be cordial as shit. Y'all really don't listen, bro. All right, you pulled off a goddamn YouTube miracle to have BGS and Nick on the same panel, and they didn't even argue.
I had BGS and Mr. Research on the same panel twice.
My God,
the last time it was a disaster. That's why you don't see Research around here anymore. But hey, I'm still working on it, man. I can only do so much from behind the screen.
Again, man, I don't think people understand, but it be moments like this, people don't get, listen, y'all even know the history of some of these people or the stuff or how long they've been doing this. And, it even warms my heart when they're like, hey, BG, hey, BMT, you remember when we did this and that? I'm like, damn, I really do. Damn, has it been that? Like we survived that, guys. Like we survived. You know, it warms my heart because then I can say like, hey man, like I see some growth in some people, and I see some people just stay stagnant.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I invited O'Shea and Obsidian, but I knew they would, would be the ones that at least may come. Others, I know they wouldn't come at all.
Like I said, a lot of us are, like I said, a lot of us can respect each other's lane from a distance.
Yeah. I mean that's you just gotta. It's an ingredient. I think it's an ingredient thing. You put certain things in there. This one here, you put the wrong ingredients in there today. So that's why we burn the beans on the pot. So you should have kept the what do you call it, the aisle a little low temperature.
It was just there was just something that I treat this place like a doggone hotel, man. Like I let whatever at home stay at home, man. What we talk about here, that's a different conversation. Like the fact that me and what's the other guy, PK Angel, can sit on a panel and agree. The fuck, I know goddamn Jesus must be black or something. That's why Art was like, y'all do know PK and BT were agreeing that night, right? That don't happen ever.
I forgot, what was it about? Oh, it was about the brother man.
Yeah, we agree. I say, man, it be like that, man. Sometimes in the chaos, some people find like, hey, we need to, under certain stressors, we can agree. On certain stressors, we can agree. And then harder and harder for me to tell the difference between the Pookie and the lane. Y'all all act alike now. I see why some groups say, hey, y'all, what's the difference? Like
Pookie and whatever that stuff is. I still don't understand how that conversation is always taking place.
Well,
and I still hear people giving this impression that Pookie get all the women.
That's not true.
Yeah, and right along with that, how you doing, brother? And sorry, Art, man, for earlier, man, what you went through, bro. I mean, I feel you, bro. I'll be pissed too. So
no, that's okay. It was pretty much people kind of took advantage of the trust.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, when I think I don't know if it was BGS, somebody said it. You know what I mean? Hey, try to tell them, hey, man, you know what I mean? Take it. Y'all got channels. Take it over to y'all channels. You know what I mean? Then they kept on going on and on, and that was the disrespectful part. That's when it led into being disrespectful. You feel me? Because I would have been like, okay, let's chop it up over in my stream. You know what I mean? So, and some cats are humble, than others. But thing is, I don't think that whole situation should have been brought up. You know what I mean? Like other stuff could have been talked about.
I wish them the best of luck at what they're trying to do. I hope they got what they need accomplished. At my expense, but I hope they got it.
Because, like I said, I mean, I think I've stressed this too, on my stream before, that what you have is a lot of cats. What they're doing is they're trying to enforce their principles and their own customs upon other people. Like, and it's the same with opinions. People want to, press, the other people's opinions upon them, and having them to believe that it's absolute. For when it's just their damn opinion that could change like the wind.
Yeah.
So
that's a boring space. Listen, I don't agree with all the dating and coaching and shit, But I also understand that, listen, man, you know, when I was like younger, you know what I'm saying? Hey, some people need that confidence talk. Some people need that, you know, hey, let me tell you how to put on certain type of cologne or oil or certain skin or have certain confidence. You know, so I
Right.
understand everything has a reason for everything. You know, shout out to the brother Pill podcast. There was a lot of they talked about a lot of information that was good,
that
but they
was
also had
good.
a way they were also on talk about fuckery, and we all laughed and called in and did all kind of stuff. Why is it that we forget these days or these things that we did?
Like
And here's the
they.
thing, man.
Oh, go.
The thing is, I hope they can admit this. The gripe is not with the other content creators; it's with the audience. That's what it is. Their gripe is really with the audience because they're gonna choose who they listen to, who they follow, who they put in the chat, who they give money to. So the audience. I mean, I rarely get 25 a night. Whenever I do these long streams, like I walk away with 25. I don't care.
Right. You know, I mean, that's how I look at it. You know, I'll just get on and just start
I'm
talking now. You
grateful.
know, I've been to stop worried about that.
No, I mean, like I said, I think the best thing, and I know they're not gonna listen to me, but the best thing is to expand the audience and get some international, what do you call it, audience, and get some people that are on the college level and stuff like that. Because, like Edward
Yeah.
said, you know, I know, you know, they don't like the way Edward says talk, whatever, but you know, for the everyday dude that's you know, driving the cement truck and or whatever, you know, some things he's not going to sit down and have the patience to listen to. Even my stuff.
I mean,
I'm
yeah,
up here,
to a great degree, yeah. You know, I respect Edward. Yeah. I don't know
yeah,
about other cats like that, but I respect Edward. Yeah.
because I'm over here talking about, you know, making sure that your children get their degrees so they can be doctors, lawyers. You guys don't have time for that either.
And it's like this, since everybody knows, okay, what channel is what, you know what I mean? Like Mr. Palmer and them, you know, they got his little child support streams and all that. It's like, okay, why not respect that, you know, these different sects within, you know, the manosphere. Respect it for what it is, you know, it's its own style, but we meet on the same accords, you know, which is against this feminism, you know, and like your channel, you know, like it produces, which just talks about, you know, better, you know, black male education.
I tell you what, if they don't want them international, the international viewers or whatever, I'll take them. I go after them.
Oh yeah.
You know, hang out with Phil Advise and all these other people. You know, it is what it is. I just hate to see grown men do this stuff.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why I'm firm in it, man. And I say this, and I stand firm in this right here. I'm not gonna be, and I say this to all and to whoever looks at your stream. I am not gonna be sitting here. And I was thinking about this too for a minute, and I'm finally saying it. I'm not gonna be sitting up here going back and forth with you grown ass man on any topics. All right. If I have an opinion, if I have an opinion, in which is fleeting because it could change depending on what information I gather, you know, till I get something solid and concrete facts on whatever subject. But the things that I stand firm on, my standards and my principles, I shall not argue that with any of you men. Understand that right now. I don't I don't care. All right. You can come, no, that's what y'all used to. And brother Dr. BOA said it best, brother Art. He said, damn it, that's basically a feminine, you know, I would say a feminist trait, you know, to keep on bargaining back and forth instead of recognizing, okay, that's your principles, okay, that's what you stand on, okay, bet, move on. That's what you want to do, okay, as a man, that's what you, okay, cool, move on. Transition into something more of a fun topic to have.
Yeah. Hope this is a lesson for whoever else.
I mean, and I say that, bro, because you're arguing back and forth. It's like a brick wall, man. Like, why? Like, when a person's coming in bad faith to you, you still want to argue with them and all that. Like, ain't that what we, talk about what the females do? Come on now.
BMT, you were saying something?
I think it's okay.
My bad, BNT. I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro.
Listen, bro. Like, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to disagree. That's what makes life so amazing, man. Like, you can disagree. Shit, I should be the damn main definition in this space about disagreeing. But shit, I also can understand. Like, you know what? Like, I did a talk about Valentine's Day. I said, hey, I understand why some men have their feelings about it. I was there. Well, you also listen. It's okay, bro. We don't have to agree. That's what makes the conversation even more challenging, because you in art, you used to have to tell me patience, beauty, patience. And I started learning different ways how to re-challenge the thinking process of how I thought. If I want people to understand me, I should be willing to try to understand other people and actually at least hear them out. If we can't do that, man, we got a long road ahead, man. Stop telling other races that they need to understand you or understand your plight, but you're not willing to hear other people. That's a contradiction. That's a huge sin. You can't ask other men to, hey man, hear my plight, but Jim, you don't want to hear the plight of another man. No. So we hopefully we can have some of a respect. And I had to be humbled. I don't think a lot of men like to be humbled. That doesn't make you less of a man. That's a life acquired taste. Humility.
Hey, brother BNT, if I may add, also too, you're talking to the brothers who are like basically they're funny acting, when it comes to certain brothers or whatever, they are quick to be an asshole towards. But as soon as a female comes through, they antennas go up. They all super polite and all that shit. They then turn like quick in the same breath, and cuss out their fellow brother. Be a total asshole towards them.
And I don't agree with that. That's why sometimes certain conversations, like for instance, certain conversations, everybody's not meant to have. I get when certain men say, well, BMT, you sound like this. You talk about men and women. Well, look where I'm at in my life. So that's why I sound like in the environment that I'm in. Versus I can understand certain men, they're not there yet. So I get it. Like, we're talking from a different degree of information. One thing I learned to do? Listen. Just listen. Be quiet and listen.
I'm hearing you, bro.
I learned that. I don't like that name dropping shit. Black men, y'all need to get away from that shit. That name dropping shit. That's it. If you can't say what you got to say to that person when they're around, don't say that at all. I hate that, but they pass. That literally and stop running to other panels. What I do not agree. I do not agree with that at all. I don't agree with name dropping because I feel like that's an evil, vile spirit of okay, I'm gonna drop some names. No. Okay, you want to drop some names? Let me drop you off the panel. You do it with that person around that person. Like my grandfather taught me that at the church. I got something I want to say. Okay, you can leave the meeting now. Wait, I want to say and set the spirit free. No. Take that spirit somewhere else. You want to do all that? Go somewhere else. You got to let them out the meeting. You're just not. You're not ready. If I can't say what I got to say to Hanma when Hanma's here, then I don't need to be saying it now. I don't need to say a damn thing until he gets here.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I mean, I'm with that because that relates to pulling a man to the side, you know what I mean, and checking him on some shit, you know what I mean,
Right.
instead of trying to do it all out loud or whatever. Thus, you know, like you trying to make a scene, you know, your eyes is on the crowd, you know what I mean. So, which is how a lot of guys lose too in fights, you know, because they want to focus on the crowd and all that instead of their opponent.
Right. I started understanding if what I'm discussing on my art with you has nothing to do with that topic,
right?
Then why am I on the panel? Now I'm an agent of chaos. Now I'm an agent of chaos. And art, you can if you hold me to that. If I start arguing and it has nothing to do with the topic, BNT, I respect you, brother. Come back when you want to talk about the topic. Because now you're taking away from the message. Okay. Respectfully, just drop me. Don't snap me out. Too many times people are taken away from what we can. We having fun talking about it, or we talking something serious. Somebody get up with their own personal agenda. Take your personal agenda down the street behind the back alley We in church right now. There's nothing wrong with that. Isn't that what they do in college? I got kicked out of a college class one time, but I was just orderly. The professor said, "Excuse me, Mr. PMT." Yes. What's up, professor? Get out my classroom. I said, "What?" Yeah, get out my classroom. You're gonna disrupt me. Get out my classroom. He kicked me out. I was so angry, but it wasn't wrong because that was his room. I was taken away from the chance, and he told me, he said, "Listen, there was somebody in there that was paying to be there and hear a lesson, and you were stealing their time." There's one thing a man can't get back is time. We can't ever get that back. Once you lose it, you lose it. So I apologize to any of the brothers if I ever stole your time. And the women. That was selfish of me.
Music kind of loud though. I don't know if it's my volume.
I actually enjoy it. I don't know. Maybe
Oh
sometimes.
No, yeah, I enjoy it like a mug, but it's like, you know, I just want to hear y'all clearly.
Y'all hear him?
It's real low.
No, it's good. It's good right there.
I just look at it that sometimes I feel like we steal other people's time, and then they start focusing on the fuckery. And I will say to anybody, listen, if you don't want to participate in the fuckery, don't be argumentative. That's to anybody. You don't want to participate in that type of stuff, don't be that problem. Be the past. Don't. You can disagree, but you don't have to fight every goddamn person in the schoolyard. That's just me. I used to come on these panels and fight every goddamn body. After a while, I was like, shit. I'm tired of getting dirty.
Man, damn all that. Like, I don't be staying, to keep it real, I don't be staying like on full live streams, you know what I mean? Especially to those that are known to stretch out, like, you know, longer than others. Hell, I got a tendency, you know, that's just me. I got a tendency to drift, you know what I mean? I'll go drift into like some Marvel comics or something like that, you know.
That's actually what I use YouTube for. I was saying
yeah, bro. Like comic reviews and stuff like that. Like brother, Comics Explain, Rob. Yep. Yeah, I'm on his Discord, man. Chop it up with the dude. Pretty cool. He even did he did interviews with BMT. He did interviews with like people like Ben Diesel and shit, bro.
I play. He's my friend on Xbox.
Oh shit!
Like we actually talk. We actually talk sometimes. Like I'm not just in this space, and I try to tell that to people. Like, if what you looking for is not in this space, then maybe you could probably find it elsewhere. Like I get it. You can't build your waffle and chicken place in the hood. You're just not built for it right now. But maybe if you build it somewhere else and get up the gusto, right? You can do it elsewhere. Get your clientele or your people and say, hey, y'all, for some of y'all, I'm in this space also. If you want to check me out, boom. There you go.
Maybe with a third of people, BMT. I'm gonna interrupt you. Trying to come in. I'm thinking maybe like with over a third of them that has a problem with people, man, talking about relationship topics or whatever. Maybe the topics with those particular men are too heavy for them, to dwell in. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but so that's why maybe they complain and say, hey, stop talking about this, blah blah, like it's hurting their ears or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they're in a situation where they can't help but be simpish.
Well, see, the thing about it is, and this is the thing about it, we all have different growing pains. We all have different growing pains of where we are. And I remember I was talking with Platinum about that. And I said, I can't save no man about paying for, sex. Maybe that's his tool. That's his tool. Versus the man, he don't have the money, so he has to actually work on his mouthpiece. That's his tool. So both men are using different tools to get to the same goal. How can I judge and say either one of them is less? So sometimes we gotta start reassessing that. We all in the classroom, we all don't learn and all are not at the same level.
Real talk.
Some people have to be hands-on. Some people are auditory. Some people have to actually do it like for themselves. They have to you say it and they have to work on it. I'm one of those type of learners.
Plant the seed and keep on moving.
Right. I get tired of fighting black men. I told you, listen, I'm getting tired of fighting y'all and defending y'all. This shit get old, man.
Yeah, especially too when you've been through. You would think damn, like if you've been through enough chaotic stuff in your life, that you would render yourself to want to just nothing but just peace. You know what I mean? Lay back, chill convos.
You know what? When I was in Afghanistan, they have a saying, it's the coolest thing they ever have. There's no such thing as peace without war. They can't experience peace without conflict. I said, damn, that's why you motherfuckers are always fighting? Some people are born and not used to peace. The only way it can get through to them is through conflict. While some of us can just have a conversation and that be it. Some people are a hard head, make a soft behind. They gotta get that type of verbal assault before they actually start thinking about it.
But don't you think those same people are the ones that will charge at other people when that person ain't did nothing to them, whatever? They'll just create a situation out of thin air. Are those the same people?
True, very true, Hama. Look at it like this, and it's very poetic that you use that name, Hama, from Baki. Now, granted, His father goes around causing chaos. Ain't no martial artist looking for that Negro. Not Yujiro. Yujiro likes to go around and fuck with everybody. He don't got to, but he just chooses to. And then the thing about it, he already is the world's greatest. So who's he really fighting? Because you're just going around fucking with people. That's the thing about it. Like, if you're already proficient in what you do, I make money. Okay, congratulations. But you motherfuckers are broke. So why are you here? I get bitches. What's wrong with y'all? Why can't y'all get women? Well, hold on. If you get women, why are you talking to us? You ever I never understood the people that have these advantages. Why are you here?
Yes, right. Because boy, if I was sitting like over $1 million, owning 2 buildings and all that, I'll barely be on YouTube. You hear me? I see myself, expressing like, what I mean, my 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 the ways I am the way I believe about when it comes to this being against feminism, but and all these what I mean, what happens to young black boys and all that stuff when it comes to these single parent homes and all that and that news. But I will be covering stuff like especially owning like 2 buildings. Oh, I'll be talking about topics where I can give brothers like some blueprints, what I mean, of how to the give them like the 1, 2, 3 steps, what I mean, the first 3 steps, in order to get to close to where I am. You feel me? Cats that are not like that, they're narcissistic at heart.
It's always, you're gonna always look rich and better amongst your people that you think have less than. See, you can be a nobody here. You go to a place that's destitute, you become a somebody. You have just a little bit more than they do. And so I get it. I respect it. Okay, I'm saying, okay, I see what you're doing. Some people are not there in their life, man. I told one guy he wanted a woman with no kids, X, Y, and Z, all kind of stuff. However, he did not have the acquired assets or finances to literally live like that. And the woman, you know what I'm saying? She made him happy. Took care of him, helped him build. Would it have made sense for me to tell him to go back out there, leave the woman that he already has a shot with? Granted, yes, she has a child, and she's not that baddie, but she respects him. Say, bro, take the meal that's on your plate and eat it and work with that. Now he has somebody. Now he has a higher vantage point.
Yeah. That music, man, I'm vibing.
I do. I that's what. See, I tune myself to his music. I just tune myself to his music, and I just talk about certain stuff.
Is that beat from the 70s or 80s?
That's Eddie Kendrick. Keep on trucking.
You said Eddie Kendrick.
Yeah, that was in I think it was 75, 74. Might be earlier than that. So all I do is just do my loops, so I can play continuously.
I can meditate to that.
Mm-hmm.
This reminds me of the king walking into a door, like Coming to America. Or even James Earl Jones' role when he came out the limo.
Right. See, Some of them, do they treat themselves and those around them?
I ain't mean to change the subject, BMT, brother BMT.
No,
My bad.
you good. You good. You listen, man. I am laying up in my office. I got my star projector on. I'm at peace. Save your peace.
Hey, man. God bless you. I heard about you, man. Like, you know what I mean? I've been listening to you, bro. Like, you know, on the back end and shoot. Hey, salute to you and your business, bro. God bless you and your business.
I very much appreciate that, man. And listen, you know what's crazy? When I first came to this space, that's what I used to talk about was business and finances. Art would tell you on Sundays I would do an all professional panel. You remember that, Art?
Yeah.
All professionals.
You see, when some guys
Mm-hmm.
talk about that though, it's like I want to give brother some blueprints. You know what I mean? Like I mean, even if you gotta tell them, hey, go around the corner, go here, go up left, go about 12 more blocks. You know what I mean? Like, or steps to how to do something. You know what I mean? Whatever field that you specialize in, don't just talk in a sense where it just seems like you're boasting.
No, but
You
see,
know, you got your chest out and your cape out, and you just
now see,
boasting of your
right.
success and not giving no. I'm like, come on now.
Now that was the thing. Now that was the thing about it, Hama. That's what we did. You could ask us. Info, D. Darrell. I believe Art's been up there a few times. We had Dana. We had Attorney Nichelle. We had everybody was a professional in something. You could access anything from a fountain of information, and we would answer it, and give you what you needed to do, what you needed to search in. I think we had Dr. Arfrey. Actually, she's done gone too huge. Like now, she has clinics all over. Like she's way up there now. But literally, like these, like you could ask them anything you want. They would give you the information free of charge. Like you usually have to go to their classes or their seminars to talk to them. They were right there on the panel for anybody to ask them a question. You know, and it's like that's like you got to take advantage of these things when they're ahead of you, in front of you, and you know, like I enjoyed when I used to talk to people about firearms. That was one of my big things. BGS, me, Art, who else? Artisan, the three Arts, Charles. We used to have long talks about prepping, self-assessment of being able to do for yourself. I used to get asked all kind of gun questions. I said, black man, you need to go buy a firearm. Get a pistol. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I understand some people. If for me to where I am today, there was a black man that pulled me aside. Said, "Listen, I'm gonna tell you how to get this. I'm gonna tell you how to get that." And so everybody doesn't have that blessing where they already been pulled aside. They don't have that. But if I have the information and I can tell you how to get there, why wouldn't you do it?
And I mean, you know, and there's a case too where there's cats, you know, let's not act like, you know, they're not out there. Cats who are lazy or whatever, or take like 2 steps in it, you know what I mean, then just quit the rest, you know, not finishing what they started. But so it's like it's like they scared to put in the extra work that's needed, which is what I don't understand because I've been a hard worker for ever since I was 15. You know, I'm mid-30s.
You know, I think I think one of the things about it, man, is we don't appreciate something until it's gone or fading away.
Yeah, I know my name number here.
What?
I said I know my days are numbered here.
Yeah.
So I got
I'm a hermit now. Shout out to Teapot. I remember me and Teapot were telling people how to do start their own blue collar personal wash business. Now all of a sudden, now you got where companies are showing up doing that. But that we were talking about that thing 4 or 5 months ahead before they started on that type of lucrative business. Brothers could have gone to the pawn shop and did that same damn thing and get the equipment. I mean, it was only $200 or $300.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, I might as well get ready. Take myself to bed.
Yeah, I done already been eating my food and I'm just sitting here wrapping up my hair to go to bed.
Man, I'm about to cook. You hear me? I got some shows to watch. I'm getting, it's all about balance. Trying to find your own balance within the things you do and the info you take in and stuff. So yeah, because before I get to, putting in that work, I like to watch, wind down, watch my shows, chill or catch some streams, whether it be the effery or not, don't matter, because you gotta get that time because this stuff make it suck up all your time in if you let it. Nah, I'm cool. I got movies and certain shows I want to catch up on. You know what I mean? So I'm good.
I hear you, fam. See, I got some last words.
Well, I'll say this: just brothers, we need to do better. In our way of communicating with one another. Stop trying to be another person's overlord and policing what they do. You can advise, give suggestions, some pointers or whatever, especially too if it's asked for. But, it's okay with just planting a little seed of info about it, with not coming and saying like, hey, I disagree, but switch it up to something like what Brother Art said, that helps the conversation go further. So, and the better we accept one another, especially with whatever we want to talk about, hey, that's what you want to talk about. The better when we do that, hey, it's the better. So that's all I got, bro. But I thank you, bro. Thanks for having me on, man.
Well, thanks for coming up. Okay, Brother BMT.
Yeah, like I said, first of all, shout out to you, Art, for first of all allowing me to sit down with my classmates and my peers. It hadn't been 3 years. We want our people to stay loyal and actually build. But do you do that and practice that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's I mean, this is whatever what's the stat of that golden rule? One is treat people as you want to be treated, and the other one is what goes around comes around too. So it ain't gonna be me, but karma is a businessman. So keep that in mind.
First time I heard that one.
Yeah, we got no say so over it. That's the thing. That's why I try to treat people as best as I can because I don't feel like getting karma's visits.
Yes, man. Yes. And I mean, that's relates to my fear of God, part of my last words. You know what I mean? So that's why I try to seek out to do good towards other people, so I can receive good back. You feel me? And even though people that do give out just number of good and stuff, try to seek out to live in peace with everybody, you still get those wolves, those wolves in sheep's clothing.
Yeah. All right, you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. And at least I'll be able to get some sleep.
All right, brother. All right, brother. Art. All right, brother. All right, brother. BMT.
All right, man.
All right, brother.
Okay, be safe and peace and hair grease and
Peace, bro.
Appreciate all those people that contributed and stuck around. I'll be back sometime. And I appreciate Brother AM1 and Brother Nick Taylor for his special appearance as well. That was cool. All right, y'all. So, anyhow, peace and hair grease.